If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it right below the video. Let's go.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bruh, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Just over a minute before showtime. Y'all grab y'all seats. Let's get this party started. Make sure you hit that like button too. Share the live stream. Saturday night, man. We're gonna have a great time. Y'all ready to hang out with your brother Freezy? Let's go.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So man, you gonna sing it.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long that I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're right with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. That is if you're right with your boy Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, y'all? Are men better? Are men better? What do y'all think? We've been going through this for years, having these conversations, trying to mine it out. It's been a lot of discouraging relationships, a lot of disgruntled men, disgruntled women. But I want to know, are men better? And if we're not, why? Why aren't we better? If we are, what were some positive things that actually contributed to us making us better? I want to know from the chat, are men better, man? Do men have more of a grasp on relationships? Do men have more an understanding when it comes to marriage? Are men stronger? Do men understand mental health more? Do men barbecue more? Do men barbecue less? Are men closer to God? Are men better? Which is what we're going to cover tonight on No Captivity with me.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's go ahead and do the roll call. How about that? Who's all in the building? Shout out to Kimberly Johnson in the building. She said, welcome in, everybody. Don't forget to hit the like button. Shout out to my sister, my dear sister, Kimberly Johnson.
No Cap-tivity.
How are you, sis? Love you, love you, love you. Shout out to the cynical one in the building. She said, hello, Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Hello to you, too. Thank you for being here, the cynical one. Shout out to my dear sister. Why you so churlish? Weird. In the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister. Why you so churlish? Also, shout out to Conversations with MJ. She said, hey, Freezy, share the stream. Have a good show. Shout out to my sister, Conversations with MJ. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel. Cause she's going strong over there.
No captivity.
And that's a fact. I see Purge the BS. I see your super cap. Thank you for being here. I was about to call you super cap. Thank you for being here. Purge the BS.
No captivity.
Stan Joseph. He said, Freeze it. What's going on?
No captivity.
What's up, Stan? Stan also reminding you guys to get the likes up right now. Shout out to my brother. Information man. Always an honor to see my brother in the building.
No captivity.
Make sure y'all, listen, without a shadow of a doubt, y'all already know what time it is. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother channel. Big content creator. Very well established. Better content creator than me. I'm just saying, make sure y'all subscribe to my brother's channel and hit that notification bell.
No captivity.
Shout out to J-Dub. What's going on, J-Dub? He said, what up? And it's been a good minute. I truly missed all y'all. Man, shout out to my brother, J-Dub.
No captivity.
Great to see you too, J-Dub. Great to see you too. Home team, what's up? Bridget Renee, she said, freeze it. Showing love. Shout out to Bridget. Great to see you, Bridget.
No captivity.
And I mean it. Who else is in the building? Oh, my brother, Liberated Soul. What's going on, Liberated? He's speaking to Why You So Churlish. He say, just look at me like the pages in your diary. Shout out to Liberated Soul. What's going on, Liberated?
No captivity.
Listen, put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream, if you're down with sharing the live stream, just like my sister MJ did. Put a 1 in the chat if you don't care about being a part of the, not if you don't care, but if you would like to be a part of the No Cap campaign. I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody that shares the live stream and the links and everything. It really does help out a lot. I really do appreciate you guys. Shout out to Purge the BS. He shared the live stream. He's a part of the No Cap campaign, of course. Shout out to my brother, J-Dub. Thank you, J-Dub, for sharing the live stream. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for being a part of the No Cap campaign. Information man. Thank you, Information man. Thank you. It's an honor. Thank you for sharing the live stream and being a part of the No Cap campaign. And of course, also, thanks to my sister, MJ, Conversations with MJ, that is, for being a part of the No Cap campaign. If you are interested in sharing the live stream and you don't know how to do it, it's very easy. The share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. And it gives you the option to share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms, or you can copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends and family. Either way, thank you for being a part of the No Cap campaign. And I wish everybody that shared the live stream $11 million in your life.
No captivity.
Who else came through the building? Shout out to El Cheapo. What's going on, El Cheapo? How are you?
No captivity.
Sis. Shout out to El Cheapo. She been killing it over there. Yeah, titty. Make sure y'all subscribe to El Cheapo's channel as well. El Cheapo, you put a T in the chat. What the T mean? Did you mean to put a 1? I'm going to pretend like that's a 1. Thank you for sharing the live stream, El Chi. And your ass better share the live stream. I'm just playing. No, I ain't. But hold on. Who else? Did I miss somebody in the building? Let me see who else in the building. Okay. Shout out to everybody that actually hit the like button as well. 16 people hit the like button. Let's get the likes up. Shout out to the 16 people that hit the like button. I really do appreciate you. If you don't like something about the live stream so far, go ahead and hit that dislike button. It don't matter. It's Saturday night, man. You know, you're drinking, man. Just hit that dislike button, and make you feel better. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button so far. 17 people now so far hit the like button. I appreciate you, and I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life.
No captivity.
To support this live stream and to support stories of this magnitude, especially if you would like your comments read and highlighted, please feel free, if you're compelled, to support the channel by 3 ways. Either sending a super cap, aka super chat. That is the rectangle box with the $sign right slap dab in the middle of it, right down there where you type your chats. Or you can send a cash cap to That's right. Cash Cap, aka Cash App to $Freezy No Cap. That's $Freezy No Cap. Thank you. And also you can send a PayPal to No Cap-tivity with Freeze. That's No Cap-tivity with Freeze. Without the Y. Not Freezy. Freeze without the Y. Thank you. I appreciate you. That is the PayPal. And man, shout out to the first Super Cap of tonight.
Super chat.
Shout out to my brother, Purge the BS, excellent content creator. One of my favorite content creators, very poised, all right, very polished, knows what he's talking about. Thank you for the $10 Super Cap, Purge the BS. He said, get in the pot started.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, PTBS, man. I appreciate you, bro. Purge the BS, thank you. First supporter tonight, man. All praises, man. Let me see. I think I heard something. Let me check my phone, y'all. My phone vibrating. Okay. All right. Last but not least, somebody asked, Freezy, how can I be sponsor of tonight's show? It's very easy to be a sponsor of tonight's show. To be the initial sponsor of tonight's show, it's only $20 or more. That's it. $20 or more, and you will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Whoever will be the first one to contribute $20, your name will appear on the legendary sponsorship board that's about to be flashing below. Here it is. Shout out to whoever will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. It's only $20 or more. Who will it be? Who will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show? And who will be the official sponsor of tonight's show by the end of the show? And we do celebrate our sponsors properly. Shout out to you. I appreciate you. Shout out to you.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh, man. The voice of Venus is in the house.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Venus? Showing Freezy love, her brother Freezy love. As always, make sure y'all subscribe to her channel as well. And make sure y'all hit that notification bell. Also, shout out to my lovely sister, Fear No Mortals.
No Cap-tivity.
She says support Freezy by PayPal, No Cap-tivity with Freeze, and the cash cap is $Freezy No Cap. Take heed, and I appreciate you. Make sure y'all subscribe to my sister's channel as well, Fear No Mortals. Excellent content creator, and she's gonna get you in the spirit, let me tell you. All right. Listen, also, shout out to my brother, PJ Austin in the building. He said, what's good?
No Cap-tivity.
PJ, what's going on with your bruh? Shout out to PJ in the building. And listen, shout out to the No Cap Bible study crew. I was about to say the No Cap BS crew. The NCBS crew. No Cap BS crew. Or should I just keep it No Cap Bible study crew? Do y'all like No Cap BS? No Cap BS. No Cap BS. Now that don't sound right because it sounds like bullshit crew. No Cap Bible study crew. Yeah. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Great Bible study today, man. Awesome. We always have a good Bible study. Y'all be missing out. Whoever don't show up, y'all be missing out. And y'all don't have to take my word for it. I'm telling you, be missing out. I'm just saying. You don't have to take my word for it. That's on you. That's on you if you don't want to come to Bible study. It ain't my fault. Shoot, that's on you. Shout out to, I think I just heard a cash cap come through. Shout out to the cash cap. Let me see who's the cash cap. The first cash cap of the night. Let's see.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Oh, man, shout out to my sister, Venus. Thank you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Venus for her $15 cash cap coming through. She said, support my brother. Let me say it in Venus voice. Support my brother, period. Shout out to Venus. I appreciate you, sis. Shout out to Venus.
No
man.
Cap-tivity.
And thank y'all for the early support, man. We're gonna have a great topic today. Very interesting topic. I kind of been hinting towards this topic for quite some time now, but I decided to make it a full-blown topic tonight. Right? Are men better now? Has the Manosphere made men better or worse? Do women respect men more? Now, shout out to Uncle Jeff. Uncle Jeff came up on our last live stream. Uncle Jeff said it doesn't matter if women respect men or not, because there is a shortage of good men, and women need men more than men need women. This is what Uncle Jeff said. Now, do y'all agree with that? Shout out to J Dub with the early support.
Super chat.
Shout out to you, J Dub, for the $5 super cap. He said, back up in here with some super support for your beloved. For you, my beloved. Let me read that again. Back up in here with some support for you, my beloved. Good brother. What's grinding? Real hard on a, let me say it like J Dub would say it. What's grinding? Real hard on an overall note. My reason for being MIA on YouTube. Shout out to J Dub.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate that, J Dub. I appreciate that for the super cap, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you. I want to talk about this, man. And this is gonna be just just a discussion, right? I might have some videos to show, but this is gonna just be a discussion. Are men better? We've gone through onslaught of content creators, male content creators, taking a stand, preaching to men, calling themselves teaching men, how to be better decision makers, how to avoid bad women, and so on and so forth. Shout out to my sister, Jet in the building. What's going on, Jet?
No Cap-tivity.
She said, freezing. What up, bro? How you been? Just chilling, sis. Miss you. Always good to see you, sis. Shout out to my sister, Jet, in the building. Yeah, I got some videos I'm gonna show too. And I think that it actually goes with the topic, right? Let's see. And I want to play this right. Not play this, but I want to show y'all this right here. There's a new hoodie that's going around. The hoodie is going viral. Have y'all seen this new hoodie called Protect Black Women? Have y'all seen that hoodie? This hoodie is actually gaining some steam. And I wanted to show y'all this hoodie, man. It's called Protect Black Women. Have y'all seen it? This hoodie right here is going around. It says Perry 8 the Artist Art Project. Protect Black Women 2025. Hoodies now available. Protect Black Women. So this is an artist named Perry 8. He says this is an art project dedicated to the 300,000 black women that lost their jobs due to federal cuts and loss of DEI programs. This hoodie represents strength, unity, and the protection of black women everywhere. I just want to say, let me say this right here, y'all. Let me say this. I gotta say this. This is the hoodie. This is the hoodie. Protect Black Women right here. And it's a limited edition Perry 8 artist Protect Black Women 2025 hoodie, limited quantity. It's only 100. Link in. So he's probably selling it for probably $1,000 a piece or something like that. Protect Black hoodie. I mean, protect black women. I said protect black hoodie. Protect black women, right? I want to tell y'all something. I just want to say this right here. Let me say this. Men, we have to do, I'm talking about the real men, right? The real men, right? Obviously, this is a biological man. But I think with heterosexual men, this is my opinion. I think with heterosexual men, it's not a popular or accepted thing anymore to have a mindset to protect black women. I don't think it's I don't think it's a popular thing anymore. I don't think black men I'm talking about heterosexual, straight up black men. I think that from being a part of the Manosphere and all of the negativity and all of the negative rhetoric that we've been witnessing towards black women and just relationships between black men and black women. Now, this guy's name, Perry 8, I don't know if he's trolling or if he actually is a part of the LGBTQ community. He's looked like he's a part of the LGBT community. And if he is, which more than likely he is, this is the image of man that's stepping up to say, hey, we need to protect black women. This is the image. I think it has become very unpopular for a heterosexual, straight up black man to say, hey, we need to protect black women. Which, in my humble opinion, I think originally that's how it's supposed to be. You know, black men protecting women, especially women of their own demographic. So, I don't know. I seen that and I was like, wow. Protect black women. Who else came in through the building? Shout out to UFO. UFO says simpware. Shout out to UFO in the building. Appreciate you being here, UFO.
Cap-tivity.
Simpware, huh? I don't even know if you call that simpware. I don't even know if you would call that simpware, right? And here's the thing, we throw around simp so much, right?
We're here for the thug.
Listen, and this is nothing against you, UFO. I'm just saying, like, is this really simp wear or is this some other kind of wear? Like, simps actually like women. You feel what I'm saying? Like, simps actually like women. I don't even know if you would call this simp wear. What kind of wear? I don't know what this is. This is this homegirl wear. That's what it is. You go girl wear. That's what that is. Yeah. And what else we gonna say? What else we gonna talk about? Let me see. Men aren't even asking women out on dates anymore, and the younger women, obviously, they think it's corny. Even younger women are going online, posting stuff, saying it's even corny for a man to ask a woman out on a date. Look at what Will Smith's daughter, Willow Smith, said. Watch this.
Delusional, or am I just delusional, or people asking other people out on dates is kind of like old school? Like, the last time, I don't even remember the last time someone was like, hey, would you want to go on a date with me? Like, I'm gonna start saying it.
Do y'all see how normalized this has become? It's strange to even ask a lady out on a date. It's strange. Like, I'm gonna tell y'all something. We're losing this generation. Have the men did justice? Have they?
No captivity.
Have the men shape men into better men. Are men better now? This young lady is saying it's even corny for a man to ask a female out on a date. Probably because dudes don't usually do that anymore. That's not even, is that even a thing? Right?
Again. Okay, yeah, people still hang out in a romantic way, obviously, but like to explicitly ask someone out on a date and use those specific words, especially someone that you don't really know that well, like that's like a different kind of thing. Like, would you want to go out on a date with me? Like, when was the last time someone asked you that?
This is how out of touch this next generation is. First of all, you ask someone out on a date to get to know them. That's why you ask. Usually when somebody asks somebody out on a date for the first time, you don't know them that well. I'm just saying. Am I off here? Usually when you ask somebody on a date, you don't know them that well. So yeah. When I seen that video, I was like, okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, okay. Let me tell y'all something, man. The black woman and what is perceived to be the black woman's spirit, one thing I can tell y'all, the black women and the black woman's spirit has not gotten weaker. It has only gotten stronger. All right? Because let me tell you something. Look at this woman and what she had to say right here.
Miss Henry is on break, y'all. And then I got on break and then I seen this comment from Crystal.
I'm just joking. This is what I want to ask black women. When y'all see this, does this make y'all laugh? Or do you get offended by this? I want to ask black women. When black women see this, does this make y'all laugh or do you get offended by it?
Because Crystal done lost her ever-loving mind over there. I don't know what's wrong with it. Yes, I do. Pure intimidation. Pure jealousy. But Crystal, let me tell you something. You said...
But Crystal.
Yeah, LOL. Why the hell you talking like you black? First, I don't know how black sounds. If you got a recording of it, please send it to me. Second of all, the only clown you know is the motherfucker that pushed your ass out. That's the only bitch ass clown you know. Third, bitch, if you see a motherfucking clown over here, spit on her. I bet you won't. I promise to God, I bet you won't. So, Chris, I'm gonna tell you what I need you to do. What I need you to do is keep fucking with them nothing ass motherfuckers that you used to fucking with. That's what I need you to do. Cause you'll fuck around on this goddamn app and y'all love to do this type shit. Y'all love to talk shit and think people ain't gonna figure out who you are. You know, people have been known to dig a little deeper and find out exactly who you are. And then the next thing you hear, your goddamn door coming off the hinges. And then you sitting over there like you all shocked and surprised. Oh, because you forgot the shit you was talking on the internet. Okay. All I'm saying is be careful, baby. Be careful. Because there's a lot of bitches out here that don't like to be referred to as a motherfucking clown. I'm one of them.
What y'all think? What do y'all think, man? Have the stereotypes just gone too far? Shout out to Miss Bella in the but what's going on, Miss Bella? She said freeze it in the chat. Shout out to you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
She said, hey everybody, great to see you, Miss Bella. When I seen that, I was like, was I hearing this right? Or, you know, I was like, what? I can remember when I was growing up, you never seen nothing like this, you know. And I don't even think that she's cosplaying. I think that she actually does talk like this. To be honest with you. I think she actually does talk like that. I just wanted to show y'all. I don't know. I just wanted to show y'all that. Not just black men, right? But have men in general gotten better? Because the manosphere is bigger than just the black manosphere. The manosphere is black, white, all races, right? Have men in general gotten better? Look at this guy. This is a white guy that stuck a thermos cup up his ass to try to sneak it inside a jail.
He brought a thermos into the jail. That's right. He put it up the exit ramp. You know what I mean? Now listen, there's things you can't make up. So we arrested Walter Frymere. He's 51. We got a call that he was naked inside of a restroom at a public park. So we asked, is he naked or buck naked? You know, you can be naked and still have your socks on. But if you're buck naked, you're totally naked.
I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. This white on white crime has to be addressed. And it's a crime for a white man to stick a thermos cup up his own ass. I'm just saying that's a crime. I don't give a damn.
Not on my watch.
That's a crime. And we gotta address this stuff. Other content creators don't want to talk about this type of stuff. Shout out to Grady Jubb. Grady Jubb is our sheriff down here in Polk County, Florida. That's our sheriff. And I'm just kind of mad that he's more popular than me. Grady Judd is like, this dude is damn near a star now. You know, he's like, he got to be the most popular sheriff in the world, to be honest with you. I think this guy can run for president of the United States, you know. But one thing I like about Grady Judd is a white man, and he got more balls than some of these black hoons. I'm just saying.
No Cap-tivity.
He called everybody out. He don't give a damn. Just like he's calling this guy out for trying to sneak a thermal cup, a Yeti cup, inside the jail. This man had this cup all the way up his ass into his stomach.
But anyway, our deputy gets there. The dude's got all of his clothes on. So we're nice, and we send him out of the park and trespass him and tell him we're not going to arrest you, even though people saw you here without any clothes on. We're going to give you a break. So what does he do? He goes across the street and hops up on what? The railroad train track and trespasses again, just as soon as we gave him the break.
Damn.
So the deputy arrests him. We find out he's already got 25 prior arrests and been to state prison 5 times. So not only is he trespassed, we've got him in possession of meth. Well, I've talked about meth doing crazy stuff to you, right? You ain't gonna believe this. So we put everybody through a body scanner to make sure that they're not trying to bring guns and knives and drugs into the jail. Well, you might have thought Walter was bringing drugs into the jail. He brought a thermos into the jail. That's right. He put it up the exit ramp. You know what I mean?
We gotta pray for each other, man. We gotta pray for all men across the country. The manosphere, I don't know. I mean, we gotta address this, man. This is I'm gonna just be honest. This was an indication that it's got to be worse. It's got to be worse if you are sticking a thermos cup up your ass and all the way inside your intestines. that's the epitome of just dysfunction and toxicity, and it's not a good thing, man. It's not a good thing. Shout out to my brother Blaze in the building. Blaze said, Freezy, I have said it before and I'll gladly say it again. F the Manosphere 100. On another note, what's up with it? What's up with it, good people? Stopping through for a second.
No Cap-tivity.
Blaze, what's going on with you, man? Great to see you. Love you, dog. Shout out to Blaze, man. Shout out to C Rich in the building. What's going on, C Rich? He said, I met a few white chicks that talk like that.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, they in the hood now. There's a speckle of them in the hood now. You right, C Rich. You absolutely right about that. And shout out to Stan. What's going on? Thank you, Stan.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate that, bro.
Super chat.
Stan for the $2 super cap. He said, date is foodie call. Hookup culture, been there. Shout out to Stan.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Stan for the $2 super cap. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah. We gotta, I mean, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. I haven't seen this one before. A thermos cup up somebody's dookie socket and all the way up through there, trying to sneak it in. First of all, you're going to jail. That's just a double L. You're going to jail and then you're sticking up, you got caught with a thermos cup up your dookie chute. And then look how Grady Judd is looking. It's just not a good look, man. Shout out to Grady Judd for, Grady Judd does not shy away from calling out even white degeneracy, Grady Judd has more gumption and character and integrity than a lot of these black, extreme black conservatives. Not all black conservatives, but some of these black, especially these black male conservatives, right? Shout out to my brother JD 1975 in the he says, salute, bro. Good to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
Salute to you too, bro. Shout out to JD 1975. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother's channel. Y'all, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of men pick that what is his name? What's his name? Judge Mathis, right? A lot of men criticize Judge Mathis for trying to get his wife back, and they were saying that his wife should be grateful that she has him as a husband. He's rich and he's very well known, and he's established himself. As we all know, Judge Mathis. Judge Mathis was he was threatened to leave it. For his wife to leave him. His wife said that she was going to file for divorce. I think she had already filed for divorce, and she had planned on leaving Judge Mathis. And Judge Mathis, instead of putting his foot down and actually, and being like a passport bro or a Manosphere guy, he chose to fight for his wife. He chose to fight for his house. He chose to fight for his marriage. He chose to fight for his family. And there were some guys that criticized Judge Mathis, right? And it all came out. Judge Mathis, he admitted, that, he admits that he, even when he wasn't working, he was taking trips and he was hanging out with his homeboys and they was taking trips and, there were ladies involved. He admitted it. Judge Mathis just told the truth. He came out and told the truth. And he said he doesn't want to lose his wife. And like I said, he was criticized. He was heavily criticized for trying to fight for his marriage. I want y'all to hear what Judge Mathis said on this talk show. I forgot, what is her name? Tamara, I forgot her name. But let's listen to what Judge Mathis had to say about his marriage.
How do you describe those 3 weeks?
Well, of course, they were devastating and
Tamron Hall, that's her name, yeah.
Oh, like I did when I lost my mother. That's the feeling I had. And I'd do anything to get my mother back. So I did anything to get my wife back.
How do you describe?
Wow. Now y'all can say what y'all want to say. That was deep.
No captivity.
Judge Mathis said, I would do anything to get my mother back, because obviously Judge Mathis lost his mother. She died. And obviously he loved his mother dearly. Judge Mathis said, I lost my mother and I would do anything to get my mother back. And it seems like he was, let me use my word. He was equivalating that to his wife. He said, I'll do anything to get my mom back, and I'll do anything to get my wife back. And that's what he did. That's what he said. Listen to what he said.
Those 3 weeks.
Well, of course, they were devastating and felt like I did when I lost my mother. That's the feeling I had. And I'd do anything to get my mother back. So I did anything to get my wife back.
Let me tell y'all something, man. You got to give Judge Mathis's wife some credit, and I'm going to tell you why. Some of y'all might disagree with what I'm about to say, what Freezy about to say. When a man looks at his wife as almost a nurturer, not almost, but as a nurturer, and he's comparing how dear his wife is to how dear his mother is or was to him, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I think that's beautiful.
No captivity.
I ain't gonna lie, I think that's beautiful. All that does to me is express how close he is to his wife. And I don't think he's saying his wife is like his mother. I don't think he's saying that. I think what he's saying is that, shout out to True Bleed. What's going on, True Bleed? What's going on, True Bleed? True Bleed said, yo, what's good, Freezy? Shout out to True Bleed. What's going on with you, bro?
No captivity.
Shout out to you, True Bleed. Thank you for being here, True Bleed. Yeah, but what I was going to say was, I think that's a beautiful thing for a man to hold his wife in that type of regard. Obviously, when he's home, his wife cooks for him. Obviously, she keeps a clean house. Well, they probably pay somebody to clean their house, but she might clean too. She looks like she's still clean. She looks like a wholesome woman, because you don't really see Judge Mathis's wife out in the public in the public's eye and stuff like that. So she might clean her. She might still clean, and they got enough money to have a chef and everything. But some women, even though they have enough money to hire a chef, the woman will still cook. You know what I'm saying? Some people, even though they have enough money to hire a chef, they still will cook. They still like their own cooking. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that's how Judge Mathis's wife is. Like, she just knows how to keep her home. That's the feeling I get. And anytime a man fights for his woman, to me, that's self-explanatory. I'm just saying, what do y'all say? What do y'all think? Huh? I think that's self-explanatory,
No
man.
captivity.
I don't think Judge Mathis should be shamed for fighting for his wife. A lot of men were saying, oh, if she want to file for divorce, Freezer, he should have just let her go. That's easy for you to say, because you haven't, listen, you might not have experienced a woman that has actually proven to you she's a good woman and she knows how to keep a house and you can confide in her. I don't care what side of the coin you fall, male or female, it's just hard to find a person like that you can actually, depend on and trust and lean on. Judge Mathis did not want to lose that, and I don't blame him. She felt the void. She felt like she was just baggage, and she was unhappy, and obviously that was the only way she felt like she could actually communicate to him on how bad she felt. Now, do I think she should have took it as far as to file for divorce? No, I don't think so. But who am I? I don't know if they've decided to not tell us everything. She might have called him cheating. I don't know. We don't know the whole story with Judge Mathis. Maybe she's keeping it gangster and not telling everybody everything. Have we ever thought about that? Maybe she just that thorough. Have y'all thought about that? Even though she said she was filing for divorce, or even if she did file for divorce, she never told it all. She never said why she was completely unhappy. Although I think if I'm not mistaken, I think she did come out and say it wasn't anything about infidelity or cheating. Did she come out and say that? I think she did come out and say it didn't have anything to do with cheating or something like that. But maybe she was just keeping it gangster. Maybe she just didn't want y'all to know her business, Maybe even with, with the separation, she still cares for him and she loves him. Men don't realize there are women out there like that, man. There are women, even if y'all broken up, the woman loves you so much, she still loves you so much, she still will protect you. And she'll still keep it G. You know what I'm saying?
No Cap-tivity.
There's women out there like that, though.
How do you describe those 3 weeks?
Well, of course, they were devastating and felt like I did when I lost my mother. That's the feeling I had. And I'd do anything to get my mother back. So I did anything to get my wife back.
And I'm going to tell you something. When you lose your mother, see, I can speak to this. When you lose your mother and you do still have some type of nurturing beside you in your wife or your significant other, or even if a woman loses her father and she's fortunate to have a man by her side that's willing to provide for her and take care of her. And for the most part, they are decent people. You don't want to lose that. I think we need to start having more realistic conversations, man. I just think we need to start having more realistic conversation. And I think that's what the Manosphere has been missing for quite some time. Too many talking points and not enough realistic conversations, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Not enough. Shout out to Super Chat. Shout out to my brother Stan Joseph again for another $2 Super Cap. He said, or did Judge Mathis just submit? Did he just submit freezing?
No Cap-tivity.
I think that he humbled himself and he fought for his marriage. I think he humbled himself and he fought for his marriage. But if he did even look at it like he was submitting to his marriage or his relationship, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. The Bible said, husband and wife, submit ye one another under God. Submit ye one another. Submit to ye one another under God. So in a way, husbands and wives are supposed to pretty much submit to one another. Men, here's the thing, right? And this is what I wanted to talk about as far as when it comes to a lot of these manosphere conversations in recent past. Men look at it as a weak thing to say you submitted to your wife. Men, if you get married, I'm going to just tell y'all right now, if you get married, you will have to fulfill a servant role as well.
No captivity.
You will have to fulfill a servant role. You have to serve your house. You have to serve your family. You have to provide. You have to provide. That's serving your house. That's serving your wife well. Both men and women should have some type of submitting spirit towards one another. I think this is another reason why these conversations have not been had properly. They haven't been had properly because a lot of men think that it's weak to submit to your wife's well-being, to be a servant to your wife. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay for us to say we serve in the army. It's okay for us to say you serve. I guarantee you, if you had a female superior in the army, you're going to submit to her. You're going to be considered a subordinate. But we think that's okay because it's the military. No, I can tell you something that's more important in the military. Your damn marriage.
No captivity.
Your marriage. You can look at it like that. You cannot look at it like that if you don't want to. But I'm telling you right now, it does not make you a weak man to say, hey, I submit to my wife and her well-being and my entire household. I do. I love my wife, And I'm not saying Stan was saying that. Stan was disagreeing with that. I was just kind of, putting it out there,
Super chat.
Shout out to Stan Joseph for another $2 super cap. He said, I am going to have a side chick then. Shout out to Stan.
No captivity.
Stan said, I'm going to have a side chick then. Hey, listen. We're going to have an excellent conversation tonight. Why? Because the goal, I thought, when it came to the Manosphere is because, and shout out to you, Stan, for another $2 super cap, was to strengthen households, was to strengthen marriage, was for, especially for black men and women, to have more of an understanding for one another and to bring more consideration and elevate more love within said relationships. That's what I thought, Men can play hard and they can act like they don't want a confidant in a woman. Men have been saying, oh, men need to go their own way, save yourself, black man, all the above. Men have been spreading rhetoric that, hey, you don't need a woman. I remember when Kevin Samuels was saying, men don't need women on the earth. We don't need women in the world. Men could survive without women on the earth totally. We don't even, Kevin Samuels said, we don't even need women for sex. If we had to have sex, men could have sex with each other. That's what when Kevin Samuels said that, right? When Kevin Samuels said that, I was like, whoa, Kevin. Wait. What do you mean, Kevin? No, Kevin, no. Kevin, I'm going to be honest with y'all. When Kevin Samuels said that, it hit my spirit so hard. This man actually went against God's creation. The the Most High God actually made women for men for a reason. You don't take it upon yourself to say, we don't actually need you women. We don't need women. Men could survive on the earth by themselves. And if we desperately needed to have sex, men could actually have sex with each other. Kevin Samuels, not only is that blasphemy, but that's abomination. I'm just saying, man.
Just waiting for the thug.
And God bless the dead. God bless the dead. You know, I'm not disparaging Kevin Samuels, and I'm not trying to wake Kevin Samuels up from the dead, but just that alone, it kind of gave us a gauge on where the Manosphere was going. You understand? It kind of gave us a true gauge on where the Manosphere was going, you know. And a lot of men just hopped on board and say, yeah, we don't need women. We don't need them at all. Damn them. We can live with it. I don't want to be with you. We need women. What the hell is Kevin Samuel talking about? I'm not with that, Kevin. No. What, the French toast? No. We ain't on that. But as time progresses and as time passes, I don't care if men feel like a woman is a whore. It don't matter. You know what men aren't telling y'all behind closed doors? They don't even care if a woman is considered a whore. If that woman treat him right and keep it 100 and treat him good, a man will still cherish that woman. Look at what Young Berg had to say about Corinne Steffens. Watch this.
Bet. Corinne Steffen?
Man, Corinne was like a really good friend.
Man, nigga, you a friendly motherfucker, boy.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I think she might be one of the most accountable women I ever met in my life. Like, she was so evolved. Like, she knew what it was. She knew what was going on. Like,
and what was it?
Man, like, we had a thing. Like, we had like a little vibe. Like, it was so scary. Like, to where like she would be like, she's so crazy. Like, man, Corinne, please don't judge me. Please don't say nothing like this. But these, like, I was a young nigga and like you put me on shit. Like, she would be so creative and just so like, bro, like, she'd be like, meet me at this bar on North Hollywood at this, that, and third. I'd be like, where? And I ain't had no money or nothing. I wasn't like a lit or nothing like that. I was just really revamping my career. And like, we'd go somewhere and it'd be like a dive bar to where there ain't no black people in there. And we'd go in there and we had 2 drinks and she'd be like, what you doing? And then she'd go fuck me in the bathroom or go fuck me in my car. And we'd go home together. Like, she was just like the most like incredible, like fucking, like, she was just like what you would want a woman to be that didn't have that type of history or whatever. Like, if you, like, she was so creative.
I don't think a lot of men, even Young Bird, even cared what kind of history Corinne Steffens had, man. Or a woman, like, if a woman locks in with a man and she treats him in a certain type of way to where it keeps sexual excitement in this man's life, and then she keeps it real and he can tell her anything and they can talk about anything. I'm gonna tell y'all something. A lot of men present themselves as if they're sticklers for rules and stuff and talking points. You put a woman like Corinne Steffens in a lot of men's face, guess what? A lot of those talking points are gonna go out the damn window. You don't believe me, do you? A lot of those talking points are going to go out the damn window.
So this is where I put people on game to understand this about the relationship, whether male or female. Everybody wants to be put on something new. And that's not me saying somebody want to be bought something new. So a relationship is all about experiences. The relationship that exposes or experience, like you have the most experience with, is like, those are the ones like, yo, boom, because like your eyes just like
blew my mind. And I still think she's a great person. I think that she had like some of the most intellectual conversations with me. She was more seasoned than me. She had a lot.
Could you take a girl like that serious though?
No.
Why?
He had all of that good stuff to say about Superhead. And then Cam Newton asked him, could you take a girl like that serious? And before he could even get the question out, Young Bird said, no, Let me tell y'all something about men. He couldn't afford to say yeah. You know why? Because it would make him look stupid. It would make him look weird. And a lot of men would actually joan him for that. They would, they would make fun of him. They would put him on the spot for that, and they would just make a clippable moment out of Young Berg. So he knew right then, he's seasoned enough to say, no. And please don't ask me that question. Please. No. I can't take her serious. No. But before all of that, she was like great. One of the best women he ever met before in his life. She effed him in the bathroom. She effed him in the car. She took him to spots he never been before. And they had great conversations, and she's intelligent.
Because I'm a judgmental man. It's the same way that you would say, like, because you date a stripper or somebody, like, ain't no way that a nigga could go see your whole inside of your pussy for $2 or interest fee and I'll fuck with you.
Bet. Corinne, Stephen?
So, we all know this is after the fact, and it sound good. Shout out to Montel Williams. Men have taken strippers serious on plenty of occasions. This is what men don't want to. And listen, I'm not advising men to take strippers serious. I'm not telling y'all to do that. What I'm saying is, can we just have a real conversation? Can we just have a real conversation, man? Now, it's good to make good choices in your mate, in your significant. It's very good to make wise choices. You want to make sure that your significant other is not going to give in to their sexual lust. You want to make sure they're not a nymphomaniac. You want to make sure they're not sex crazed. I understand what Young Berg is saying, but did y'all hear all of that good stuff he had to say about Superhead? Do y'all understand? Listen. You have to read in between the lines. And what it is going to require more realer conversations. We've been having so many elementary conversations. Do y'all feel like that? Do y'all feel like most of these conversations have been very elementary and childish and low level? Low level. And who's been conducting these conversations? Who's been conducting these conversations? Low-level men. Low level. And look at Rolo Tomasi in the back, man, with his phone out. Like, look at grown-ass men. Look how he got his phone out like he, Instagram, I'm doing this for the gram. And then I just found out lately that your boy Myron, he just admitted he don't even have sex with his damn girlfriend. Like, they don't have sex. They have sex like once every 6 months or something like that. That's crazy. And then she just got caught out. She just got caught lately with another man. Myron Gaines' girlfriend has been seen lately with another man. Let me see if I can find that video. Let me see if I can find that damn video. Before I show y'all the video, y'all got to see this right here. This guy right here said, it's a man says he accidentally entered women's restroom at Hobby Lobby, slid phone under stall. Quote unquote, my bad. I just went into the wrong bathroom. Dudes breaking into bathroom. Dudes going into women's bathroom, sliding their phone up under the stall trying to get women's numbers. I mean. Now these Manosphere talks have gone global. Ask yourself, what is the problem? Why? What have these men been telling these guys? What have they been teaching these guys? Why isn't the marriage rate up significantly? Why don't we have more two-parent households significantly? Let me see if I can find this video. And then we're going to get this party started. Let me see. Hold on. Let me give y'all some music.
I'ma keep ballin', R&B. I'ma keep ballin'. I'ma keep ballin'. Yeah. I grew up on the south side, hustle hard every day of my life. I'm getting money to survive, put up with the struggle and the strife. I refuse to be hungry, even if I get hated in these streets. That's what my mama always told me, but I hold my peace. Got stacks on deck, got dough on deck, got hoes on the stroke. That's how she goes. Stay on my grind, that's how I get back, and I'm gon' shine. It's my time, I'm still gon' fly. Ain't worried about your hate on me, I'm still gon' fly. Don't worry about my dude on me, I'm still gon' fly. Put you out of your knees on me, I'm still gon' fly. That's how we do it in that 863, yeah. When I'm feeling all alone, I remember BC, that's our hope. But soon a nigga will be gone. Gotta get up out the hood before long. It's all about getting money. Niggas in the streets try to take from me. That's what my wifey always told me, but I hold my peace. Got stacks on deck, got dough on deck, got hoes on the stroke. That's how she goes. Stay on my grind, that's how I get back, and I'm gon' shine. It's my time, I'm still gon' fly. Ain't worried about your hate on me, I'm still gon' fly. Don't worry about my dude on me, I'm still gon' fly. Put you out of your knees on me, I'm still gon' fly. That's how we do it in that 863, yeah. Keep ballin', ballin'. I'ma keep ballin', keep ballin', ballin'. I'ma keep ballin', I'ma keep ballin', ballin', ballin'. I'ma keep ballin', keep ballin', ballin'. I keep my gun in my condo. Giant boys wanna leak like the Lado. That's why a nigga smoke hydro. Baby mama worried about her condo. In the streets they be for me. Give me doubt, but he know me. That's what my brother always told me, but I hold my peace. Got stacks on deck, got dough on deck, got hoes on the stroke. That's how she goes. Stay on my grind, that's how I get back, and I'm gon' shine. It's my time, I'm still gon' fly. Ain't worried about your hate on me, I'm still gon' fly. Don't worry about my dude on me, I'm still gon' fly. Put you out of your knees on me, I'm still gon' fly. That's how we do it in that 863, yeah. I'ma keep ballin', R&B. I'ma keep ballin'. I'ma keep ballin',
This girl.
In this video, we're gonna reveal how Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit lost his girlfriend to a construction worker. We're gonna show you all the receipts, along with break down all the relationship mistakes he made so that this doesn't happen to you. So the backstory here is that Myron has had this girlfriend for a little while now. Her name is Angie, and the relationship is public, so I'm not doxing her or anything like that. Here you can hear him talking about her.
I do what the fuck I want to do. She's loyal to me. It's monogamous on her end, open on my end. You know who's fucking smart? My fucking girlfriend is smart, man. Don DeMarco, she lives a great
f***ing life, and she's a beautiful girl. She's hotter than all the girls here. Bro, if I'm being 1,000, my girl's better than all you f***ing girls. No, she shuts the hell up. She cooks and cleans.
So yeah, he's clearly pretty excited about this girl. He's almost bragging about her, and he's also using her as a receipt, as a proof of concept that his shit works. But there's a very interesting clip where he reveals something unique about their dynamic.
Oh, look, he's admitting that he's never had a girlfriend before. But I'm telling you guys, like, you guys have seen girls on the stream before that I've dealt with. But when it comes to that context, what I'm saying is a girl that I'm supporting. Yes. That I'm being a provider for. Angie was the first one.
That's right. He's admitting to being her provider, which essentially is a sugar daddy. He's paying her rent, he's paying her bills. Kind of embarrassing in my opinion when you have to buy, you know, girls' loyalty, buy girls' attraction, but to each their own. However, lately, he stopped talking about his girlfriend altogether. In fact, he gets quite weird when people ask him about her.
Do you have a missus? Do you have a girl?
That's irrelevant to the question.
Do you have a wife? Do you have a girlfriend? That's what I thought.
Bro, don't you have like a girlfriend or like a wife or something? Like somebody you
All right, bro, we
appreciate?
went over this a million times. Like me being here as a single guy, right, in the city, whatever, in the best. Bro, the other conversation.
Clearly something happened. So people on the internet start doing what people.
So this is Myron Gaines has been supposed to have been this quintessential relationship advice giver, the manliest of all men, telling these young guys that tune into his show Fresh and Fit, you know, that he has the secret and he has all of the answers on how to on how to control a woman and how to make a woman submit to you and how to carry yourself as a man in order to accomplish this. But he can't even keep his own woman, and his woman wasn't even having sex with him. She didn't even want to have sex with him.
There do, which is digging. And they found photos and videos of her with another guy. Here's the most glaring one. And to make matters even worse, allegedly, this guy's a construction worker, which makes it extra embarrassing for Myron because according to the Red Pill rules, which I disagree with, she essentially traded down. So she left a higher value man for a lower value man, again, according to the universe.
So the guy that Myron Gaines' girlfriend, I think her name is Angie, the guy that she left him for was a construction worker. A guy that makes considerably less money than Myron. Looks like she was having fun. Let's roll that back. Looked like she was having a lot of fun too. You know, here we go. So this is the construction worker that Myron Gaines' girlfriend Angie left him for. A construction worker. And I'm gonna tell you something. You know what this speaks to? Women want to be with manly men. No Cap-tivity. Women want to be with manly men. They don't give a damn about no damn talking points. This dude got a walk. And he's a manly man. And guess what? He's a down-to-earth man. He looks like he's well-rounded and he's willing to rollerblade, you know? When Myron Gaines would probably say, I'm not rollerblading with no damn woman.
And to make matters even worse, allegedly, this guy's a construction worker, which makes it extra embarrassing for Myron because according to the Red Pill rules, which I disagree with, she essentially traded down. So she left a higher value man for a lower value man, again, according to the universe. But wait, it gets even worse.
Went out a couple of times with Angie. She's nice, you know, she was nice, and she told me the stuff that was happening between them. Clearly, they don't have sex at all.
So yes, allegedly they were not even having sex. So yes, allegedly
They don't have sex at all. Clearly, they don't have sex at all. Clearly, they don't have sex at all. Clearly, they don't have sex at all.
So yes, allegedly they were not even having sex. Both according to Daisy, who's a girl that went out with friends to kind of hang out with Myron and Angie, and also there's some really weird statements that Myron and Angie have made personally.
I just got here from work, and we never have sexual relationships, guys. Like, you should stop with this. You guys are laughing, but it's true.
Them boys commented about damn time. We all know you were smashed.
How your old lady wasn't even having sex with you?
Cap-tivity.
How your girl wasn't even having sex with you? And this guy is one of the main guys that be up on his channel, talking with his chest out, always acting like men need to listen to him. And I'm going to tell y'all something. Freezy always had a lame-ass ninja detector inside of him. I mean, when you're a real dude, you know when a dude is lame and he's just a liar and he's just trying to appear a certain way, as if he's manly and he has all the manly answers. But hell, I been knew this dude was a fraud. Your own old lady wasn't having sex with you and she left you for a construction worker. Let me tell you something, if you claim to be worth millions of dollars or over $1 million at least, and your woman leaves you for a construction worker and she's looking like she has the time of her life, there's something seriously wrong with Myron Gaines, man.
You know what, bro? I wish, but no.
Now look, do I think this is true? Potentially, yeah, it could be. Or maybe they were just having very little sex. But I think that makes it even worse when you're basically paying girls' bills and you're not even getting laid. But to anyone who understands game, this is like the least surprising thing ever. When you lead with your wallet, you're not going to get real attraction or a real connection. And combine that with the fact that Myron just seems like a miserable person to be around, and he also doesn't believe in making a girl come or giving her sexual pleasure, what other incentive does a girl have to keep dating him aside from financial ones, right? Like eventually, the girl's incentive does a girl have.
Only one gender's orgasm creates life. So this guy was serious. Myron Gaines does not believe in making a woman have an orgasm. That's crazy. Only one gender's orgasm creates life. If God doesn't care about a woman's orgasm, why should I? These are your kings of the Manosphere, y'all. These are your red pill kings, y'all. And these guys think that dudes are supposed to follow their lead. We don't care about women. We just, women don't deserve to have an orgasm. Women don't deserve to have an orgasm. God doesn't care about a woman's orgasm. Why should I? Only one gender's orgasm creates life.
Have to keep dating him aside from financial ones, right? Like eventually the girl's going to meet a guy who's either willing to offer her more money than you, a richer guy, or a guy that she genuinely clicks with, as was the case here. And the reality is that Myron himself doesn't truly believe in his own retarded teachings, because as soon as he met a girl he liked, he started doing the exact opposite of everything he preaches.
That's why I tell you guys, you need to watch what she does. No girls' nights, no club. I tell you, don't.
Hey, so he was preaching about how your woman should not have no club or no girls' night. This is Angie, girls' night out. I think she posted this on Instagram or something. This is his girlfriend, well, his ex-girlfriend. The construction worker stole him.
I tell you, don't go to the fucking club. You want to go to the club anyway and be a whore? I tell you not to fucking hang out with your ass friends. You hang out with them anyway?
You need to delete your social media. He doesn't. Okay, men and women are not the same. When women get pretty for
everything he's saying that a woman shouldn't do, his girlfriend Angie was doing. Do y'all see how full of shit these guys are? They just be talking. And they use social media to create these false images. These guys aren't real. Don't y'all get it? They're not real. When are you guys going to get it? When are women going to get it? Well, I think women been understood this. Shout out to Miss Jennifer in the building. What's going on, Miss Jennifer? Great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
She said, hey, y'all. She's waving to me. Shout out to you, Miss Jennifer. Great to see you. Yeah, they're just not real, you know.
For a reason. That in itself is cheating. You're my girl. You're not putting your fucking body on the internet when we're together.
That was a lie.
She's your girl now, but if she still puts photos like that of herself on the internet and is being provocative, when she's in a relationship with you, that's fucking disrespectful. She's single. Again!
Moral of the story, don't use clout or money as a way to attract women. Don't pay her bills, don't be her little sugar daddy, don't be her provider, because she's not really gonna like you, and she probably won't even respect you. At that point, you might as well just pay for sex, or you can learn game. All right, hopefully you guys enjoy this video.
So, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. The question still is on the table. Has the manosphere made men better or worse? Do women respect men more? Shout out to the super caps, man.
Super chat.
Shout out to some more super caps that just entered into the building. Antoine. Where you been at, Antoine? Shout out to Antoine for his $2 super cap. He said 2 words. Self-sabotage.
No captivity.
Thank you, Antoine, for the $2 super cap. Shout out to Antoine again for his $5 super cap. I appreciate you. He said, the fuck is this ass backwards effery he talking about? Shout out to
No captivity.
Shout out to Antoine. I don't know, Antoine. I don't know, man. Shout out
Super chat.
Shout out to Tezzy Cave in the building, man, for the $2 super cap. He said he was caught in the bed with a man. Yeah, we went over that in the past. Yeah, we went over that.
No captivity.
We definitely went over that. Yeah. And there's photos with Myron Gaines in the bed with another man. Right? So this is what I want to say. This is what I want to ask you guys. What do you guys think about that? Huh? What's the verdict? The whole point was to actually make men wiser and stronger and to defend men against evil women, especially evil black women. You know, there was like supposed to be this movement and there was this surge of men who was not going to take it anymore. And they was yelling through their cameras and their social media websites. What is the verdict? Men were marching through the streets, protesting women, saying, if we're not going to have sex with you anymore. We don't want you anymore. They even threatened black women with white women. And they said, hey, we want white women. And then white women started taking them to the bank and suing them and suing them for millions of dollars, $20 million, $30 million, $50 million. So they couldn't win with white women. So where do we go from here? It's been what, like 10 years of this stuff? Has it been a waste of time? Let me put a poll in the chat. Has the Manosphere made men better? And in the meantime, I want y'all to participate in that poll as well, man. And I appreciate everybody that's here. Shout out to everybody that's that's giving their opinions in the chat. What do y'all think about that, man? I want y'all to hit that poll. I mean, pause, not hit the poll.
This one here for the thug.
Y'all know what I'm saying? You know, women, hit the poll for your man. Hit the poll for your man. I'm just saying, but that wasn't for the men. But yeah, but for the men, yeah, hit the poll in the chat poll. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. Also, listen. Shout out to whoever's going to be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. It's only $20. $20 or more, and you will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. And whatever you've contributed so far, that does go towards your sponsorship. It does go towards your sponsorship. Shout out to whoever the initial sponsor will be. I appreciate you. But I wanted to talk about this because, listen, I'm going to just be honest with y'all. I just think that men, all of these years, analyzing these conversations, listening to men talk, listening to men's complaints about women, most of the conversations have been about women. When I really think about a lot of these conversations that we've actually witnessed and possibly even taken part in. Shout out to Living Umbly. What's going on, Living Umbly? He said, what it do, Freezy and No Cap Crew. Shout out to you, bro. Great to see you, dog. Great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
When I really wrap my head around it, I was really thinking like, we would have been better off just with the men speaking to men. One thing I will say, Kevin Samuels had the right idea in the beginning when he was actually speaking to men. Right? Some people thought he was a little suspect when he questioned the dude's penis size, right? But other than that, I think Kevin Samuels actually had the right idea when he was speaking to men. I think that men need to speak to men. I think that he wasn't going to go viral, or he didn't think he was going to go viral. The content wasn't going to take off because men don't want men to speak to them. We don't want you to speak to us. We want you to speak to that raggedy ass woman.
No Cap-tivity.
We want you to speak to her. We don't want you to speak to us. We ain't going to watch your content if you speak to us. Men need to be able to speak to men, right? Especially if you are a man that's proven, understand how to actually cultivate a healthy household, and you got experience in doing that. Why not actually pass down that wisdom to other men, especially younger men? Why not do that, right? I think a lot of these years, what we've heard most of is men speaking about women and how bad women are, and how wrong women have done them, and why men should not take women serious anymore. You know, men should go their own way, and men should get their passports and stuff like that. And it's all been generated around women, you know. But how much has that helped us? Has that actually made women say, ooh, they're going to leave us and they're going to go across seas? And has it made women, has it put fear in women more? Shout out to Rush Enterprise Stars in the building. What's going on, Rush? She says, salute. What's going on, Rush? Great to see you, bro. Great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
There's been so much divisiveness and disparity amongst especially black relationships. And at this point, it's looking like it's all races of relationships now, because I think marriage is down across the board, if I'm not mistaken. At this point, I don't even think the rhetoric has been so negative, right? The statistics has been so, it has pointed to such doom and gloom. There's been so much doom and gloom spread it around these YouTube parts and other social media areas, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I don't even think men have a passion to even raise families anymore. I'm saying there are men with kids, and I'm not saying men don't care about their kids, but we don't hear a lot of talking about how to raise kids and how important it is to actually, you know, shape our younger generation so that they can represent us better in the future. We don't hear conversations about that. You would think that you would hear men leading these type of conversations. We got, you know, younger men coming up in the school system. We need to actually kind of, we need to actually actually pay attention to, you know, these kids. And we need to actually work with the women so that they can actually put more of a microscope on the young girls. See, this whole thing, it always required men and women to work together. If we want to improve our generation, men and women have to work together. That is what has not been said this whole time. Men and women have to work together in order to improve a nation. The only thing that these conversations have actually done is created more divisiveness. Now, I might be wrong. Has the manosphere made men better or worse? Do women respect men more as a result of it? The amount of gang banging that we've been seeing on these social media spaces, the amount of shaming tactics that men have done towards men that actually might say, hey, I love my wife. I'll cook for my wife. Listen, I don't mind, submitting to my wife's best interests and providing for her and protecting her. Listen, that's my wife. You're not going to be here if my wife passes away. If she leaves me, you're not going to, first of all, I don't want you. You can't be there for me. And, it's impossible for you to be there for me in the type of way that my wife can be there for me. But other than that, I can't even probably get $1 from you if my wife passes away or if she leaves me away. You're telling me save myself, black man. Where is the camaraderie amongst black men? Better yet, have the camaraderie amongst black men gotten any better? Let's talk about that. Has it? Is that important as well? When it comes to pride in your own communities, caring enough about your own communities to where, you're calling your brothers and say, hey, bro, we need to come up with, some type of, I don't care if it's a small program, at its start or inception, let's try to do something to, just do our part in making the conditions better. Even if it's small in the beginning, let's do something. Bro, let's get together, man. Do men even go fishing anymore? When I was younger, older men used to take younger men fishing. That's one thing. My daddy, he wasn't really that great of a father, but he took us fishing. My daddy always told me, a man that know how to fish, he'll never go hungry. Even when you was a low quality man back then, there was some utilities that men still actually had amongst them that they could actually spread to younger men, I don't think there's wrong with men actually taking pride in their own communities and wanting not only to just protect their households, but protect their communities too. That's how it used to be. Let me see. Let me show y'all. That's how it used to be. Let me see if I can find a picture. Let's see if I can find a good picture. You know, at some point in time, men used to actually take pride in their communities, man. You know, your household directly affects my household. We used to be like that. Men used to love families, kids, wives. Women used to reverence their husband and respect their husband and say, wow, thank you. The type of conversations that we've been having, have we been actually witnessing that type of rhetoric? Have we been witnessing that type of talk? I don't think we have. Shout out to my brother Antoine.
Super chat.
Thank you, Anton, for being the initial sponsor of tonight's show. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Antoine for the $20 super cap. Thank you, bro.
Wanna be a baller, shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala, collar, getting late tonight. Push your road, I got spray vodka in the highway, making money to fly away, but there's gotta be a better way, yeah.
Shout out to Antoine.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Antoine, for the $20 super cap. Antoine is the initial and official sponsor so far of tonight's show. He said people are picking situations because it's safer, but it doesn't lead to stability. Marriage builds stability and foundation. Strong black men and strong black women working together build stronger black families.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Antoine, and I absolutely agree with you, my brother. Antoine is the official sponsor of tonight's show. To be a co-sponsor or to be an official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $20 or more. Thanks to our brother Antoine. I appreciate you, Antoine. Let's bring Antoine back up. There we go. Shout out to Antoine, man. Antoine is the initial and official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $20. So, yeah, that's what I feel. I think that the love, there's not a lot of love anymore. What do I mean by love? Am I talking about some mushy stuff? No. Talking about the level of care that men used to have for women and children. Can I tell y'all where I think a lot of this stuff went wrong? The men stopped actually working together. When men get it together, let me tell y'all something. When men work together, when men have more of a brotherhood and there's more they're more likely to talk with one another and pass on different like jewels and wisdom and stuff amongst one another, and men are actually working together, whether they agree or disagree, right? And the men amongst each other can respect one another. I truly believe by default, the community is going to be healthier regardless. I think that's where we kind of fell short. I think the men don't work together anymore. I think the men don't like each other anymore. I think there's a lot of division amongst black men. And therefore, women see this and it kind of actually trickles down, trickles down from the women and the children, right? Did I say that wrong? Just Jay, she said camaraderie free. Did I say that wrong? Camaraderie, not camaraderie, camaraderie. She said camaraderie free. No, not camaraderie. Camaraderie. My bad. My bad.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, shout out to Nightbreaker in the building. What's going on, Nightbreaker? Great to see you, man. Who else is in the building? Did I miss somebody? Kills. Shout out to Kills in the building. What's going on, Kills? Shout out to you. Yeah. And I think that is a part of that's a big part of the breakdown. You know. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. When it come down to being messy, if men haven't actually taken the mantle on that and surpassed women on that, men are like running a close second.
No Cap-tivity.
When it comes, you know, we don't care about being messy. We don't care about putting men on the spot. We don't care about making thumbnails about men. We don't care about, you know, getting gotcha moments. The honor is gone. The honor is gone. This whole time we've been focusing on women and wanting to tell our stories, our horror stories when, you know, and with our experience with our ex-wife or ex-girlfriend or something like that, and how they did us. You know, how she decided to leave me and she took the kids and how she won in family court. And how family court favors the women. But was there ever a way to reshape that and to improve that? Was there ever a way to improve it? I think there was a way to improve that. I think there still is a way to improve that. But the big question is the answers, those real answers. Do we really want them? Do we really want them? Are we willing to do what it actually takes? Are we willing to actually hear the answers and see it through? Which involves discipline, which involves the Most High God, which involves not coveting your neighbor's wife, not coveting your neighbor's belongings, not stealing from your fellow man, not committing adultery, sexual discipline, cutting down fornication, honoring your mother and your father, even if they weren't good mothers. How do you honor your mother and father? You learn how to be an exemplary man or exemplary woman. Right? Not worshiping idol gods. What could be an idol god? Money, fame, attention, clout. Were we ever prepared to actually address that? Have we heard these things in conversations? Have we heard these things in conversations? This is another question. Are these women that we've been talking about all this time, especially black women, are they just inherently evil? Are black women just inherently evil? Did they just come out of their mother's womb? Are black women just producing evil females by nature? If we listen to a lot of these conversations, it will have you thinking that, like, women just evil, Freezy. Come on, I mean, we just need to go our own way. Save yourself, you know? You know, the Western world has corrupted women, especially black women, Freezy. Don't deal with them. You're stupid if you do. And the fear factor is crazy. The fear factor is crazy. I will go as far as to say homosexuality amongst men has risen. I will go as far as to say that. Shout out to Eater Man in the building. He said, yup. Shout out to Eater Man, man. Great to see you, Eater Man. Anybody else came through? I try to recognize as many people as I can. Oh, shout out to my sister, Boricua Precioso. She said, hi, Freezy. How you doing, Boricua?
No captivity.
In the building. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters in the building. Let me tell y'all something, man. We've lost sight of this. Family, a healthy family, is a beautiful thing. Having a house and a home and a man putting charcoal on the grill and lighting the charcoal and building a fire and having meat seasoned, putting it on the grill and hearing that meat sizzle. And then, the wife preparing baked beans and deviled eggs and potato salad. It's a beautiful thing. And then the kids running around. Some of them might run around in the house, some of them might run around in the yard. And then you lock eyes with your wife, or even your fiance, or even your girlfriend who you plan to make her your wife. And you guys look at each other and she looks at you with much appreciation and you look at her with much appreciation. And she just goes back in the house while you just still on the grill flipping meat. That's a beautiful thing. And I think that picture is getting more and more lost. I don't even think men care about that visual anymore. I think men deep down inside, they want it, but the information that has been going out for so long has been so unprofitable. And it's been from men like we've been seeing from Myron Gaines, who has came up with all of these rules that men should follow when it comes to women. And the whole time, his girlfriend wasn't even exemplifying these rules. She was doing, she didn't even like him. Myron Gaines' girlfriend didn't even like him enough to have sex. He wasn't even making her have orgasms. She chose a construction worker over him. She left him. These are the men that men or young men have been listening to. Are men better now? Are they? Do men still like women? Do men still have a desire to fall in love? Let's not even get on the baby mama thing. Oh, if she got a child, if she got children, stay away. If she got a baby daddy, stay away. I'm going to tell y'all something, man. These conversations have become so cut and dry with no nuances. You're just guilty if you got a child. You just a no-fly zone if you got a. And listen, here's the thing. When I talk about women with children, I'm not trying to make men date women with children. I'm just saying, let's just be realistic. Because a lot of these women that you been jack off to on Instagram, they got kids. A lot of these women that, you know, you would salivate over, or, you know, you probably would approach in the grocery store or something, they probably have a child. Let's have real conversations. The climate that we're living in, we're not living in biblical times. We're living in very toxic, dysfunctional times where it's going to cause for a man to step in, a man that's full of order and discipline. And if he loves this woman enough, he's going to bring structure, love, right, and wisdom. And if she doesn't want to actually adhere to that, if she doesn't want to follow his lead, he doesn't have to deal with her, whether she has a child or not. That's a real conversation, right?
No captivity.
That's a real conversation.
No captivity.
That's a real conversation. Not just for the sake of it, demonizing people. That's what we've been witnessing for so long, just demonizing. She's a demon. She's a demon. You know what it used to be? It used to be, she's a maniac, maniac. That's what we used to hear. Now it's, she's a demon. I want to say something, man. My interaction with women on social media, all of these, let me tell you, all of these arguments and contentious back and forths that I've seen amongst men and women, I'm going to just be honest with y'all. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I'll just keep it 100. I don't even remember, I don't ever remember having just a all-out, knockout, drag-out argument with a woman on social media. I've had disagreements, right? And it has, you know, the conversation kind of got a little contentious, but I probably only had one or two of those in my, like, 4 or 5 years on YouTube. I haven't had a lot. You have to ask yourself why. Well, we know a lot of men will say, well, Freezy, it's because you're a simp. You're a simp, Freezy. That's how they chalk it up. That's how they explain it. No, it's way more intricate than that.
Super chat.
Shout out to Antoine for the $10 super cap. Thank you, my brother, for continuing to be the official sponsor of tonight's show. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
No captivity.
Antoine, thank you for the $10. He said, not all women. Oh, let me do this for Antoine.
Wanna be a baller, shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala, collar, get laid tonight. Push a rope, I got spray bike in the highway, making money to fly away, but there's gotta be a better way, yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to Antoine for the continued sponsorship. Antoine said, not all single mothers are divorced or got out of toxic relationships. Would you say the same thing about one that is a widow? Because every situation is different.
No captivity.
And that's a living fact, Antoine. Appreciate you, Antoine. Thank you for the super cap. For anybody that is compelled to support the show, if you like the information that's going, if you're just enjoying the show, or if you would like your comments to be read and highlighted, you can either leave a super cap, just like Antoine did, or you can leave a cash cap to $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. Or you can leave a PayPal to no captivity with freeze. That's no captivity with freeze without the Y. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. So, yeah, I just haven't had a lot of. I don't think I've had any like real serious blow ups with women on YouTube, let alone social media. And I have to ask myself, why? Am I a simp? Like I had to, you know, I had to look myself in the mirror and say, wait, hold on, wait. Are these guys onto something here? Is Freezy a simp for real? I might be a simp. But then I said to myself, I had to slap myself. Stop. You're letting them get to you, Freezy. You're letting these Manosphere maniacs get to you. I had to snap out of it. Of course you're not a simp. Of course you're not. No, what it is I've learned a level of wisdom. And I can attest, just me actually being serious about God and being sincere about learning what God wants from me as a man. It's just as simple as that, right? And I fear God. I really do have a fear of God. A lot of times throughout the years, you know, when I've hit these panels, I don't really hit a lot of panels anymore. I just don't have a desire to, you know. But a lot of times when I have hit panels, I want to talk about what God wants. Some men might feel like, well, Freezy talk about God too much. I didn't even know that was a thing. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about what happened with somebody in this space or something? That's what you want to talk about that? You want to gossip about that as a man? That's what you want to do as a grown ass man? You want to beef with another man on YouTube? That's what you want to do? You want to crack on each other like we in a lunch? I'm saying that's what y'all, you know, as you get older, I'm gonna just speak for myself. As I get older, I want to do man shit. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. As I get older, I have more of a desire to do man shit. Right? Because it matters. It matters.
Am I lying?
It doesn't matter.
Am I lying? It do matter! It does matter! It does matter!
What is wrong you just said?
It does matter! Am I lying?
It matters. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I want to be a good man. And I want to be a good husband. I want to know how to love my wife properly. I want to, whatever, you know, if we did have any humps or bumps in the road, I want to know how to get over them constructively. That's what I want to do. I mean, listen, I don't think it's a bad thing to be macho. You know, I think a woman appreciates a man with an element of macho-ness in, you know, about him. You know, manliness, you know. But it has become such a bad thing and a critical thing to be a loving, responsible man for your woman. And the reason is because, and this is what men say, Freezy, if we be like that towards women, they're going to rake you across the coals. They're going to take you for everything you got. They're going to take at least 50% of your belongings and possessions and your money, Freezy. It doesn't profit a man. What profit a man to love a woman and lose his soul? They've even made new Bible verses. Yeah, that's a Bible verse. They've made a Manosphere Bible verse. What profit a man to actually love a woman and lose his soul? That's a real Bible verse. That's a real Manosphere Bible verse, you know. And then, you know, what it does is it has instilled a lot of fear in these young men. And now what do we have? We have a lot of young men that just want to, you know, use women for sex. Get their rocks off. Get that pussy. Get that pussy.
This one here for the thug.
And that's what, you know, that's when you see a lot of these men, you know, that's when you see most of these men get the most excited about women. Y'all ever realize that? You know there's something wrong when the most you see men get excited is when they talk about pussy. I mean, they say it with, you know, a lot of energy, you know. Shout out to my brother, Coach Ferg in the building. What's going on, Coach Ferg?
No Cap-tivity.
I'm going to put the link in the chat. And if anybody wants to come up and, you know, have this conversation with me and tell me what went wrong, what do y'all think went wrong? You know, let's just cross our legs and have a mature, grown-up conversation, man. That's all. Let's see. Here we go. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, y'all.
Yeah. You can't try me, no captivity. Freezing. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, but speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. Swing like a slide. Was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me? Hell no, I'm not a saint, but God bless me. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. I'm tripping that stick, keep my mind in tow. I'm cleaning my step, cause my tight is tight, so tight I can't guard. None of the ones smoking in, that's right, riding newly. That's good life is a movie. Who else can speak up on that? Ooh, ooh. They know you should like, comment, subscribe, it's all be. You can't try me, no captivity. Freezing, I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. No captivity. Freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets.
Shout out to my sister, Just J in the building.
No captivity.
Just J, I don't know why it's saying, let me see if they can hear you. Okay, wait, can they hear you now? No. I got this thing that I'm playing. I know why. This thing that I'm playing. Okay, yeah, it was a MP4. It was a video. Every time I play one of these videos, it automatically mutes your sound for some reason. I don't know why it does that.
Well, you know, I mute when I come in automatically, though.
Oh, you do?
I do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to take that function off. Every time I play like an MP4, it automatically mutes the guest. I don't know why it does that, man. I don't
Maybe
know
it's
why
a
it does.
precaution. But anyway, how you doing?
I'm doing. How you doing, sis? That's a more
I'm doing
important
all right.
question.
I have no complaints. I am well.
Yeah. So I had been like kind of alluding to this. So I said, you know what? Why not make this a topic tonight? because I really wanted to know what everybody think. Because the Manosphere, I was going to say the Manosphere has had a chokehold on a lot of these men. I was going to, is that over exaggerating? Maybe they did. Manosphere has had what you think? You think the Manosphere has had a chokehold on a lot of these men the last 10 years, sis?
I would say so, but I'm not someone that has benefited from that space. So I think that the way I view it is going to be a little bit different. And the only reason why I would agree with what you said as far as a chokehold, just meaning, in my opinion, it is something that I don't necessarily want to say stagnant, right? Because I'm on the outside looking in, and then you have some people that feel like if you wasn't immersed in that particular thing, you can't speak on it or have a viewpoint. And the only reason I say I would agree with the chokehold is because I'm not necessarily seeing what some of them claim to be striving for. I know part of it was them having, like, I guess, like, it was about personal development is what I got from it, right?
Yeah.
And for the hardcore people, I'm not trying to speak for the Manosphere or nothing. I don't really care about the space like that, right? But I surmised that it was about personal development. But I guess my issue with that is, for me, it ain't really rocket science, right? Like, if you're oozing disdain, resentment, et cetera, like at least what I view to be resentment and disdain and all this other stuff, like, to me, that is not a sign of growth, in my personal opinion, right? Some people may view it different. I also understand the need for catharsis, right? And so I was talking to Q in the chat about it. Like, some of these spaces and these conversations, although they're circular, I think that they're cathartic for a lot of people, right? Like, it's a release of pent up frustration and energy. But to me, that is just treating the symptom. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's just gonna circle back, and you're gonna have that built up energy again, and you're gonna need to hit another release valve. So to me, that's why it doesn't seem to progress. So that's why I would say, yeah, it's a chokehold.
Yeah, I think that I think the creator actually made men innately to be protectors. He made men on an average stronger than um women and children. And I think, it was designed that way for the greater purpose. But I do think that, especially in westernized society, men have gone out of that purpose for their own personal plights. Their own, like, more so because the rhetoric and the tone that I've been kind of actually hearing lately, the past 10 years, is live your life, live your best life, men. Don't be investing in women and, even children. F them kids. I've been hearing a lot, you know, it's almost like, how they say girls trip. It's like it's been men's trip.
Right.
Like, or boys trip, not girls, not men's trip, boys trip. It's like, yeah, take a boys trip. Let's go on a boys trip. Get your passport, boys, and let's hang together and let's go. Let's go meet some loose women and have the time of our life. Damn women
Right.
and children and households. We're tired. It's almost like, how women they kind of used to be like that too, as far as the liberation movement and stuff like that. It almost seems like I don't really, I know there are some still feminists out there, but this manosphere movement is almost kind of like a liberation male feminist movement.
Right. I would
feminist.
definitely agree with that.
What's the male? Feminine and masculine. A masculinist. Is that a word?
I mean, I make up words all the time. I could rock with it.
Masculinist movement. Yeah, we just made that up right here on No Cap-tivity. Yeah, we just made that.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, a masculinist movement. Yeah, go on boys trips and stuff.
Well, that's what cracked me up with. So to your point about that, right? I think in general, right? And I don't know if it's just, if you look at things like just throughout history, right? And so I think that what we're dealing with, like I've come to like I'm resolved in the idea that this is a period of time that is just it's akin to the same way we read books about different eras, before
Yeah.
us. I do think that this is the particular era we're in, and it sucks for me because I don't want to be in it. But I think that it is what it is, right? Whether you had a depression era, whether you had the whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I think that this is something that's gonna be in books. It may not just be worded that way, right? But I can imagine moving forward,
Oh, this gonna
there'll
be
be a time
Great
where
Depression Part 2 for sure. You best believe that.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. They gonna talk about the decline of births and all that kind of stuff, right? It's gonna be in
Yeah.
books later, right? It's because it's a whole movement, right,
Yeah.
amongst men and women with this whole just be like to me, it's very hedonistic, right? To be hedonistic is to lean towards what is pleasurable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure don't, in my opinion, right? Pleasure don't really have nothing to do with duty. It has nothing to do with being committed to a thing or seeing a thing through, or like pleasure doesn't necessarily, like, to me, pleasure is fleeting, right? It's not something that is,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't speak to stability, right?
Right.
And so anyway, to your point about the guys going on the boys trip and stuff, I find it interesting. And I just like personally, I find it irksome when you have men and women speaking on people's households as if they in households, right? Of course, we
Mm-hmm.
speculate and we just have general conversations. Like to me, that's one thing. And then it's a whole nother thing to speak to people's lives as if they are in the house, right?
Yeah.
People intimate relationships have layers and complexities that are not going to be just readily assessed from the outside. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
so it's amazing to me when you have women and men telling people what they need to do in the relationships they're in. I just find it very strange.
Yeah.
Like it is just very effing weird to me. Because at the end of the day, these same men, oh, he need to divorce her. He needed this. He should have this. He just okay. So he could come over your house and cuddle with you. He could spoon with you. You. Look, I'm trying to be nice. I'm just saying. What you gonna get on your knees for him? I'm
That's what
just
I was
saying.
saying earlier. I was like,
I don't know
okay,
why these do like they'll encourage that
but hold
foolishness,
on.
but
Look
guess what? You
look,
got to do your thing.
that's kind of what Kevin Samuels was kind of alluding to, though. When he was like living, he was telling women, "Hey, we don't, at the end of the day, if worse come to worse, we really don't need y'all. Men could take care of each other, and if, even if we wanted sex and there was no women, in existence, men could actually, satisfy one." When he went there,
Mm.
you know how you kind of turn your head sideways and still be looking forward
Scooby
with your
Doo.
eyes.
Yeah, Scooby Doo.
Yeah. And I would say, I was saying to myself, I was like, so men are really, to prove a point, willing to take it that far to um to put fear in women. And here's the senselessness and the foolishness in that. I don't think that shit moved women not one bit. When women,
No.
I think what it did to women was the same thing it did to me. What
Yep.
the hell? I think that's what women said. Man, what's wrong with this nigga?
Listen, it probably was a mass Scooby Doo head turning epidemic. You know what I'm saying? Because it definitely
As a
left me like side eyeing all kinds, like what is going on in the world. And I don't want to get too much into Kevin and his talking, but he was saying something
yeah.
about like when the men, don't quote me because I honestly didn't watch his content, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying something about like when the men went off to war, they had, I forget what they called them young boys that people would just pretty much get off with, like they was a whole, I forget the name, somebody will
Oh
probably say it in the chat,
yeah.
but he was speaking to the, and it's like, like I don't even know, like I try to have understanding, right, because I understand the level of desperation and the level of, I don't, I don't know, I haven't been that frustrated with the opposite sex yet, you feel me, but maybe there's some people that have reached that point. But to what you were saying though, well, I guess the point I was making about, just speaking to people's relationships and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. When it comes to dudes, right? As
Mhm.
much trash as these people talk. Well, first of all, you know me, I ain't got a team, right? Because I say even amongst the brotherhood, you got a whole circle of brothers. Throw a piece of coochie in the middle of that circle and watch what happens. Listen, these people gotta stop. Because at the end of the day, we're human and it is what it is. But to me, it just speaks to the desire for people to connect. You know what I'm saying? Um, it ain't like I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people talk a lot of mess and lie. And I think that people try to convince themselves. I think more than anything, they become deluded because they want to convince themselves that this is something that they don't want when they actually truly do want it.
Mhm.
One thing I always told myself is I would never lie to myself. I don't care what's going on in the world. It would be remiss of me. It would be foolish of me. It would be delusional of me. And I don't like to play with my mental like that. To lie to myself and tell myself I don't want a thing when I know it's a desire that I have for my life. You feel me? That doesn't mean that everything you want in life is going to happen, right? But what
Mhm.
it does mean is I'm not going to sit here, you know how some people get up on the internet and try to act tough like they don't care, and they probably could be one of the most sensitive people out there, right? But they'll
Yes.
act like they don't give a fuck about nothing. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Well, I mean, if we're gonna keep it real, you do. You know, like I mean, it's just
They
coping
wouldn't they
mechanisms
wouldn't have
to
been
me.
having these conversations for so long if they didn't give a fuck.
Exactly. There
Yeah.
is no way I would talk that much about something I don't care nothing about.
Yeah.
There is no way, but to me, it just speaks to the fact that this is something that people truly do want. And I think some people just have tried to resign themselves to an idea,
Mhm.
but that idea, to me, the foundation is rooted in that delusion. And to me, this is why you get the result, because it's not like you're holding it with a level of sincerity. You feel me? Like you're
Yeah.
not holding it with a level of just genuine goodwill. Like this, I'm speaking from my heart. This is what I desire for my life. Like they're not coming from that place. They coming from a place of maladaptive coping. Like I'm gonna act like I don't want this thing when I really do, and that's why stuff don't hit the same, right? So like how you were saying how you could peep a lane, because at the
Yeah.
end of the day, people try to deny energy. You can't deny energy.
Well,
Eat
here's the
like
thing.
like like
Here's the
you
thing. Let me
got it.
say that. Shout out to Next Level. What's going on, Next Level? Great to see you, man. Shout out to my brother in the building, Next Level.
Hey, 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 hey.
What I was gonna say, shout out to Boot Camp. What's going on, Boot Camp? And Genesis, I am. Shout out to all of y'all, man.
No
Shout out to
captivity.
Genesis. I was gonna say this, sis. I was gonna say so like you said, uh, a lot of good stuff, right? And
Mhm,
this is how I'm thinking. First, I want to start with this.
mhm,
If you're a one thing I always found weird was if you're a married man and you're at the forefront of a lot of these conversations and you call
mhm,
yourself like King Manosphere and you in the Manosphere, especially Black Manosphere and all that kind of stuff, and you just representing, Red Pill and Manosphere. I've always taken that to be very weird to me. I'm gonna tell you why.
mhm,
Because if you're a married man and if you know, and if your marriage is if you've been having a great experience in your marriage, you shouldn't be talking about uh you shouldn't be actually uh ailing the division amongst especially black men and women, or even just men and women in general, all races, right? If your marriage, if you've been having a good, what is it called, experience in your marriage, you should be online telling me how good it is. Like you should be telling men, man, this is how good it can get. This is how good it is. This is my marriage is like this, and I want this for y'all. This is how you make it happen. This is what I did, you know. This is how I have like solace with my wife and peace in my house, and you know, it you know, it's just it could be real good. It could get real good because I'm telling you, I experienced that. If you're a married man and you actually have good experiences in your home with your wife and your marriage, why would you? Let me ask you this, sis. Why would you be online still angry and like, you know, kind of like, you know, all we, you know, most of what we hear is doom and gloom, and you know, you're promoting the, you know, not, not really being with women like that and taking women serious, and you're saying, you know, you're not really talking positive about marriage. You're putting a lot of fear in men as far as like being with women and having serious relationships and being in marriages and stuff. If you're having a great time in your marriage and you have a good experience, wouldn't that bleed into your conversation? Just Jay, what do you think about that?
Okay, so let me tell you, okay, bro, let me tell you about this chicken spot that I love to go to, right? I go to
Okay.
this chicken spot. I've been going to this chicken spot for the past 10 years. Every time I buy a 3-piece from them, the chicken dry as hell, it's greasy, the bread and then shit be falling off. They always forget to give me my biscuits, but I still go there, and I've been going there for the past 10 years. So to your point, if something is so great, if something is so great, why would I expend so much energy being negative? Let me tell you what I personally think, and this is just an opinion. I think those people are fucking frauds. I think they're
Damn.
liars.
No Cap-tivity.
And they come and they purport themselves to be a fucking standard, right? These same people peddle poison. And as much as I have tried to just, oh, Jay, you too sensitive. Oh, Jay, it's just the internet. My standard for my life, my integrity won't allow me to just be okay with certain stuff. People are peddling poison, is what they're doing.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
They liars.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If my wife constantly heard me on this microphone screaming at my computer talking about uh these bitches ain't shit and men
Right.
need to do this and
You squabbling with them hoes every day. You quote unquote squabbling with hoes every day.
yeah, and you know, black women is the enemy, and you know, I don't blame men for dating white women, and get your passports, and I'm married. And my wife heard me screaming through the walls, saying this shit damn near several times a week. My wife will probably come in the room and say, so how long is you just gonna keep doing this?
Right.
Like, do you really
Let's
feel
be
like that
clear.
about marriage? Because I'm just saying, like,
Right.
is that your experience with me? I mean, because I'm
Right.
just
Like how you
saying
really feel about
you
me.
really talking like you really believe this shit you saying.
Right, exactly. Cause she gonna be side eyeing. Listen, let's be clear. You already know Miss Freezy is gonna be in the kitchen mixing them cakes, listening like, what in the hell is
Right.
this man talking about? What is this man talking about? She gonna be side eyeing the hell out of you for about a good week, and she might let it go, you know, depending on how patient she is. But like you say, And to your point, right? Like if I had that experience, I would be curious, and I would constantly, just the way I'm built, I would wonder if that was their experience with me, if that was how they saw me. Like I'm really trying to figure out how you really feel about me. Because to me, it's no different if I got up here and I went to hollering about the black man, every time I hopped up on this panel. That is strange to me. To me, that speaks to resentment. That speaks to disdain. That speaks to a I don't know what the word is for a strong dislike. I forget the word. It ain't coming to me right now. But it just speaks to like yeah, it's weird to me. And so I don't care how much I've tried to convince myself that oh these people just up here trying to make their money and this and that and that. Okay, so let's be clear, right? Like the way we think, like the way like how we feel and how we think, they interchangeable. You know what I'm saying? Like our thoughts
Yeah.
contribute to our experiences, right? So with that being said, me personally, even if I said like if I decided I wanted to be a grifter, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I wouldn't be able to come into a space, right? Grift, get my bag, say the things that I say, and it not affect me. Like now everybody different. Somewhere in the world is possible that some of these people can differentiate and turn a switch off when they log off, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the way I am, I don't see how I can allow certain words to come out my mouth on a regular
Well, I'm
basis,
gonna be honest with you.
damn near daily,
I
and
think
it
when
not
we
affect me.
I think when we hear that type of negative rhetoric so frequently from these men that claim to be manosphere leaders, and
Mhm.
they also went on record to say that they're married. I might be wrong, but if I could use my spidey senses, I think that's an indication of their personal experience at home. I'm just being
To
honest
me,
with you.
it's to me a lot of it is projection, and like I said, it's possible
Yes,
that a lot of these people could just be actors. But with the way some of these people
cause you
go
ain't just
in,
finna
it
be
be
married and be
so
no man activist or some shit. Like, I don't give a fuck.
right. Like
Nah.
it's just like in some of the scenarios and the hypotheticals and stuff just be so
Yeah,
specific. It be like, what this is weird. Like
yeah.
and shout out to Venus. That was the first time me going over there the other day. That was the first time I was on somebody else's panel in a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Aside from yours, like I haven't been around the YouTube streets in a long time, right? But it was a gentleman got on the panel and she was promoting like she was giving suggestions to a certain population, right? And I don't want to go too far because I'm trying to stay with what you got going on with your title, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
But people got on the panel and they detracted so much and derailed so much from what she was talking about. And people got on panels bringing up a bunch of hypotheticals that had nothing to do with nothing. So what if the mother's trying to take away the child and the way the person was explaining this scenario, it's like, okay, is this something that is actually personal to you or what? Like, so these people be doing a lot of projection. And I also think, Freezy, like some of these people haven't even had these experiences,
Mm-hmm.
but they have ingested so much of this poison that they have adopted these experiences as their own.
Oh shit, my bad. Go ahead, sis. Hit the wrong
Not
button.
to not okay, amen. Intermission. Praise God.
Nah, you hit the wrong button.
But they have adopted these ideas, these scenarios, these experiences that belong to other people. They have literally taken on them burdens as their own when some of these people don't even have these experiences.
Yeah,
They've ingested it so much to it's like they'll be speaking as if it actually happened to them. And to me, that's a part of quote unquote trauma bonding. You know what I'm saying? It is
I agree.
insane. You got dudes that's 20 years old talking about Oprah did this. Wait a minute, baby. You weren't even here with what you talking about.
What's
What you
that?
talking about color purple for? You weren't even here.
You talking about Oprah did this and she knows she did that?
You wasn't
Oprah.
even here. Like it is sad, but to me, that's a part of that. To me, since they like people like to talk about community, that's also part of communal. I said the word wrong, but that's a part of your like your responsibility to your community, right? Is not peddling poison. See, but that go to show you people don't be caring nothing about that. Like even these dudes be acting like they a brotherhood and whatever. Let a couple dollars get in the way, huh? Listen. Listen. They be throwing it in a circle, okay? Child, anyway. But I'm just saying. But yeah.
Oprah did
Hey,
this.
Sam.
They still
Yeah,
talking about
Oprah did
Oprah
it.
did this. Is it? You know,
Yeah. You weren't even here when that show aired. Whatever episode you talking about, you weren't even
they
here.
still
Like
talking
what are you
about
talking about?
Oprah. They still-
It's weird. But it goes to show you how they've adopted this hive mind, this maladaptive mob. This mob like this weird shit. It's weird.
yeah,
It's like a
Oprah.
principality or some
I ain't gonna
shit.
lie, Oprah traumatized a lot of dudes. Though. I ain't gonna lie. Oprah did. She traumatized. I ain't gonna lie.
Let me say
Shut.
this and I'm gonna let y'all go, right? For me, because I'm a woman, maybe I see because I take in consideration I'm not a man. So maybe the way I internalized those talk shows or whatever may be different, right? I don't take that for granted. So it's a
Yeah.
possibility simply because I'm a woman, I didn't interpret it that way. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But I just watching them shows, watching Color Purple and all that, I just never took all of that from those things. I ain't gonna hold you. I
Yeah.
found Danny Glover a little gross, but I never adopted this generalized blanketed experience that like I'm just not gonna put that like Mr. just on top of Sid. I'm not just gonna put that on every black man and now all these black men nasty because I watch Color Purple and Mr. is a dirty
Yeah.
one. You know? So yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think the whole story was told. Okay, they could make the argument saying, oh yeah, they painted a bad picture about black men and demonized black men on Color Purple. And they made Mister the representative of black men in America. Black women can say the same thing when it comes to uh, gangster music. Women have been objectivized for a long time, for years. You know what I'm saying? So I think people can make that argument on both sides. The point I'm trying to make is how long are we going to keep making these arguments? What is the goal? Who oppress who the most? Women. And I'm gonna be every time men make that argument saying that women oppressed us. That's just how crazy as hell to me. You are a man. Did we lose sight of that? I mean, they're not gonna come out and say it, but that's basically what they've been saying. Women have oppressed us.
It be cat on cat violence. You see how you were saying you ain't never been up here arguing with no woman and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You don't have that experience because what you was referring to is cat on cat violence. That's a different kind of violence. You don't relate because you would have to be a cat.
Well, see,
Yeah.
when they present it as women have oppressed them, which they're not going to just outright say that because it's going to make them look weak. But in a roundabout way, that's what we're hearing. What it really is you fell victim to the cat, and you like coochie, and you let your head down there override your head up here. And that's just basically what happened, you know what I'm saying? If you were dealing with a woman that was ill-advised for you to deal with, right? Because there are women out there that, we could safely say that, I wouldn't advise you to deal with her in a serious manner. But you continue to deal with her because, she probably sucked your dick good. Well, that's what I'm saying. Tell that story too. Don't just stop with she demonized, I mean not demonized me, but she what is it called? I don't want to keep saying oppress me, But what's a good thing? What's some of the things when guys say? She took advantage of me. She took advantage of me and she ran off with my money.
Mm-hmm.
But you basically, when you first met her, you basically had your hands in your pockets, like, I got it. That's what you know.
Look what I got.
Look what I got. Yeah, that's
Ooh.
what you did. Tell the whole story. A lot of these dudes, they're not qualified to actually get up on these soapboxes and talk. Look at what we just found out about Myron Gaines. He's talking about, he's telling men what men should be, what women should be doing, what they should not be doing, and everything he said what women should not be doing, we just seen proof that that's what his woman was doing the whole time. These guys aren't having realistic conversation. They just want to sound macho, and they want to present themselves as if there's somebody to look up to, and they want to present themselves as if they have the answers to women and the world of women. And we have the warlock answers. What is it called? Like, we have the wizard. We are the Wizard of Oz. Come to us. That's how they present them. I'm the Wizard of Oz. You need to go down this yellow brick road until you get to me. And when you get to me, I have the answers to the woman world. The answers you've always been looking for. Pay me, and I'll give you the
And
answer.
for $49.99, you can sign up for my course, and I can show you all the tricks of the trade to be a high value man and get the woman that you desire, and also how you can make 6 figures and up every year.
But you know what though, sis? That Wizard of Oz analogy was actually spot on. You want to know why? Cause on the Wiz, was it the Wiz, or when they actually got to the Wizard of Oz?
Mm-hmm. Child.
The Wizard of Oz was actually a fraud. It was a fraud.
A whole fraud.
A whole fraud.
Yes.
I just realized the moral to the Wizard of Oz story. I just realized it.
He was a deluded a figment of imagination.
That's what it and the Wizard of Oz had developed such a reputation all throughout. What was that? The land.
Yes,
what was that?
yes.
Was that what was that? Wisconsin? I forgot where that was.
I ain't gonna hold you. I never seen the Wizard of Oz. I grew up watching the Wiz. I've literally
Okay,
never
the
seen
Wiz,
the
yeah,
Wizard
the
of
Wiz.
Oz.
I seen both of them. It's the same. It ended the same way. The Wizard of Oz ended up being a fraud.
Yeah.
And that's what these guys are. That's what these content creators are. They're the Wizard of Oz. They present themselves as if they have all the wisdom. But if you pull back the curtains on the Wizard of Oz, you realize this dude down there about 3 feet tall and got this voice generator that made himself seem magical.
Now he got tiny legs at the bottom.
And tiny legs at the bottom. What do you think, Scam Likely? Are we dealing with the Wizard of Oz?
Not even. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Yeah. Well, going back to the original. Has the Manosphere made men better or worse?
Hold on before you go, Scam. Shout out to Boss Man, a.k.a. Christopher Mayberry in the building. What's going on, bro? I seen you early in the chat.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Scam.
Yeah, it made all the men and the women better. It fixed everything.
Oh, okay.
All the women are now feminine. Nobody's twerking. Everybody's now high value, and everybody's getting married at 96.3.2% rate. Yep, absolutely. Everything's under control. All you got to do is go find the one, beat over the head with these talking points. She's gonna fall and submit happily in love, and they're all traditional, just like in 1952. Here's the deal. This space is a lie. It always has been. It just so happens for some of us clowns, we find it entertaining, and some of us like the dust. So all of them that you're showing and all the people regurgitating all this stuff, it's a joke. And I'll throw the blackities in there too. It's a joke. Sometimes it gets to where it's actually not funny. But
wow,
people who are looking for information and to try to change their life and they coming over into these spaces, they're done. But why, if you really wanted to change your light, would you come to a dust panel? Dudes slobbering on the microphone, veins popping out their neck, yelling at women. Is that what you want your house to look like? Women yakking and quacking, yelling at the men. Would you want that? I mean, even at a kitchen table, is that what you'd ever even want? Talking points, stuff that don't even make sense and I ain't never even seen. I've never seen a divorce because a dude ain't making money. Never seen it. They woke up, he was making $58,000 when you met him, and now he's making $74,000 and you divorced him because there ain't enough money.
Mm.
Then she ended up being single and ain't got him no man. And he say money is the problem with all the relationships. Then you complain about the Pookie and Ray Rays banging on your chick. I mean, it gets so stupid. But yeah, it's just what it's gonna be. Now I find it entertaining sometimes, but how can I say it? I have dust hours, so I decide I just want to troll somebody to get off some dust. I cook the dust panels, and that's where it's at. But on a real level, when I look for information or learn or do something, I don't come over here. It's just to learn. The dust panel, what? Learn by accident on how bad things are or how people really feel, express emotions, pain, and all that. Yeah, you can learn. But I can also do some teaching maybe for those who want to listen. But so I don't know why. I guess the economy is getting bad. Yes, they're going into recession. There are some real things that are happening. SPX is still going up. There's a government shutdown. Food is getting contaminated like it always been. There are real things that are really going on that are actually important. But I think instead of that, we can spend 9 hours talking about what Russell Wilson's wife's vagina smell like, or what Aisha Curry said 7 years ago. And you ain't gonna never meet none of them. You can't get their wife, their kids, none of that. And you ain't gonna make none of their money. Or keep talking and keep regurgitating about they burnt Tulsa down in 1526. And you ain't never been to Tulsa. You ain't never been outside your city. You ain't have, or talk about the passport, bro. You don't even speak Spanish.
Let me show you this. I'm gonna show you and Just Jay this. So Kevin Samuels, you know his masculinity, to be fair, has always kind of been questioned a little bit. But what I'm seeing, a lot of these guys got a lot in common, man. You know, we talked about Myron from Fresh and Fit. You know, there's been allegations, whatever. But you know, whatever they're participating in, whatever floats their boat, I'm not here. You know, I'm not been here to judge them. You know, they're men. They can do what they want to do. You know, whatever. But one thing, you know, one guy I never looked into. Pause is Rollo Tomasi right there with his phone out. You know, see how he got his phone out like he's taking an Instagram picture.
For Freezy, I don't know who that dude is. Look like George Bush.
I
don't know these dudes.
Apparently, Rollo Tomasi. Apparently, Rollo Tomasi is like he's like one of the godfathers of Manosphere too, as well. He's like well known. I want to show you and Just Jay this. And I want to show the audience this right here. This Rollo Tomasi's Instagram, man. What just when you see this picture, what's the first thing what the first thing come to you? Just let's pretend you in class right now. Let's pretend you in art class. What's the first thing you see? What when it comes to you?
That's rather just kind of sugary. But Freezy, I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
Why do you have this picture?
I was just doing a little research. This is like a video thread.
I just got to ask because there could be a picture posted on Fortune 500.
Mm-hmm.
There could be a picture posted on healthcare, insurance claims.
Yeah.
I personally don't have pictures of a fruity dude in some gray pants. That's not in my computer. I don't know this dude.
To be honest,
I don't have any stuff.
I don't know his sexual.
Myron Gaines, somebody could have stuck their forearm all the way down his. I don't know what these people are doing.
I don't know his. To be honest, I don't know his sexual preference. But
I don't know who he is.
What I'm trying to, this is what I'm trying to point out. That one that ain't that bad. That one that look a little regular, man, you know. But this is what I'm pointing out right here. These are the men that have been leading this Manosphere march for years, over a decade.
If it's going into a ditch and people going, does it matter who leads it? Does it matter if it was a woman? Does it matter if it's a 14-year-old leading it, if it's going into a ditch anyway?
I'm not going. You're right about that. I agree with you on that.
Now, if you just want some dust or the troll, just, you know, I get it.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Scam. If you're married and you have a pleasant marriage, you know, every marriage is not going to be perfect, right? Every marriage is going to have some type of bumps in the road. Every blue moon, every now and then, right? We know that.
No, Manosphere marriages are perfect. What are you talking about?
Come on.
No, they're perfect. They're traditional. What are we talking about? You didn't know that?
Here's the thing. Okay, so this is what I want to say. Hold up. Give me the thumbs up, sis, before I break. You know, I got to get your permission first. Okay, gotcha. Let me put let's sandwich my sister. Let's sandwich her.
That's Jay, one of my favorite people. How's it going?
Isn't just Jay beautiful, man? She just,
that's my buddy.
I see why these guys be foaming over my sis, man. Yeah, listen, y'all stop getting my sister inbox and stuff. All right? Real. But
the thing about just Jay, I don't how to say it. The anger committee don't like just Jay and they want to fight for some reason. But just Jay always got that smile, that energy. Just Jay is cool. She don't bother nobody.
Well, just Jay ain't gonna bother nobody unless you bother her. That's just, you know, that's just how she always been.
But thank you. I'm glad y'all know. But to me, I think that's a part of the narratives, right? Like
your mic sounds muffled, just Jay. I don't know what it
sounds like. She's talking into her computer and not a microphone.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. But why Just Jay getting that together, Scam? You never answer my question. What do you think a man that's married, and Just Jay, you can chime back in once you get it together. A man, let's just say man or woman. Let's just take it off of man. Man or woman that's married and they legitimately are experiencing having a pleasant experience in their marriage. They have a healthy marriage, a lovely marriage, and they have no complaints in their marriage. Do you think that person would have the energy to constantly get online and exude resentment and bitterness and just doom and gloom when it comes to the opposite sex?
Probably you think that's not.
Okay.
The only thing that I might could see is this. Two people who are equally yoked in some bullshit. Like the man hates black women or hate women or whatever. The woman also hates women. So they together get up and lie and do whatever. And they want some money. So they grab a microphone, start yelling about the women twerking and they ain't traditional, they ain't this, and they don't do what I want them to do, something wrong with them. And it makes money. And they do it. Not realizing there's kids listening in the back, and that goes in their subconscious mind. So you kept saying black woman ain't this. I hate you because you're black.
Right.
Knowing your daughter 15.
Right.
And she's going through some things. She knows she can't come and talk to you. So she got to just nod her head and go along with the whatever and then curl up in the bed. Like, what the hell am I going to do?
But you brought up a good point, Scam. You're also a parent. You're not just a husband. You're a parent too. Why wouldn't you be cognizant of that? Why wouldn't you have it in your head like, yeah, I ain't finna be talking like this around the house, and my voice is raised, and I'm pretty sure they can hear me through the walls. I don't want my kids to hear me talking like, I don't want my wife to feel like I actually have these views about marriage and women, and you understand what I'm saying? Like I started kind of looking closely at that dynamic, and it just didn't sit well with me. I was like, hold on, something ain't right here,
Well, a couple things that do matter that aren't talked about.
Because I'm married. I wouldn't even. I don't even think about talking like that. Like I understand that there are a lot of relationships that's dysfunctional, and there are people that men and women should avoid. But I do think that there's a constructive way to explain this. To explain this. You understand what I'm saying? Like I'm not going to have a gender war conversation. I'm going to have a relationship conversation, not a gender war conversation. You understand what I'm saying? It always seemed funny to me for a married man to have gender war conversations and to promote gender war conversations. I just didn't understand, never understand.
Well, it's a few other things. Greed and power, or fictional acceptance and all that. Realize there's a lot of people lacking identity. But if you can grab a microphone and say some things, get people nodding their heads and feed into it, and now they saying you the man on some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
There's people who lack identity or have a greed for power or for validation and all that. And if it pays also and there's some money into it, that's what they're going to do. And the woman in the back room, she could be cussing them out, but hey, you know what? We beat each other last week. I cheated on you 4 weeks ago, but if you can get on the internet and lie and bring some money in the household, go for it. Because I mean, if nothing is grounded or founded on nothing,
you know what? That make a lot of sense, actually.
What difference if me and Just Jay?
I don't know if you trolling right now or not, but you actually just.
I'm saying me and Just Jay married. I beat her last week. She cheated on me with Antoine and Blaze McElroy 3 weeks ago.
Damn.
She sold the couch to go buy some, I don't know, organic weed. Everything all over the place. One of the kids ain't mine. The other kid out there somewhere. What difference does it make if you selling bullshit on the internet? Why not grab a microphone and start, you ain't traditional. Modern women submit to a wall. Look at Aisha Curry. One of her toenails ain't right. Steph Curry should divorce. Why not? If people are so, that's what they want to hear for 9 hours. Look at the whites. Look at the black kids. What difference does it make? Versus, if you're really trying to have a conversation or a problem, like real life, aside from the dust, I talk to people in real life. They have problems. It's like I have problems. What is the problem?
Hold on, Scam. Isn't there something wrong? Isn't there something wrong with that too? If you're doing this to make money and your wife is in on it, I think that's problematic too.
They ask for submission. I don't know.
No, but what I'm saying is you're telling, like, okay, in the privacy of your own home, you're telling your wife, yeah, I'm about to go lie to these niggas again. Get this money. Get that money, baby. Get that money.
Freezy, 3 months later, Keep It Real podcast, Tony, Joe Masculine, exposed. Find out his baby mama got 3 wigs stacked on top of each other and stabbed somebody in the alley. Then they go back and forth with the other dude about how masculine he is. 6 months later, you don't hear from him. Then a new dude comes up. I'm 24 and I married a woman from Brazil. And she's reading the script. All's traditional. I do everything he says because he black. Then he beats her. They find him in the alley somewhere. They going back and forth. You fake. You ain't really from the streets. 3 months later, the same thing. This has been going on since forever. He yelling at her, you won't fly out to my city, knuckle. Oh, yeah. Well, I saw you. Here's your jail records. Here's your house getting foreclosed. But like when I'm really looking for stuff on YouTube, like it could be stock or options or something else, how to fix this on the car, something with the house, something with the kid, how to be a better listener, how to do something. You go direct to the source, you hear some things, look at that, some opposing, and then you form your own opinion. But When you're looking for junk, that's probably what you're going to find. Now, if I'm looking for dust, now my thing with dust, I come in, I do my dust, and I get up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now is entertainment hour. I'm looking for dust. But I don't marinate in this junk and start making laws and Bible quotes out of it. If a woman does this, you got to leave her. You got to start shucking and jive. Protect yourself, man. And I don't live in that world. People arguing about coffee dates, coffee or a steak. And it's a $15 difference.
Yeah.
But you'll spend 30 super chatting for the dudes that's arguing about it. What? Dudes talking about, well, the girls all selling booty for $40. Then they talking about the dates is $200. How you going on a date paying $200 if you can buy the booty for $40? Y'all ain't never questioned these talking points? And they marinating this year after year, just nod their head, yup, that's what's going on. So if 70% of the women is divorced and leaving the man in the gutter, when? That means 3 out of 10 conversations should be about them 30% of women, right? Where them conversations at?
That's a good point.
Said 70%.
Yeah.
But y'all heard 70, y'all turn it into 100. And let's say it was 100. Let's say they all leaving the man. Then what's there to talk about? They're going to leave your ugly ass. Why you... So what you wasting your time for?
Let me ask.
It's all just Jay's fault anyway, but you know.
Let me ask Just Jay the second part of the question in the title. Just
Please
Jay
tell me it sounds okay.
Yeah, you sound perfect.
Okay, awesome.
Sound perfect. The second half of the title, Just Jay, from a woman's point of view. And just try your best, you know. Do you think women respect men more now after the, let's say, the aftermath of Manosphere?
If she says something, I can't hear her.
No, she's just thinking. She just thinking.
No.
Okay. Damn. All right.
But I would say that's for the women though that have been exposed to such content. I hope my camera not sticking. This computer acting goofy.
No,
But,
actually is very good.
Okay. But there are some women who haven't been exposed to this type of content. I think it's definitely bleeding more offline, you know, but there are some people who have no idea that this type of stuff exists, you know. But I definitely don't think that whatever this is has helped in the area of respect.
Do you think that
Generally
just
speaking.
from you witnessing these conversations and taking part in some of them, is that what you was getting, that men wanted more respect from women? Do you think that was one of the goals, to garner more respect from women?
I'm not sure if that was a goal per se. I do think that under the surface, that is a desire that some people had, you know, regardless of how they went about it, right?
Yeah.
If I could take the time to look at both sides, I think that on some level that was people's what's the word? I guess like that was their way of crying out their desire for respect or acknowledgement, or at the end of the day, validation. Like people love to act like they don't look for validation, but to me, that is looking for validation. It doesn't matter how you go about it. To me, under the surface of it all, it is someone that still wants to be seen or acknowledged for a thing. Do I think some of it is delusional? Yeah, I do. But yeah, I think I can't say it was an active goal. To me, it was more, or what I perceive, right? It's more about like Scam say, it's more about beating people over the head. Like it's more about this caveman type behavior. Like why one would think that they need to force, like, because to me you can't force a person to respect you. Like it's just something that is or it isn't. You know what I'm saying? And I think that some people are misguided and think that if they demand something like respect, which is a core value, like that's an intrinsic thing. Like I think that they're misguided to think that if they demand these things that they're going to get what they want. I think it really, at the end of the day, it's about control, really. Like
it would be nice to get respect just because I'm a man. Just because. I mean, that would be nice. Just because I just show up in the room and just because I'm a man, I should get respect. Do you think that's realistic, Jay?
I don't think it's realistic at all. I think it's entitled and I think it's delusional. I think there is a level of civility, right? Like when you on your grown person, you like you trying to be a grown person, you being an adult, you're being a responsible citizen in the world, right? There's a level of civility that you offer on GP, right?
Yeah.
That to me that has nothing to do with respect. I think it's delusional. I think I just find it very weird. Like I come up here, like to me that's no different than me coming up here and saying, like I'm gonna handle y'all any kind of way, right? Just talk to y'all any kind of way, get sideways, get disrespectful, unprovoked, unwarranted, and then tell y'all that y'all need to bow down because I'm a woman. That ain't how the world works. Like people got mental illness out here. Unmanaged.
Shout out to Melissa in the chat. Shout out to Melissa going hard for the men in the chat. Melissa, you a woman? You going hard, but shout out to you, Melissa. Well, I was gonna say this. Even in biblical times, it was always expected for men to work for what they wanted and needed. Whatever it was, men expected to work. This was the whole reason why men was expected to give dowries to women's fathers, because hey, you have to prove yourself. Hey, listen, you want my daughter? Guess what? You got to work for it. You got to, upon my request, if you're willing to do it, guess what? I will probably consider, you even having my daughter's hand in marriage. I think what it is for what's gotten away from a lot of men. I think a lot of men have become entitled. I think there's a lot of spoiled brats out here. And what I've noticed on a lot of panels is that exactly, it's about a lot of spoiled brat behavior. Men should work for what they want and desire, even if it's from a woman. It doesn't stop. The work doesn't stop. And I think it should be that way. I think women should see that quality in a man where he's willing to work, right? It's not even like provision should be automatic, but I think women respect men just for the willingness to say, hey, I'm going to go to work and I'm going to put things together to make sure we're okay, even the kids. And then as he does that, he accumulates a lot of wisdom and knowledge. I think women expect men to make mistakes. I don't think like making mistakes is a bad thing, especially if it doesn't put your family in like extreme jeopardy and stuff. Men are going to make mistakes. We're going to cut ourselves cleaning fish. We're going to you know what I'm saying? Like we're going to
that's normal. Like that's a part of the human experience. Anybody with balance or anybody who has an awareness for like just how we evolve, how we grow as individuals, like to me those things are understandable, right? But when you even talk about mistakes, right, you'll have somebody use dumbass like examples of yeah, we've been together for 10 years, but I cheated on you for 8. Forgive me, move forward. Like just simple basic reciprocation a lot of these people do not get, and it's just stupid to me. Like a lot of people out here are remedial and regressed as hell in their thinking. To me, it's common sense. If I respect you as a human being, above all this, whatever, all these little categories, you feel me? If I'm looking at another human being, what in my mind makes me think that it is okay for me to give a thing and then not expect to receive that same thing, or if I receive that same thing, all of a sudden I'm appalled. Like Freezy, I've been in conversations online where somebody will tell me I'm a man. They like what? Okay, but you just called me everything but a child of God, and then you go tell me I'm a man, like you trying to put me in my place, bitch. You a stranger. Like what are you talking about? You a disrespectful ass stranger. But this to me speaks to delusion. If I go outside and decide to get crazy with the police right now, and they decide to tase me or whatever happens, then all of a sudden they come out, oh, she had mental health issues. She was there. She was there. Do they have time to assess all that information? No, they don't. That is going to be the response. So I don't understand why people come with a level of churlish, right? That's the word. They come with this old nasty ass, mean spirited energy about them. They're not genuine. They're not sincere. They're really not trying to have a productive exchange. And then they're appalled when they get the certain results that they get. It is very idiotic. And at the end of the day, if people look up what validation means, that's what I'm saying. It'd be simple stuff. If me talking right now, I am looking to be heard. I ain't get up here and just say, oh, I'm just going to talk and I hope everybody ignores me. Like me being up here and wanting to be heard, that is some form of validation.
And men should hear you. I mean,
but people act like, see, that's what get on my nerves with people. They listen, people crazy as hell. You can't talk to me about no community and all this other stuff and then sit here and act like people don't look for validation. It's idiotic. It's stupid. It's dumb. And I think that people are so focused on being right, being the smartest one in the room. Freeze it. It takes nothing from me. And I done had conversations with you. It takes nothing from me to say I messed up. Yeah, I could have did that better. Like what? That don't take from the essence of who I am as a person. You have some people that are so fragile that they cannot see how they contribute to detriment, to unproductive experiences, unproductive exchanges, negative. Like they can't own none of their L's. To me, it takes more bravery to own your shit, look at your shit, say, hey, this is what I need to work on. This is how I can improve. This is how I could, be a better person or whatever. Like to me, it actually takes more strength. It takes more awareness to do that than for me to sit up here and say, I ain't got no problems. I'm a mother. I take care of my kids and I don't need to grow and I don't need to do nothing. But like these people, listen, that's why certain people can't talk to me. The people that can actually talk to me are people that have awareness. So that's why a lot of these conversations are all for naught. Because if you don't have awareness, you can't tell me shit.
Awareness is a very powerful word. Rush, we got Rush Enterprise Stars in the building. What's going on with you? What you say now, brother?
Yo, what up, salute. What's poppin', Freezy, man? It's
What's
always good to
poppin',
be in the
cat?
building. Man, I'm out here, tapping in, man. You always dropping these classic records, you heard?
Let's get it, man. What's your thoughts on the topic tonight, man? I know you've been listening.
Yeah, I've been listening for a little bit, man. When I kind of want to chime in and give my two piece on this joint right here. But yeah, as far as like the Manosphere, man, yeah, I think they helping out dudes to yo, you funny, man. They're helping out dudes, to stay sucker free and all that. Know what I mean? And the second subject matter, do women respect men? I think I don't even think it's just a woman thing, man. I think people in general don't respect each other, man. I mean, the shit I be seeing out here, man, it's nasty work, man. And I be in the trenches, man, due to my occupation and all that. So, yeah, man, I think we need to, work on, respecting each other, man, and what I'm saying, show each other some love, man. You know what I mean?
So you think men should work on respecting women more too.
Yeah, most definitely, bro. Most definitely.
What does that look like to you, Rush? What does it
What do
look
you,
like for a man to actually respect a woman?
oh, you want me to give you an example?
Yeah, because my question on the title was just do women respect men more right now? But you kind of actually introduced. You said we need to respect each other more, and I agree with that. So, what does that look like for a man to respect a
Yo,
woman?
not to not to be in an unruly manner with her, you know what I mean? Don't
Yeah.
do nice things for a female. Don't, because you got a lot of suckers out here fronting like they're a nice guy, but really they not really like that. Like they scheming, know what I mean? And the whole plot to the game is to try to get the buns. You know what I mean? I think, men should be more genuine when they look out for, a female. Learn how to speak to each other politely. I mean, just basic shit, man. Just have decorum. You know what I mean? Nowadays, man, people don't got no sense of decorum for each other now, man. Shit is crazy out here, man. It's nice, nasty work out here. You heard?
Yeah. I think a lot of respect has gone out the window. I don't even think we even care about the respect factor anymore. I think it's more about what we can get out of a situation.
Yeah, man. Like on some grimy shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
most definitely. Like
Definitely on some grimy
um,
shit now. Yeah.
yeah, man. Like it's like people just if somebody gonna do something good for somebody, man, there's a scheme behind it, man. It's not even on some real genuine. You know what I mean? Pardon me for the profanity, but it's really not a genuine situation, man. There's a plot to the scheme. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And so that kind of adds to the distrust amongst the genders. I think that's kind of fuels the gender war too.
And yo, you know what, Freezy, man? You know what I noticed now, man? It's
Go
like,
ahead.
yo,
What you think?
like, and this on some normal, like, this goes for the men and women, right? Like, if you were to tell somebody to do something, like to follow simple directions, they have such a rebellious spirit where they go against the grain on purpose, man. Like, they don't even want to follow directions anymore. You know what I mean?
You talking about
And it's
women?
just like, well, that's crazy to me, man. Like, how can you expect to become a great leader when you can't do basic things to follow? Before you become a great leader, man, you got to be a decent follower first. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who are you referring to? Like an example
Yo,
that you.
everybody in general, bro. Like nobody, like it's like nobody could take uh criticism anymore. Nobody want to follow directions no more. Like everybody just kind of like want to be
When
a
you
chief,
think
man.
about that, who's the main gender you thinking of when you say that?
Man, both genders, man. Yo, out here is nasty work, fam. Word is born. Like
Shout out to
I ain't gonna hold you.
Jalen in the building. What's going on, Jalen? Great to see you. So you saying so because we hear all the time women don't want to follow a man's lead. That's kind of been lost in today's society. So are you saying that men have a big problem with like following as well?
Yeah,
Following
man. They
leadership?
got yeah, man. Because you got some niggas out there acting like some bitch ass nigga. You know what I
Damn.
mean? Part of the profanity, man.
Yeah.
I actually see
Pardon
that
me.
back. I actually see it backwards. I think people don't have a problem following because they're following bullshit every like 59 seconds out of a minute. They're following the buffet line. They're following the dust panels. They're following a lot of junk. They're actually doing it. Submitting, following, money, soul, subconscious mind. They're doing it. That's why the world looks the way it does. Or it's a lot of them are not following because some people are pitching bullshit at them. You know what you need to do? You should do it. And it might be some junk. So it's combinations of it. But like I can hop on somewhere and somebody tell me 5 things to do, and I know it's bullshit. I ain't trying to hear that. And they ain't following what they telling me to do. They lying.
But I mean, here's the thing. Let me read this in because I want to comment on that too.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to my brother Next Level for his $10 cash cap. Appreciate you, my brother. Love, man. He said, Manosphere teach dudes to avoid accountability.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother Next Level, man, to support the show. Or if you just want your comments read and highlighted, you can either leave a super cap, a cash cap like Next Level did, or PayPal to No Cap-tivity with Freeze. That's No Cap-tivity with Freeze. But here's the thing, man. Is there a lot of people that, you know, are there a lot of people that's equipped, like what do I want to say? That's follow worthy. I don't know. I'll just be making up terms. Are there a lot of people that's follow worthy today?
I mean, it depends, right? Like it
Worthy
depends
of being
on
followed. Yeah.
It depends, right? Because some people are okay with whatever package the messenger come in, right? Like you got some people that are able to just receive a message regardless who it comes from. You have some people, in my opinion, that are more affected by the packaging or the presentation of the messenger. You know what I'm saying? I think it depends on the person, but I think in general, right? Like based on my experiences and what I've witnessed in the world, right? There's a certain standard that we as people typically have for somebody, I guess, who is supposed to have a certain level of expertise in certain areas, right? Like I would imagine that we have a certain vision of what we think those people look like, behave like, speak like, sound like, you know, regardless of whether or not it's right or wrong, right? I think that we have a general image of what we expect from those people, and the standard is usually a bit higher than what I've seen presented, especially on social media. I mean, we live in a world now where the government is even getting super lax with their presentation, right? You know what I'm saying? Like people in administration is sending tweets and stuff like they chopping it up with their homies. You know what I'm saying? Like it's you know, like nowadays the packaging is very different. Like, yeah.
The leadership has is it looks different now in 2025. So you think people should adjust to it, or?
Hell no, because you got people 24 years old telling 50-year-olds how they need to live when they don't even, I mean, let's be clear. You have some people who, depending on people's backgrounds, right? Some people could have experienced more than others depending on age, but I still think that there's a maturation that happens with age. You know what I'm saying? Like it's still that can be appreciated, that comes with age and time, you know, and you would hope that people who are up in age have gained a certain level of wisdom based on experience. Don't necessarily mean they're intelligent, right? You could still have wisdom and not be that intelligent, but that could just be based on your experiences that are exclusive to you. You know what I'm saying? How you apply that knowledge in your life. So yeah, there's a certain maturation that comes with time, but yeah, you got so many experts out here that ain't been outside. Like it's just a lot of crazy stuff to me, Freezy. Like AI, Chat GPT, all that, right? I could decide that I'm gonna just have a Google Fest tonight, right? And I could become an expert on some things by the end of the week. I could go online right now and pay $7 and become a personal trainer. And I could sit here and get on what you call it, the little Wix thing or whatever. I could create web pages. I could be a whole expert on how to eat well, be active, and be the best you can be. And I'm sitting over here eating what the hell I want to eat and addicted to sugar. You feel me? Like all I gotta do is pay $7. I could be a personal trainer. Like this is the world we live in. So you got these people that keep peddling this poison, and there's no process of validation, right? Like we don't really we like validation meaning verified people, right? We don't really have that process online. So that's why so many frauds and scammers running rampant. It all to do it take one of them people that be obsessed with computers and stuff or just nosy or malicious to get to digging on somebody. And then that's where all the exposing come into play. And then people's lives not lining up with what they saying and da 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 whatever. Like the whole Myron dude. You saw how you played that clip? Well, I told her don't go to the club. He sound like he's that was crazy. It didn't sound like he was demanding and telling her, right? Like all this stuff he be preaching. He wasn't demanding and telling her. It sounded like he was begging her not to go to the club. That's what it sounded like. But yeah, it's wild out here. I forget how I got on that. I'm sorry, Freezy. It's wild out here.
Shout out to our brother Antoine, just hit the panel. What's going on?
No Cap-tivity.
Hey, Just Chat, what's going on? Thanks for taking me down. I've been busy. I'm doing good. What's good, Freezy?
What's going on, my brother? I'm gonna let you get in 1 second. I want to say this. I think a lot of what the leadership looks like with black men, from what I've seen, and what it has morphed into, a lot of black men feel as though good leadership mimics whiteness. Like what I see slowly is us losing our own black male leadership, because that used to be a thing. Like we could decipher, between races on what type of leadership we're looking at. I think from what I'm seeing, what I've been seeing lately, a lot of black men think correct leadership or good leadership is white male talking points or white ideology or living in a certain way approved by whiteness. That's what I think. That's what I've been seeing. I don't see a lot of pride in black men with blackness in their black community and stuff. Even with politics. It's just
back.
okay. I got you. And shout out to my brother Next Level just came. We did it. No
Cap,
feel like old times right now, man. God, what's going on? But yeah. So I think that's an important element in leadership. Identity. And I think men play a huge part in establishing that identity in their own community. Like even in ancient times, different tribes were led by their own men in their own tribal communities. But these men they developed their own culture with pride. This is what we do. This is what we do over here. Go ahead, Scam Life.
I don't know. They throw black in there just to butcher something. White men need to eat fruits and vegetables. Orange men need to eat fruits and vegetables, and so do black people. Black people don't need to beat their wives. Neither do white people. White people need to know how to use a computer. Black people need to cut grass. Somehow they just want to throw black in there and throw white in there just to say, white people made it wrong with black people. You do what you're supposed to do and think about all this race, all the race garbage.
When it comes to the Manosphere, who actually spearheaded that in the beginning? Who started a lot of this rhetoric and ideology that we're in?
Okay, what difference does it make if the dude was white, Ethiopian, Scandinavian? Fruits are fruits, vegetables are vegetables, regardless if a Yugoslavian told you eat fruits and vegetables, or a blackity black told you, they're still fruits and they're still vegetables. Just jail. You have kids. Should you be beating your kids with a tire iron? Is that thing to do?
Why not? I'm the mom. I should be able to do what I want, right? Of course not.
Because of
It's
black.
not okay.
Because of black. Or
Right.
because does it make a difference what race the tire or the dude who made the tire iron is? They just throw race in there and somehow you can just start doing all this wild stuff.
Well, let's be
Yeah,
clear,
I
Scam.
mean,
I do
the
think that makes
Manosphere
things
started
more salacious.
with Caucasian men. That's where it
Cool.
originally derives from.
Well, that's why I
Right.
was going with it. And
Okay.
as far
Regardless.
as beating
Stupid
your
shit is
child,
stupid shit.
as far as you know what I'm saying, just to speak to your point, as far as beating your child, and I know you was being funny about the tire iron, but just beating your child, corporal punishment in general, people don't want to deal with it. But I think that came from a lot of that came from slavery as well. Like just seeing those visuals of of your relatives getting beat and it happening for so long, it started being an accepted form of punishment in your own household.
No, I'm saying it could have been. The first homicide was what? Cain and Abel? That was the first homicide. They was black.
Yeah.
So we can make it all how black they was, how white they was. This tribe, the Yugoslavian mixed Scandinavian Asian. Something's either right or it's wrong. Fruits, vegetables, or Twinkies and donut. Pick one. Well, an Asian made this way back in China. So eat it or throw it away. Like they put all stuff and it convolutes with some basic points and basic principles. We're gonna do better or we're not.
Next level, like you was finna say something, then you go, Antoine. Shout out to next
No
level.
captivity.
Oh no, I just said facts. You can let Antoine go. He
Oh, okay. Antoine, you been listening in. What's your initial thoughts on this whole thing?
No, I hear what Scam's coming from, and I'm going to piggyback off of it. It seems like no one wants to take charge and no one wants to take responsibility for what they're doing and for their actions. Everyone's looking for an excuse to justify the things they do wrong instead of just accepting their responsibility and taking on that reason, saying, "Hey, okay, yes, I did this. I was wrong. I accept responsibility for what I did." No one wants to do that. It's easier to put blame on others instead of putting it on themselves and learn to become better than who they are. I think the problem with the manosphere is you got individuals who are miserable. You have individuals that are pleading for attention. You got individuals who are looking to blame everyone else for their problems, and they're not doing anything to make themselves better. So, I mean, misery loves company. And it goes back to what George Carlin said one time in his stand-ups. What news sells? Bad news. And that's what these guys are putting out there. They're putting out their bad news. They're putting out negativity. They're putting out this nonsense and shenanigans and buffoonery. And I understand we're focusing on the manosphere, but it's like that with the sisterhood. It's like that with a lot of other places. It just seems like people don't want to accept their role and how things are wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just so easy to look for everyone else to be that scapegoat.
Yeah, I agree with that. What you think, next level? What's going on with you, bro?
What's up, Freezy? Big salute, Freezy. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the No Cap crew. What's
Boy, you
up,
look like you're in
Sunshine?
podcast mode right now, boy.
No captivity.
I'm just saying, boy, you came out the woodworks just then.
But yeah, Freezy. When it comes to this manosphere type of talk, I can think about gender war. And when it comes to the gender war or just a gender war itself, I mean, it symbolizes deep imbalances like of energy of humanity. And like if you ask me, like gender war, like to piggyback off of something with like what Scam was kind of saying, gender war, race war, like even politics, economics, you can go on and on.
Yeah.
Could all this be something as of a source of division, and not just division, distraction? Distraction from the
Yeah.
ultimate thing, the ultimate war, the spiritual war that's going on and been
Mm.
going on, you know. But
No captivity.
I mean, people don't want to look at the totality of it. Like what will a gender war actually do to, like, not just the black race, to man and woman? What will a gender war actually do?
It will cause division,
Cause
like you said.
somebody loses in the gender war. In a war, someone
The
loses.
kids.
Someone will be conquered.
The kids. I've been saying this the whole dog. I don't see how they couldn't see it the whole time. It's the kids.
Yeah, we've been saying that. The kids lose the most.
They lose the most.
Definitely. I think the problem is people are blind by their agenda. They're so focused on their agenda, they don't pay attention to anything around it. I mean, I've heard about cases. I mean, I got friends who work here in my home state that work in family court, and they've told me stories of some of the craziest nonsense that goes on in custody fights between individuals who are getting divorced, or just, you know, couples who were together for a period of time and then they broke up, and now it's all about who should have the child more, and the nonsense, the ugliness, the things that are said. You know, the gloves come off when it comes to like custody fights. And when I've seen it, I remember one time I sat in the courtroom and I watched this go on. It's like, these are supposed to be individuals that are supposed to be the adults. These are the individuals that are supposed to be parents. And they're like literally pulling out their ex's dirty laundry and throwing it in their face. And it's for public record. And that's the thing I think people need to understand in those type of situations, because all this stuff is public record. And by the time the child turns 18, and when he or she decides to look into what went on between my parents and what in their divorce or their separation and end of their relationship, why was it, why did I have to go through this, that, and the other when it came to custody? And when they look at what was said, it's that sense of, my father said this, my mother did that. And those are the things that parents have to understand. These are the things adults have to understand and realize. You're so gung ho on your agenda, you feel like the hell with everyone else. And if things are said and it's made for public record and it could damage the psyche of your child, they just say, oh, it's just one of those things. Oh, it's collateral damage. It just happens. It's one of the things. It's always going to have to happen in court. No, it doesn't. There are some divorces that have been so clean and no bickering, to where the individuals are better divorced and co-parenting than they were when they were
I don't agree
married.
with that. I think majority of divorces is nasty work, man.
I didn't say all divorces were. I didn't say all divorces were easy. I said you have a lot that are ugly, and you do have a few where it's very little to no scorched earth.
Do men still desire to be with women?
Some of
I,
them.
I think I think men's desire to engage with women in a sexual manner, but as far as them like wifing up, nah, I think dudes are starting to wake up to make an effort to stay sucker free. Know what I mean?
What does
Here
that
comes
look
the
like,
bullshit.
being sucker free? So men are losing the desire to be with women. So what does that
Yeah.
look like?
Well, as far as on a sexual manner, nah, they're not losing that kind of desire. But as far as like, the traditional role where you actually, and this what suckers do, they court women and, try to woo them and shit like that. And, she done slept with 1,000 niggas and, he gonna wife up a chick that's been ran through like the Lincoln Tunnel, like
You
those
think
days
most
gonna be
women
over
have?
for
You think most women have slept with 1,000 guys?
But
Okay,
most
I'm
of
kind
them
of
are.
embellishing Freezy, but you gotta understand, you know, A woman loses her virginity at a young age, man. Know what I
No.
mean?
The reason why I asked that, I wasn't trying to be facetious. The reason why I asked that is because a lot
Can
of
you be
times.
facetious? Can
Well,
you just go
hold
ahead
on.
and be facetious?
Well, here's the thing. The reason why I asked that is because, like what Rush said, she slept with 1,000 men. A lot of times we hear this stuff being thrown out there, and it sticks to the wall with a lot of men, as far as like this stereotype of your average woman and her
Yo,
being a
Freezy, man,
whore.
ain't no box brand new out here, man. Come on, man.
Okay, so Chris, I'm curious as to why the
Majority
conversation
of
just
these
got
women out
remedial.
here belong to
It's
the
not about
streets,
box. So
man.
what needs to happen is these men should just have sex with each other. Like I don't understand. Because
But the
their
thing
body
is, they
counts are
are losing.
obviously low, so they should just get together and have sex with each other, and then that way you can get
Oh
that
shit.
sexual gratification, and then you don't have to engage with the women that you have a disdain for. To me, it's common sense.
It's not a
Oh shit.
disdain.
But the
Yo, listen.
Well,
If a
sir,
if
you
a
you
bird,
just spoke to
yo,
just having
listen.
sexual
If a bird
gratification.
gonna
You
be a
spoke to not
bird,
just
yo,
having
let him
sex with
flap her
a person.
wings. You know what I mean,
You
and
can't
do a
overtalk
thing.
me,
You
but
know what
I'll
I
let you
mean?
have it. You sound very
But
but
ignorant
some
right now.
some
You
are
got
my,
it.
losing
my,
their
my
sexual.
problem with these
Some are
birds,
losing
You
their
my
talking
sexual
problem,
about people
desire.
leading with respect, but you lead with the most remedial conversation that's in this space. You lead with calling women birds. You lead with implying that men who want to build a family through marriage are suckers, and you say that it's about respect, and people
no.
just look
Men
at
that
you like,
wife up women that's been ran
yeah,
through,
you
those are
good,
the
you got it.
suckers. Those are the suckers. You know what I mean?
But you was just talking about respect. Like what you're saying doesn't make sense. It's very
Listen,
remedial.
I'm speaking the truth. Most of these women aren't
Okay,
virtuous, you
what is the
know?
definition of truth? See, because now we're getting with this dumb conversation. What's the definition of truth?
Listen, you're not gonna understand because you're not a man. Know what I mean, a man
So
takes pride
only
on the
men
woman.
understand truth, right?
A
So
man,
only men
a real
understand
man,
truth. This is
a,
why garbage pail ass niggas
You're on your
shouldn't even
own,
have
bro.
a microphone. What
Wow. I heard
what
that. Wow, cartel kids. Wow.
listen, you got it.
Wow.
You do your thing.
But
Do your thing.
but some
I
some
apologize.
men
Go
are
ahead.
losing their sexual desire for women. That's where you see the whole AI thing coming in, where you have people saying they fell in love with Siri. You have people having the robots. You having people doing the whole glory hole thing, just sticking their dick in the hole. Whatever's on the other side.
But they're
Man.
They
worried about
are.
body count, though. But they're worried about body count. This is how remedial and idiotic these people are. Such
Hey,
people, and I'm not speaking about the gentleman on the panel, but this is how idiotic a lot of people's thinking is, right?
hey,
They have this delusional standard as if they are above God, above the universe, and yet they still indulge in things that speak nothing to the standard they claim that they have for themselves. It's just idiotic. I don't. But what's sad is you have a lot of people that eat this shit up. And to me, it's basic and it's
What
just it's But you got people that eat this for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and they be like, "Oh, he's speaking facts. Oh, he dropping gems on them." It just speaks to insecurity. It speaks to a fragile ass brain. It speaks to a smooth brain. That's what it speaks to. It speaks to impairment. It speaks to
dropping
fucking
gems.
goddamn cognitive. Listen, it's a miss. Something is amiss. Okay,
Well, here's the
something
thing.
is
The,
amiss.
the,
Wow.
reason, the reason why I asked the question is about the 1,000 women. We know that most women haven't slept with like an exasperated amount of dudes like that, right? Now I understand there's some women that done got around, there's some men that done got around, and I can understand why men feel like it is a double standard, right?
Ain't no
What
damn
I was
standards.
what I was asking Rush is, what would you consider ran through with just her having sex one time? I mean, a lot of
Yeah,
these conversations I do
listen,
want.
listen. I
What
mean,
Leo, go ahead.
one,
He mentioned
look,
the
look,
whole tongue,
like,
so that's a daily commute right there.
yo,
No.
listen, man.
I'm just curious. I just want to. I think these conversations, a lot of these conversations, do end up only being surface level And I just be trying to get people to think further into like realistic like conversations. Go ahead, Rush.
Yeah, man. I mean, yo, one time is too many times, man. Know what I
Oh,
mean?
okay,
And the
okay.
average chick is definitely having more than one mate. You know what I'm saying? Your average chick in today's day and age, from the age of 12 and all the way up to her 20s, man, yo, it's easily she
12
could rack up like
on
50 bodies.
average.
I'm being
Next
like
level, turn your mic up just a little bit, next level. Go ahead, Rush. I'm
I'm
sorry.
being generous with that. Know what I mean?
Right.
Nah,
Just
You
I
being
was just
excuse.
saying
gracious.
12 on average.
Wow.
Like most
Amen.
women are starting at 12 on average.
Yeah, man.
Oh shit.
So he
You know
say
what I mean?
most women got like 50 bodies, right? Was that what? I'm
Hey,
sorry, sir. Did you say like most women got
yeah,
like 50?
Rush.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, Rush. I got a common sense question for you.
I'm sorry. I no.
Oh,
I'm
go
asking
ahead,
a
just
question.
Jay. Go ahead, just Jay.
Ladies
You
first.
said most women have 50 bodies. I didn't hear the statement. Hello.
Yeah, man. They could easily
Oh,
rack up
okay.
about 50
So
bodies.
okay.
You
So
know,
most women got 50 bodies, and you number
by the
49.
time by the
Got it.
time a dude link up with a chick in her mid 20s, she's already been ran
Right,
through,
right, right.
man.
But what I'm saying is, she got 50 bodies, and you 49. See, this is
49
what
in
I'm
what
saying
in regards to
with this
what?
kind of talk, right? These same people have this standard, right? And see, a lot of them don't read. They have this Madonna complex, right? Because they want the woman that they see. This is why it's asinine, right? And I'm actually indulging too much because it's idiotic.
Man,
This
yo,
is somebody who says
what dude you
I'm not
know
talking to
is
you. I'm
gonna
saying to the panel. Could you be quiet for a second? Thank you, sir. So he said that getting married is a part of being a sucker, right? So it's not like you promote marriage. So the women that
no
you
no no no
engage with,
no a man marrying
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
excuse me,
Rush.
sir, I
Let,
didn't ask for your
let,
input right now. So
let her
at any
finish,
rate,
Rush,
these
and then I'll
women,
give
you're
you a
not
chance to respond,
attempting
Rush. I
to
got you.
be in a committed relationship with them anyway. So it doesn't matter how many bodies they got. This is not somebody you're trying to be locked in with. This is not somebody who is going to get your pension. This is not somebody who is gonna bear your children. This is not somebody who is gonna do any of that. They're gonna be the fucking cum dumpsters that you are promoting, sir. So what you're saying is idiotic and it makes no sense. Like I said, you number 49.
Okay,
Make it make
I think sis is done. Go ahead, Rush. You want to respond?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jen,
like
I got
let
I got you,
me
some.
Scam. I got you. I got you. I
clarify.
got
Let
you.
me
Little back and
clarify
forth.
what a sucker is. A sucker is a dude that wipes up a chick knowing that she's been passed around. You know what I mean? Like I'm not I'm not an advocate for marriage, but I'm sure not like against it to the degree where I don't think anybody should get married. You know what I mean? Like if you find a proper woman, you know what I mean, that's a virgin, she's deemed to be worthy to get that last name. You know what I mean? You you dudes out here, man, y'all give y'all last name to any chick, man. She done slept with your daddy, you know what I mean, your granddaddy, you know what I mean, your brother, niggas that you know. Like this is a common thing. You know what I mean? And like yo, like I said before, man, I don't have a problem with these birds, man. The only thing I have a problem with if you've been ran through, man. Don't front like you virtuous. You know what I mean? And a lot of these birds, they do that, man. They
But how do you
sell
draw those
purity to
conclusions?
these
Are you
suckers
looking
out
for
here, man.
somebody to settle down with? Are you looking for
You
someone
know,
to settle down with? Are you looking for someone to
ain't got
settle down
nothing to
with?
do with me, man. We talking
Well,
about
I'm
in
asking you a
general.
question because you're promoting you're giving out this information, sir. So I'm just curious. I'm not saying that I want to be in your personal business because I don't cross those lines. Like I'm not asking you, oh, this. Like I'm not getting into no gross details and all this kind of other stuff. I'm asking if you are a person who wants to find a woman to settle down with. Is that was a general question. It ain't
I
oh
mean,
what you doing in the house, how much money
it
you
would
make. I'm
it would be nice to it would be nice to find somebody that's not a bird, but yo, I would say 99.9% of these women out here, you know what I mean, been ran through, man.
Okay, so I will safely assume that you're fairly intelligent. So if it's 99.9, you have no fucking chance, right? You done, right?
And I'm okay with that. I don't have a
Okay,
problem
so
with that.
whatever hope you got, just put it in
You
the
know,
trash and call
I
it a
don't
day.
fear the guy
Because
no more, man.
if
I
you
mean,
understand math works, you're done. Like statistically speaking, you're not gonna be able to attain whatever that is that you claim you desire. But to my whole point, these are the same people that will lead with disrespect, disdain, resentment for whatever reason. I'm not here to judge nobody's experience because everybody got a story. Everybody on this panel has been hurt in some form of fashion in life. That doesn't mean that everyone has experienced the same kind of hurt. As human beings, we all can relate to love and loss. And so when people get in these idiotic conversations about all this other stuff, you already
Nah,
said
man, I'm
one
telling the
body is
truth, man.
one body
As long
is
as I'm
too
living,
much.
man, I'm helping these
One
young men to
body
stay
is
sucker
too
free.
much, right?
Don't wife
One
up a
body
bird,
is too
man.
much.
You wife up a
One
bird, you a
one body
sucker.
is too much. Excuse me. So one body is too much, but at the same time, men are using women for sexual gratification. What makes somebody who thinks like that think that a virgin is looking to pair with them? Who thinks that a virgin is looking to them as their first choice when they got asparagus tip dicks?
Damn.
I'm
I
just
got
this be part of the delusion to me.
You can go out
It's not a
right after this
delusion.
scam.
What you talking about?
Oh, I was making a statement. I didn't
Shout
ask.
out to
you
Brandon
good.
Nesbitt. Shout out to Nesbitt for his $2 super cap. Nesbitt said, "Body count matters. Try again."
No Cap-tivity.
Context matters. Try
Yo,
again. Let
shout
me
out
say
to
this
that
right
brother
quick,
that
Breezy.
sent out that
This
super
shows
chat,
you how
man.
people project,
Salute to
right?
that young king,
Did
man. I know
anybody on the panel say that body count don't matter? Because the conversation wasn't even about that. The conversation started with a person hyper focusing on bodies. Nobody never said a person should not have a standard for themselves. I don't understand how people get this stuff misconstrued. People can have whatever standard they want for themselves. I don't knock people who don't want to get with other people that got babies. I don't knock people who want this for their life. I don't knock people who don't want a fat chick. I don't knock women who don't want a fat dude with a damn beer belly and a swollen ass face because they not taking care of themselves. I don't knock people for that. The whole thing is that people need to stand on that and stop talking shit as if they are a standard or they are the fucking beacon of perfection. When in actuality, they delusional as hell. They lack character. They lack substance. Their words don't carry no weight because that shit don't follow up with integrity. They just fucking talking. It's one thing to share an experience and to say, hey, this was my experience, or hey, I wouldn't want this for somebody else. That to me, that energy hits different than me just getting up here. All y'all niggas is saying, yeah, Freezy, thank you for letting me be on the panel, but all you niggas the same. Y'all can't be trusted. Y'all dogs. Look at you, scam. I'm talking to you. You don't even respect me. You ain't even looking me in the eye. Look at you,
but
next
this is
level.
where
All
the double
niggas
standard
got red
kicks in.
trash. Like, if I can't, like, what?
If the dude
It's
sleeps with
weird.
multiple women, that's attractive to the female.
Okay, but listen,
You
I'm
know what I
not here
mean?
to
If the
convince
female
you.
sleeping around, that
I'm
you're
having an
gonna find that
exchange, and it's
attractive.
not to convince you because what I notice is that you're on repeat. You literally every time I've been subjected to the screeching chalkboard sound, like the fucking nails on a chalkboard sound of your voice, it has always been on repeat. Like I ain't never seen an LP skip so much in my life. Your conversation is on repeat, sir. I'm just saying it would be nice to see a little bit more depth. You literally say the same exact thing every time you get on a panel. Anytime I've ever heard your voice, it is the same exact thing. And that makes me feel like you robotic as fuck. Where is the sincerity? Where is the genuineness? As human beings, we have depth, we have levels, we have layers. Where the fuck are the layers?
Let me make some room for Scam. He's been trying to go for some time, and then
I'm
we're gonna
sorry.
go around the panel. Go ahead,
No, you're
Scam.
good. You're good, Just Jay. You're good. I can take a break and let her dust him off. But I tell you what, Rush, I'm gonna give you some dust, but it's gonna be your own. Is that fair? I'm gonna give you your own dust. First question is: are you a virgin yourself?
What this guy? Why are you asking me this for?
Yes or no?
Well, it's obvious I'm not a virgin.
Okay. So how you gonna hold a woman? Because men actually teach women stuff, and I assume you want to lead a household and you're looking for this virtuous woman. How you gonna show her to do something you can't even do yourself? and be disciplined. Next question is, are you fat? And I already know the answer. So that shows you're lacking discipline. But you asking the woman, the weaker
I have
vessel, to
no
go get
kids.
discipline, and you can't
I
show her
got
how to do
plenty
it.
of discipline. What are you talking about?
So you
Well,
got a
that's a
standard that you deserve a virgin.
Yeah,
And you're talking about women with
that's my
body counts.
standard,
And it's
man.
all these women, these women, these women. And if a woman slept with 50 men, one woman
Listen,
left.
if that's your
Hold
priority to
on, hold
wife up a
on,
bird,
hold
that's
on.
you, man.
It's a
You know
math
what I
question.
mean?
One
Your
woman
ancestors fought
slept
for you
with
to have
50
that kind
men.
of freedom, man. You know what I mean? So you want to wife up a bird, you do you,
Oh,
man.
they fought for you to have a virgin, your ancestors.
All right, cool. You want a virgin, but you keep repeating the dumbass talking point of these birds, these birds, these birds. That
It,
means that's
it's
all you
dumb
know
to
is
you,
these
man. But
birds. What
this
a
is
virgin.
jumps
All
to
you're
the
checking
youth,
for
man.
18-year-olds. What do we,
This jumps to the youth, my nigga. You know what I mean?
huh? But you're coming embarrassing one because it was a regular conversation. It
Look it
wasn't
up.
a these
Look
women,
it
these
up.
men. It wasn't that. And there's these birds, these birds. Something's wrong with these women. And you're talking about one woman who slept with 1,000 men. Who do you think you need to talk to, the men or the women? That's a math question. And you're one of them that's doing the sleeping with them yourself and then trying to tell them they need to be virtuous.
Nah, I don't sleep around. I don't do
Long
that no
story
more.
short,
In my younger years, yeah, but I don't do that no more.
long
I
story
mean,
short, the hell are you doing?
what do you mean what I'm
well,
doing?
it's my thing, right? So let's
This
just
is what the manosphere is creating. Feezy, this is it.
so let me
This
say
is
this.
what they're teaching these people.
Hypothetically, I want to bring the conversation back to like a balance. Hypothetically, if a man meets a woman and he likes the way she looks and he approaches her, and then throughout the course of communication, he finds out she has had experience, sexual experience. Let's just not a lot, but let's just say she has, and um, does the conversation matter after that, or are you just going to just go straight to, oh, you a bird, I'm out of here?
Nah. I mean, obviously, you converse with the chick, but she has like multiple bodies, man.
I'm saying,
I
what are
don't
you
mean.
conversing with for after that? You're gonna become body number 1,001. I mean, not 1,001, but what? Let's say she only got like, let's say she slept with 7 dudes. So the only purpose of you continuing to talk to her is to be number 8, or could you see yourself if she does have a nice personality? She has virtue about her. She can cook. She's good, she's just a thoughtful woman, considerate. Would you take that into consideration? Or because she does have sexual experience, she just counted out, the only thing you can do with her is just be body number 8? Or would you consider, if she is a quality woman and you see she's cool, and would you consider actually taking it further if you was digging her like that? Or would you just want to be body number 8 because she's sexually experienced?
When you say body number 8, are you referring to like a pump and dump, or like
Yeah, like a pump and
dating
dump.
her
Like if you
for a
found
long
out she
time
was sexually
situation?
experienced, would she just would the only reason why you would continue to talk to her, she will automatically just be a pump and dump? Soon as you get
She
it,
wouldn't be
it's
an
over with.
auto. She wouldn't if she had 7 bodies under her belt, and I knew that for a fact. And I'm entertaining this. Like, this is not even
It's
realistic
hypothetical.
because
It's hypothetical. Yeah.
yeah, hypothetical. Because most women got way more than 7 bodies. But anyway, um, yeah, like I politic with her. I'll be cool with her. But as far as like me wifing her up, nah. She got 7 bodies, my nigga. Hell nah.
Wow. Wow.
So
but like he
go
said
ahead. Go
though,
ahead. Next
Freezy.
level. Go ahead.
But like Scam said, this can be like a prime example of the manosphere, because what Rush said, he said one is too much. One is too much.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Manosphere.
Yo,
I mean,
listen. I've been like this before Red Pill came out, before Manosphere and all that. I've been a dude like this my whole life. You know what I mean?
If so,
so
you
your
be a
standard,
virgin. What the hell
your
are you talking
standard,
about?
So
your
you
If
ain't
you've
been
standard
been
What?
like
always
this your
been
whole life,
virgin
One at
or,
a
or
time. I can't hear
blessed.
everybody.
oh
So your whole thing it's always been virgin or she a bird.
Yeah, yo, I come from a nuclear family. Like, yo, my mom's was the only female was the only female
oh
for my
hell
like
no.
my mom's was a virgin when she linked up with my pops. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
So
you
I
you
come
you
from a
saying your
nuclear family.
parents had
I know what a
instilled
wife is.
those.
I
So
know
your
what a
your
wife looks
parents
like,
has
man.
instilled those values within you. So you grew up seeing that type of lifestyle.
Yeah, and
Okay.
and by me seeing that allows me to know that majority of these women out here ain't worth that. Aren't deemed
Okay, but
worthy to be wives, my nigga. I mean,
would
and
you
that's just
would
the
you
honest truth,
contribute
bro.
they're not ready
do
for a real
but do
change.
you have you contributed to those women, not being eligible for, your liking? Like, have you been sleeping
In
around
my
with
younger
women?
days, yes, I did. You know what I mean, I did sleep around, but I don't do that no more. You know what
Okay.
I mean?
Well, this is what
Okay.
I was saying this yesterday on Venus's show, right? The mental health aspect of all of this, I think it consistently gets ignored. It always gets ignored, right? There is a mental health aspect to this. And here's the thing. When it comes to entering into relationships, there is a level of maturity both parties are going to need, right? As we get older as adults, I think it's very important for us to develop some type of realistic expectations. That's just what grown-ups do.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Grown-ups say
When
grown-ups
you say that, Freezy,
hold on, Rush. I got you.
hmm
Grown-ups, as we get older, grown-ups assess life. And as we grow, we curate our expectations. We reshape our expectations, and we are realistic about these things, right? So when we participate in these conversations and these talking points get thrown out there, it could jog your expectation. It can make you feel like, yeah, that's what I'm supposed to be expecting. And then before you know it, you're in the Wizard of Oz, and you're trying to talk to the wizard. You believe what the wizard had to say was right.
Yeah, can I add something? But go ahead.
And then before you know it, once you make it to the wizard and you go down that yellow brick road, you find out that the wizard, he's actually in love with that woman that got 10 bodies. His wife probably got, 7 to 10 bodies, and they talked it out, and he's the wizard. The wizard is a realist. But the wizard knew he had to actually create this type of image, this glorious image, just for people to even believe in him and follow him, right? Because the wizard cared about being important. That's what most Wizards of Oz care about. They care about being important. It's really not about spreading realistic messages out there so we can actually move forward in a healthy. Because if you ask me, that's what it's really all about. It's about developing mindsets to move forward in a healthy manner and to improve the generations that's coming up behind us. That's how I'm looking at it. That's what it's supposed to really be about, right? A lot of these so-called birds, right? And shout out to Rush, he my brother, right? But a lot of these so-called birds, they got, some of them might have a child or two, or three or whatever, right? Here's my thing. If you are a man and you've been running through women and how can we, this is another question I want us to, shout out to my brother Fighter Complex in the building. What's going on, Fighter? Great to see you, dog.
No Cap-tivity.
this is my question I'm putting on the table that I want us to try to tackle. From me listening to these conversations, men expect women to be virgins. But when men have locker room talk or barbershop talk, men expect other men to be max and to smash. Where is the middle ground? Where is the... How do we meet in the middle with that? These same men expect for the women to be virgins, but we expect for other men to be players and
very delusional.
Smash.
No, I mean, yo, listen, man. I don't know. I don't
Cause
know about
hold
this
on, Rush.
document talk.
If you met a dude in his 40s and he told you, man, I only had sex with one woman. Let's just be honest, Rush. Most dudes are gonna look at that dude like he's a little weird, you know. He's a little, you know.
Nah, I would say he's a wise man.
You wouldn't say, come on, Rush, come on, man. Rush!
Yo, Freezy, don't do me like this, bro. Come on,
Rush,
man.
let's take you out of it, Rush. Let's take you out. Most men, let's just say, if we in the locker room and we just got through playing a 40 and up basketball game and 40 and up league, and you know, all the dudes talking about all the girls they done smashed in their past, and then there's one dude who's 42 years old say, man, I ain't got a lot of stories. I only smashed one girl. I'm talking about one time in my life. That's it. Rush, what do you think most of those guys in that locker room going to say? How you think they're going to react to him saying that?
Yo, he's probably going to get clowned, but you know, yeah. But personally, I wouldn't clown him for that. I would respect that. To be honest with you,
I wouldn't clown him either. To be honest, unless he was weird. But if that's the case, I was going to clown him anyway.
What I'm bringing out is, do we see?
But I get where you're going.
There's inconsistencies there.
Yeah, but that's
and we haven't addressed like all these years, like this Manosphere talk. See how I'm able to be what is it called? Like I'm able to look deeper into these conversations. Introspective, exactly. And I'm able to look deeper into these conversations and see how some of this rhetoric can be problematic. And it takes us more away from realistic conversations.
To me, you have to be a grounded person who just has a level of awareness. You also have to have a level.
large percentage of dudes bragging on how many.
Hold on, Rush. One at a time. One at a time. Just Jay was talking. Then you can go right after her. Go ahead, Just Jay.
Anyway, like I was saying, I think it speaks to people just having a balance in life and also having the capacity to be empathetic of other people's experience, right? So regardless of how ridiculous I think that a lot of this movement is, I still can understand certain layers, right? I've said this before. I will never say the Manosphere didn't help nobody, right? Because that would mean that I would have to understand every intricacy of people's lives, where they was at whatever point in their life when they came upon whatever this collective of people. It would be idiotic of me to say that everybody's experience in that particular movement was negative, right? It would be crazy of me to say that every person that has been a part of that movement is of ill intention, is an ain't shit man, and this and this. People were drawn to whatever that is for different reasons. I do think that the majority of those people remain stagnant, right? I think it's just a matter of how people built. I think that some people probably was able to grasp whatever message they needed to get, right? It could have been about finances. You feel me? Like, even though most of their conversation from what I've seen seemed to be focused around controlling women and just sex, I can imagine that some of them probably talked about finances, right? It would be idiotic of me to say that there wasn't a man somewhere that benefited from that knowledge, right? I'm not that stupid. I'm not that idiotic. I'm not that remedial, right? Because I have balance. But like I said, I can see how, in my opinion, that the bulk of that movement was a maladaptive coping skill. People could have been looking for community. At the end of the day, we're humans, right? Like we want to belong to something. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of whether it's negative or positive, it's still a community. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So for all I know, somebody parent could have died when they came upon that movement, and they could have had some fellas that they connected with that really supported them. I like it would be stupid of me to say that. Oh, that ain't. Yeah, I just don't understand the extremism. It takes a level of empathy to understand the layers and the intricacies of life, the different variables. And are you going to be able to accurately assess every single variable? No, but anybody who just been outside a little bit and just have understanding for things outside of themselves will have that depth. But to me, a lot of people who have extreme thinking are very self-centered and self-serving, and they lack the capacity to look outside of themselves and what they experience.
Rush, you can respond, and then I want Antoine and Next Level to get into the conversation too. I got you, Scam. Go ahead, Rush. You want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, listen, man. But you guys are saying like, hey, I need to be realistic, and I need to empathize for whatever reason for these birds or whatever. Like,
A general
by
conversation.
you saying I need to be realistic, you're pretty much telling me I need to accept wifing up a bird, and I will never do that because I'm sucker free. And as long as I'm living, as long as I got my platforms, I will always speak to the youth to stay sucker free, man. Because these hoes don't love you, nigga. Word is born, nigga. You know what I mean? The court system is gonna rape you for all your bread. You're stay
Yeah,
sucker free, man. Know what I
well, here's
mean?
it.
Going to
I want
court
to.
trials and all that costs bread. See,
I
This
want to
is
make
taking
it.
a
you talking about
Well, let me
empathizing,
say
man.
this.
You don't even empathize on that. You know what I
Let me say
mean?
that.
If
I
you
want
want
to
to
make a
fuck up the youth,
clarification.
I'll just dust you off every time I see you.
I want to
man.
make a clarification. I'm not telling no man who to date, right? What I'm saying
Anybody with
is
common sense know that, Freezy. Like, what? This is weird.
yeah. All I'm saying is if there are a lot of men in their 40s, late 30s, participating in these manosphere conversations, if they think at their age they're going to realistically meet a virgin, and you're not, you're not a monk, and you be going to clubs and stuff, and you listen to Chris Brown, and you go to clubs where Chris Brown be played and stuff. I be trying to put this together, I be trying to if you know how to do it, please tell me so I can spread this to other guys, cause I just want to know. I
First
want
of
to know
all,
how you're gonna
that's
do that. I just want to
no
know how
no
you're gonna
dude
do that.
no
That's all I'm saying.
no no dude in their right mind will be going to a club, you know what I mean, living it up, listening to Chris Brown. Not the average 40-year-old dude. The
No. I'm
average
saying,
40-year-old
what I'm
dude.
saying. This is what I'm saying. I know. I'm not saying. I'm not even. Listen. I get it. It's not wise to meet a woman at a club. I get it. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying you just an average everyday dude. When you get in your car, you listen to rap music. Might throw in a little Chris Brown. You know what I'm saying?
I don't listen to no
You
Chris
don't go to
Brown,
Bible
man.
study. You don't go to church. I ain't talking about you, Rush. I'm talking about your average dude. They ain't on. Some of these guys say Freezer talk about God too much, so I know I'm off. I'm on the outside. The average dude, look at a lot of these guys on YouTube. They keep up more mess than the women. They putting niggas on thumbnails and. This what I'm saying. These the guys that's expecting virgins. These same Manosphere, these guys that done came up from as Manosphere babies. Think about it. Listen, Rush, you know me and you good. I just want people to listen and make sense out of this shit.
I just want to dust you off. I'm just being honest.
There is an element of delusion somewhere. I'm telling you. Like if you just zoom out and just take a step back and listen to yourself.
Freezy.
Yo,
Freezy, his
listen, man.
fat,
It's
his
nothing
name
you
is
can
Rush.
say
Does that make
or
sense?
do to convince me
You
I need
already
a
are.
wife of a bird. Because that's not
No.
happening to me.
I'm not telling you. Listen, I'm not saying I want you to have the wife of your dreams. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is, and like I said, I'm taking it off of you. In general, where all these versions that all these Manosphere niggas gonna get?
Listen, Freezy. I mean, if that's the case, you know what I mean? If that's not a possible thing, they should
Wait,
consider
stop right
on
there.
dying
Do
alone,
you
man.
think it's a possible thing that all these Manosphere babies they done growed up until they 40s and 30s, they gonna get virgins, Manosphere virgins?
Can I ask something right quick?
Not in the United States, nah.
So
Okay,
It's not
henceforth
happening.
the passport. Okay, now you're bringing me down there that yellow brick road. I see what you're doing, Rush.
Here comes more bullshit.
I see you.
More bullshit.
Child, listen. I'm kind of scared, Freezy. Can we just leave that there because those conversations
putting this
always
stuff
take a
together.
I
strange.
was
They always take a strange turn. They
I was just
always
about to touch
do,
on that though, Freezy.
and it's very unfortunate. It's
Okay,
very
go
unfortunate.
ahead. Next
Can I
level
give
said he
him
was gonna
60
touch on
seconds?
it. I got your scale, and I want
Hey, let
Antoine
me
to
go
get
on
in. I
mute.
want everybody to get into this conversation because this actually a good. See, this the conversation we been supposed to had damn near 10 years ago. You know. Go ahead, next level. Go ahead, my dog.
So Rush, when people hear like Manosphere or Manosphere like adjacent people like talk, like is that why like and they speak like what you're saying for as virgin, is that why they speak on like passports or even young women?
Yeah, like when you get into that, like, I'm not in the business of, niggas in their 40s dating like women like 18 years old and all that. I think that's weird myself. You know what I mean?
Okay, but this the delusion that Freezy talking about. Like, will you see like a 40-year-old virgin? Like it would could you just say most women have like 50 to 1,000 bodies?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, man. That's why you should consider, not wifing up
So
anything.
how
You know
do
what I mean?
you search for virgins basically? How do you search for virgins? Like what do you got your passport or you
I'm well traveled. I'm cultured. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? But I don't travel to go look for a virgin. You
Hey,
know what I
search
mean?
for
Okay,
versions is crazy.
no.
That
What I'm
was
saying is, how
Like,
would a guy like you with with your expectations of having a virgin, like how do you go about like meeting those type of women, or how do you search
it,
for a
it's
virgin?
it's not something I'm pressing. Like, if it happens, I got lucky. You know what I mean? But if it doesn't happen, it's not the end of the world for me. Like, I'm well aware that, it's a strong possibility it's not gonna happen, and I accept that, There's nothing wrong being alone, guys. You know what I mean?
we coming back. See what we
Okay,
went back to? Being alone in the world, just men, we don't need no women. You know what I'm
Yo,
saying?
listen, I ain't say that. So see how you
I'm
twist
just
it?
saying. I'm,
Yo,
I'm
Freezy, you
just,
mad slick
but
with it, man.
but listen, with that
I
Manosphere
ain't say
shit, you can
that.
only go a few ways. That's what I'm saying. Well, I just be
Nah,
alone then. See what I'm saying?
but
No,
I mean,
no, hell no.
cause that's the thing.
you,
He's saying he'd rather be alone because I can't find no virgin. I can't just find no virgin. So I can't find no virgin, and I can't be with a bird. So I just be alone. I
yeah.
mean, it's tough.
But these
It's
same
called
type
having
of
self
the people
respect,
that think
man.
this way though are not gonna stop having sex though. They're
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah. He's
stop
not
having
gonna.
sex.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah.
gonna just. Yeah.
Oh, they gonna keep putting that dick into society now and fucking it up now. They gonna keep
They're
doing
gonna
that.
find whatever hole they can find.
Yeah.
That's what they're gonna do. They gonna put it in whatever hole they could find while continuing to complain about the quote unquote quality of people in the world while continuing to contribute to the detriment of the same people they complain. It just like it doesn't make sense. That's like if I was complaining about men all day in their pockets and whatever. Like it would be crazy if I was going around trying to milk dudes for their money 24/7, but I'm up here preaching and trying to like it's just weird to me. It's very strange.
Super chat.
Shout out to my brother PJ Austin. Appreciate the $5 super cap, PJ. He said most men who cling to the manosphere seem to do so because of pain they never processed. They never going to admit that though. Let's get it.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, Antoine. To support the show and to support, especially if you would like your comments read and highlighted, you can do what my brother PJ did by sending a super cap, or you can send a cash cap to $Freezy no cap, $Freezy no cap, or you can send a PayPal to No Cap-tivity with Freeze without the Y, No Cap-tivity with Freeze. Antoine, you've been brewing on some stuff over there. I see you've been processing this stuff. You got the answer. I feel it. I feel it. What's the answer, Antoine?
My thing about it is this. I gotta get a shout out to Just Jay with the come.
Cut your mic up. Is he low? Is it me or is it seems like his mic is a little?
He's
you
a
might
little
need
low.
to come closer to your
It's a little
microphone.
low. Apologies on that. But it kills me how you want to find a virgin, but yet you think you're deserving of one. How is that? But if she slept with just one person, automatically you're putting feathers on her. That makes no sense whatsoever. That's the thing that makes no sense. And this is what I meant by realistic expectations. And I've always said it before. But why do you care about body count so much? Because to me, I could care less about it because I don't want to focus on that. That's the last thing I need to know. That's the
Well,
last
let
thing I
me
want to
explain to
know.
you why. From a biological perspective,
Oh my
if a
god.
dude shoot, if the dude shoot up the club, right?
It's the
I mean,
imprinting and she has the nut milk in her brain and oh my god, it's just so much. We got
yeah,
it.
yeah, you can't rewrite a female
We got
sexual
it, baby.
imprint.
We say the same thing every time. We got it. We know.
Yeah, you can't
Go
rewrite
ahead. I
a
want to.
female sexual imprint. So
Oh, hold on.
Look at Kevin
Wait. Back
bouncing
up.
that
Wait.
ass.
Back up, Rush, and
I'm
explain. Just
sorry.
explain it fully. Go ahead.
All right, yo. Anytime a dude nuts in a female, like those remnants of that sperm remains within her body. It actually mutates her cells. You know what I mean? And the more dudes she sleeps with, like okay, say for instance she sleeps with 7 dudes, those 7 dudes remnants of sperms will be inside Shorty. You know what I mean? You
I
can't
heard
rewrite a
about that. I
female
know about
sexual
that.
imprint, man. You know what I mean? She sleep with one dude, you know what I mean? It's a 50% chance she's gonna step out because, you know what I mean, she lost the capability of bonding with a dude. That's why body
So,
count matters. You know what I mean?
so let me ask you this. So you're telling me every young girl until they reach the age of consent should be wearing a chastity belt or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yo,
Because it
man,
makes no
yo,
type of sense
people do what they
whatsoever.
want to do, fam. I'm just saying, you don't wife up a bird, man. One body count is
Listen,
too many. That's what I'm
listen,
saying.
listen. You can say you don't want to be sucker free. Yeah, call me a sucker. I've been married for 16 years. All right, and I love the fact that I'm married. I enjoy the fact that I'm married. We have 5 children, 2 grandkids, one on the way. We good. Marriage brings stability. Marriage brings foundation. I'm good. So
I,
you want
I
to call
and
me
I
a
agree
sucker?
with
I'm a
you. I
sucker.
agree with you on that. I mean,
That's just me. Because
Crazy.
me
So
personally, I'm a
I
sucker.
feel a way, right? Because what I noticed, like the few times I've engaged with this person online, right? Like it's I found it to be an annoying. It's not even an exchange, right? But I also take into consideration like this is how this is this person's opinion. That's their thought process, right? And it is what it is. Like, he's not the only person that thinks that way, and it's cool, right? So I guess I'm saying it like I don't want it to come off like I don't be wanting people to feel like they getting jumped every time they get on the panel. I'm not saying that he care. You feel me? Like I be wanting to explore why people think the way they think, and I be wanting a rationale that actually makes sense. You know what I'm saying? But it be so many like conflicting points. Like to me, like as a woman, since we was talking about the whole manosphere thing, right? To me, as a woman, that just gives me the impression that a person like that is truly just full of chaos and just like it would be hard for me to take anything that somebody says serious who is just in this constant state of confusion, right? Like even some women, right, who had a talking points, right, when it comes to men. Like I don't take them people serious when people are so extreme in they thinking. It's akin to borderline personality disorder, right? They say that black and white thinking, right? When you have no middle ground, to me, that stuff lead to mental unwellness for anybody. Like if I only saw things this and that's that, and I never have no room in the middle for nothing, like it's I don't know how to take it serious because it just it lacks so many layers. But to the whole point of like what the comment you put up about I'm sorry, you put up a comment. I saw something about beating meat.
Shout out to Prime.
But I ain't trying to be funny, but that's what I be trying to figure out. So we get the birds while you lonely beating your meat. See, at the end of the day, I ain't trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to promote one thing over another, right? But what I found that men who enjoy women, even if these men are super promiscuous and hoeing around, those men want to be around women. They enjoy the company of women. I'm not saying that people always want to sit up under a woman, but I side eye men who just really have a disdain for women. I side eye women who
I
just
don't have a disdain for women. Like,
hello. You're taking it personal. This is a general conversation. I side eye women who constantly speak with a disdain for men. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just very strange to me. You either have some type of aversion or something that is unhealed for, and there ain't no judgment. We all got areas to heal in, right? You got some area you need to heal in, or you don't like men at all. But then they'll get mad with me and they get to calling me a mammy and a pick me and whatever. Sorry, I don't trust it. It's weird to me. It's weird to me from anybody. If you're a heterosexual person and you always speak with a disdain for the opposite sex, something is amiss. And it ain't for me to explore or figure out or even judge. It's just an observation. You feel me? Like, I'm not trying to say that people is one way or another. It's just an observation for me. And I just take note.
Let's go ahead, Scam.
I hate to inform you, Rush, but what you're saying is backwards, and the very content creators that you're following, you were actually following their very track. They lied to you. I don't want to say their names, but there's a known one who passed away who talked about big women and BBLs and all that, and he was found dead with the bloated woman with a BBL. He was a liar. There's one who talks about don't marry single moms, and he's married to a single mom right now. There's a content creator who does business. She's a woman, and she reaches out to a lot of these content, like just on some regular business talk. And the ones who bash women are married to or in serious relationships with exact things that they say that they don't want. Hoes, bimbos, fat, bloated, swole, yakking and quacking, angry, whatever. These are facts, and it gets exposed every 3 to 6 months. The same people. This is at the 50 and 100 and 200 and however many thousand subscriber level. So even the ones with 2,000 or the ones talking this bullshit, it's the same thing. And some of us, me, Freezy, I'm old. And some people in the chat, we know what a person who can get women looks like and one who can't. And ones who are just mad because they can't get the woman they want. So they got nothing better to do, grab microphone, start blaming everything on everybody else. We've been around for a while. It gets old. And I'm saying I'm perfect. I got problems. He got problems. He got all of us do. But it's better to say, hey, what can I do to make this better? Or fix relationship problems with real relationship solution versus the birds. See them people. But you're already backwards. You're fat and your name is Rush. That don't make sense. The manosphere
No,
is
I'm
back.
not. I'm not fat. What are you talking about?
You're fat and your name is Rush. That don't make no sense.
I'm not
But the
fat.
very average at best video, if you ain't never heard nothing else, this chick over here, delusional, talking about I deserve all this, and she don't, is the very thing that you're doing right now. And then got a nerve to say there's something wrong with them. And your
That's your
very
opinion,
behavior,
man. That's
and
your
you're very
opinion.
cool. No, you're right, because everything you say is exactly right and you're perfect. But let me
Yeah,
finish.
I am right.
Absolutely. And you're
I am
perfect
right.
too, and you deserve 6 virgins. Absolutely. All we need to
Yes,
do
of
is find,
course.
go back in the Bible times. You need to work 7 years. Oh, 14 years, 7 years for the ugly woman. And then the dude, it's probably me a manosphere dude, lied to you, send you the ugly one. Work another 7, and then you're going to get that virgin that you wanted. Just wait on that. But the
Listen,
truth
man.
is, you don't know
You
where the
know,
virgins are. The virgins ain't checking for you.
listen, man. That's
And
your
you're around
opinion,
out there
man.
trying to
I
bang some of
mean,
these other chicks, and you're coming up here, man, women's birds. You dusted. But please, if you don't hear anything I ever said, if you want to go with the other dudes, mad at women, we hate women, whatever, they can be dating each other in a couple years
listen,
anyway.
man.
Cool.
I had this state of mind
Stop
before red
talking to
pill
the
and all
youth.
that, man.
The
You know what I
youth,
mean?
when it
Now I'm
comes
getting the brief help.
when it comes talking to the youth, they are off limits. Don't go to them youth and pitch this
Let me
bullshit and screw them the
scam.
hell
Let me
up.
ask you something, scam. Let me ask all of y'all something. Let's just say a man does decide to, he meets a woman and he's attracted to her. He approaches her and he gets to know her. He finds out she had 7 bodies, 10 bodies,
How did he
hell, 20
go
bodies,
ahead?
20 bodies, right? And he decides to talk to her, and then upon getting to know her, they get closer. And throughout that process, she does things for this man that he never, he never experienced from any other woman. He realized that she valued him. She's grew value for him, and she's done things for this man and showed the type of consideration that he's never experienced. He chooses not to let that go. He doesn't want to let it go. They get married. Fast forward 50 years from that point. 60 years, they're 70 some, 80 years old. They're in their rocking chairs on the front porch. Do you think he's thinking about those 20 bodies that she had 60 years ago?
I know one aspect he's thinking about. He's probably the only one still alive of those bodies.
No, but listen to the picture I painted. They made it to 80 some years old, and both of them are still alive, and they're on the front porch and they're in their rocking chairs.
Man, that's not even realistic. I say about the 5th year to get a divorce.
God damn!
This is this,
Shit!
but this is somebody. This is somebody who was raised in a nuclear home.
You just
This is
nuclear
broke up
families
my
an
whole.
apology.
but this is somebody who was
You
raised
owe
in a
It's the
nuclear
nuclear
truth,
home.
though.
families an
That's what's
apology.
going on now.
This is somebody who was raised in a nuclear home. This is why I don't pay a lot of people no fucking mind, because listen, nobody is obligated to tell their story online. I think it's idiotic, right? But obviously there's more to the fucking story, because for someone to have such an awesome example of a nuclear home, etc., whatever all this little flexing is, right? To say the shit that just came out of his mouth lets you know that some people are just absolute frauds. And for the record, for the extreme thinking people get the windmilling. I said what I said. Do people say that men don't oppress women? No, because for the people that know me, they know like that like it is what it is. Like all this over explaining of shit just speaks to people and they triggers, and it's cool, right? At the end of the day, everybody judge, get in where you fit in, align where you need to align. I don't need to bash men all day. I don't need to bash women all day because I don't need a fucking team. And that's half of these people' problem. They need a fucking team. I don't need a team. Yes, men oppress women, but for me to get up here windmilling when it's like it's just weird to me. I can't have a conversation like that. People have to be able to look at all layers. Yes, men oppress women. Men are fucking violent. But for me to get up here and single out every man, all y'all violent, all y'all pieces of shit, all y'all do is do this, do that, whatever, just like Rush up here telling fucking lies, it's all weird. You come from a nuclear home. Why do you have such a horrible outlook on family, on marriage, all of that? I'm just curious. It ain't right or wrong. I'm just curious. It don't go together.
You know what?
It does go together. I know what a real wife looks like. I've seen it before, and majority of these women out here aren't it, man. They're for the streets. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I mean, it really don't make sense, but you got it. Because, like I said, everything you say be on repeat. You just repeat the same shit over and over. And I think on some level,
Because
you've
you can
convinced
clearly
yourself,
you're
right?
not getting
And
it.
I be really
Sure.
trying not to go there with you, right? Just like you talk about child support all the time and you ain't got no fucking children. It
Yo,
don't make sense.
the stats
You,
show
it
it, man.
don't
This
make
shit's
sense, sir.
crazy.
It doesn't make sense. You don't
Nasty
have
work,
fucking
man.
children. Why are
Shit is
you going
nasty
on
work.
and on from panel to panel about child support, about getting married when these are none of your fucking values? You are peddling poison just like the rest of these motherfuckers.
It's not
Raise your hand
poison,
if
man.
you're
It's
paying.
I
food,
Raise
man.
your hand
definitely
if you're paying child support.
wait, sugar, go on that. Hey, sugar bum, good to see you.
What's up,
But
sugar?
yeah, it's
Sugar
just like
wild.
it's just weird, man. I don't want to keep rambling about it. You got it. It's just weird. It just sounds like
You know
lies.
what?
It
I'm gonna tell.
sounds
Yeah,
like
I know I
fraud.
got it.
Listen, hold on,
I
wait.
know I got it. I'm
Hold on,
right.
wait. Rush,
I'm always
think
right.
of
Oh no,
Rush.
I wasn't saying you got it like you smart because I think you actually dumb as fuck.
I am
But
smart.
that was
Yeah,
besides
thanks.
the point. I think you're
Appreciate
fucking
it.
ignorant. I think you're remedial as
Let me
fuck
say
is
this.
what I
Let me
fucking
say this.
think.
Let me say this. Think about this, Rush.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Smooth
guy
brain.
out there never had a home cooked plate of oxtails. There's a woman out there that slept with 10 guys, but she can cook a mean plate of oxtails. And when he got with her and she put that plate in front of him for the first time, and he took that first bite of oxtails and it fell off the bone, he probably gonna look up at her and say, "Where did you learn to make these fucking oxtails?"
Yo, man,
Yeah,
come on, man. Don't do me
he's
like
not
that, man.
he's not thinking about those 10 guys. He's thinking about those oxtails. He's thinking about, damn, I can have these oxtails for the rest of my life. You don't think there's guys out there that outweigh? There's some things that's just more important than just thinking about somebody's, history that's behind them. And it could potentially be behind both of y'all if you take each other serious.
He
You
want to
don't think
keep
that's
ordering DoorDash and his blood pressure just gonna get higher and higher. He's not concerned with those type of things.
you don't think that's a mature way of looking at relationships, Rush?
Nah, man, it's not the right thing
Rush
to
said
do,
fuck the
man.
oxtail.
Cap-tivity.
Damn, Rush.
Shit, I could cook, man. I could make a mean oxtail, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you get what I was saying. Next level, how you process this next level?
I mean, it goes to like what you were speaking on earlier, for as like fantasy land and delusion. I mean, cause he even said it himself. He said it like, he's he's talking about virgins. He's gonna tell young people about virgins, but he just said deep down inside, realistic, he's not gonna get one. So he's cool with being alone. So it's just like confusion. If you ask me, it's like really unrealistic expectations. Like. But the thing to me is like, what's the whole obsession with the virgin? Like, for as I don't know. It
So hold on, hold
just
on. So having self
kind of
respect for myself is delusional? That's crazy,
You
no,
can't
man.
have
no,
self
You know what I
no,
respect
mean?
if you're
no,
going in
no,
every
no.
hole
Okay,
you can
okay. So
find while searching for a virgin
I
to
got
marry.
self
You
respect,
keep saying
man.
remedial
no,
stuff that
no,
makes no
no,
sense, sir. We know
no,
where the
no.
conversation is leading. In order to get virgins, you need to keep getting younger and younger and younger. I'm gonna let you do your thing next level. You know where it's going. It's going with the weirdo shit. Because that's what these
I'm,
motherfuckers do. They're
I'm
fucking
trying not to
weird. They're
tiptoe on
fucking
that, but
weird.
yeah,
They will go in every hole they can find while talking about finding younger women and finding virgins. Like, well, y'all fucking weird, man. You gotta stop.
exactly.
You sound crazy. Your
When,
brain is
when did you
smooth
hear
as
me
fuck.
say
You
that?
keep trying to make it sound
You just,
rational, but what you're talking
you're
about,
the
and it makes no
liar.
sense, sir.
You're
No,
the
you're
liar.
ridiculous. You're acting like
You're
a
the
whole fucking
liar.
garbage
I've
pail
never
kid. You
said
gotta
that.
stop.
You,
You keep playing that
you
record
create,
over and over.
create a
Take your ass
narrative
over
that's
to
completely
Thailand. There's
false.
tons of lady boys over there. They have different age. Listen, we
Not
know where
lady
it's going because
boys.
we know how people like you think. And
So
I'm not
because
even a
I
person
have
that be
self
on that
respect,
soapbox, but you keep saying shit that's weird. Shut
because
the
I have
fuck
self
up.
respect for
You're
myself,
fucking weird, sir.
yeah.
You're
So I'm weird
remedial.
because
You
I
will
have
go
self
in every
respect.
hole you could find, but you want a virgin. You're weird,
But
sir. You're
but
weird.
Rush, it's not saying
And you're
you're
peddling this
you're
poison to
delusional
other
because you have
misguided
self
ass
respect.
niggas.
Not
It's
poison,
It's the
pathetic.
man. A
thing
dude.
of
Yeah, go ahead.
it's
Go
the
Cop.
ahead.
thing of
My
I'm
bad.
saying
tired
like
of this
having
shit.
a virgin.
Go ahead, next level. We got you. Go ahead.
No, it's not saying like having self respect is delusional. No, the thing is, like you said, you want a virgin, but then you turn
Yeah,
around
but I'm
saying
not.
you know you're
Yeah,
not going to
hold
get
on.
one. That's the
Let me
delusion.
revise that statement because it's like, yo, you guys are stuck on this virgin thing. Like, listen, man.
Soon
Like
as
I
you
said
open your
before,
mouth,
man.
you
I'm
want
not
sex
pressed for that.
and
You know what I mean?
bodies. That's how
It'd be
remedial your
nice.
mind is because this conversation was not about sex. It wasn't about bodies. You took
I
it there
wasn't
and you
talking. I
took your
wasn't
weirdo
talking
ass
to
down
you.
the street. Now you want to sit here
I was
talking
talking
about
to
acting as if we coming at you and making accusations. Sir, you took this conversation this way. Freezy did not have this conversation on this level.
I
You
was
made
talking
it
the next
remedial.
level.
You were talking about bodies because you said most women got thousands of bodies. Then you said they got 50, and I said, yeah, and you motherfucking 49. What is you talking about? You all over the place. You are full of confusion, sir. People like you don't need to tell no
So I'm
man about
confused
nothing. Y'all need
for
to
having
shut the
self
fuck up.
respect.
Close the lid on the trash can. Just shut up, man. Just shut the fuck up. You
Okay,
are
okay.
irresponsible as fuck. I don't
So
know if you're
so
just a troll or what, but you are irresponsible as
No,
fuck. You're misguided. You're obviously fucking
no,
wounded,
I'm
and
not
that's not our
misguided.
business. But you peddling poison,
I
and
was
it
talking
need to
the
stop,
next
man.
level.
Get a motherfucking hobby.
I
Take
wasn't
your
even talking to
what they
him.
talking about Hobby Lobby earlier. The freaks already going in the Hobby Lobby. We saw the clip earlier. Like, go find something to do. Learn how to
well,
motherfucking knit. Go
okay.
develop
So
yourself.
I
You
am
rather peddle
interested.
poison.
I wanted him to. I did want him to respond to the next level as far as he said we're too caught up in the virgin thing. What you meant by that, Rush?
Yeah, man, I'm not pressed on that. You know what I mean? Like, would
Okay.
I like to have one? Yeah, sure, man. But because I have a standard for myself doesn't make me delusional. It's just that, hey, I'm well aware that it's not a possibility of getting that, and if it doesn't happen, I don't mind being by myself, man.
So
I mean,
you're saying if you don't land your virgin, you're not going to get married at all. You're going to be by yourself.
no, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Freezy. Didn't he say one body is too much? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Listen, listen. It gotta stop. At some point, it gotta stop. Like there's an impairment that is. Listen. See, this what made me feel like it'd be like a lot of unmanaged mental unwellness going on because the average person, even if because I was a C student, right? I suck at book work, right? When it comes to practicals and clinicals and shit, I run circles around people, right? Book work, I fucking suck because I gotta sit still, right? Everybody ain't got to be no A student, but even a C student, a D plus fucking student can understand how this is confusing as hell. It is weird. This is about control. This is about exploiting. This is about leverage. This has nothing to do with nurturing, nourishing connections, connections that will inspire and build. This is solely based on control, which is what these fragile ass minds lean towards. It has nothing to do with, like, this shit is weird to me. And motherfuckers think this shit is normal. Like, this is deviant ass shit. They could sit up here and come up with all the reasons why. Oh, because women, you're gonna be
So
attracted to
is
what
it
looks
deeper than
younger
sex?
and biologically, whatever. Half these motherfuckers ain't trying to take care of no children. Half of they motherfucking sperm is swimming in fucking circles. What is even going on?
Before you ask
What
that
is
question
going
next,
on?
before you ask that question next level,
Super chat.
shout out to Unhinged Main Event Fro, aka Dr. Frizzle Frost, for the $3 super cap. Frizzle Frost said a virgin can file divorce and or cheat too.
No captivity.
Go ahead, next
Say
level.
it ain't so.
So Just Jay, so what you saying is the whole virgin concept is deeper than just body count, like for a sex. Is deeper than that.
I would say so, yeah.
For us, what you were saying,
I
for us
think in
control.
general, right? Okay, my apologies. I think in general, right? It's surface level, right? Because it's about leverage, it's about control, it's about power, it's about exploiting those dynamics, right? Like, and these are and I mean, I'm sure if people search, they can find facts. I'm not an expert. I don't have no PhD or no shit like that, right? But I can imagine that you can find information that will explain that people who typically lean towards that type of shit want leverage, right? And they lean towards that because those people are a lot more malleable and pliable, and a lot they're easier to influence, right? They're easier to coerce, generally speaking. That doesn't mean that people of whatever age can't, whatever. And so then once you go down that road, then you get into the goofy ass conversation of oh, well, she knew better. Oh, what she wanted, what she did, she that, and then you just keep going down this goofy ass road. When at the end of the day, a motherfucker who has this so-called standard that they claim to have should not be preying upon people who are not even in their fucking cohort. If anything, you should be mentoring and leading them people to connect with other people within their cohort. But instead, these people, and a lot of motherfuckers don't like the word, but they prey upon those who are more vulnerable. Just like they prey upon single mothers. Like, we done had this conversation. It's remedial. Once again, a smooth brain ass motherfucker done took the conversation into the fucking garbage can. This ain't had shit to do with all that. This would let you know people is off. This person got straight to body count. It makes no sense for a person who is so surface to be acting like they want so much depth. You don't want fucking depth. You want to hold a hit. That's all you want. So people who have that type of thinking shouldn't even be involved in these conversations, right? And then they'll say, oh, well, they're just a pump and dump. Okay. And then they'll promote, okay, well, you use these women for this, but these the ones you put to the side. When at the end of the day, if your value system was in check, that wouldn't even be a conversation. It goes to show that the value system is compromised because they would treat every one of them like shit. They'll get a virgin and still treat her like shit. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It got something to do with self-serving ego and trash ass character. That's all it is. Stop trying to fix it. You keep you keep putting buttercream on top of a fucking shit cake. God damn. Antoine, wake up.
You lost one, Freezy. I
It
was
was
just
too
about
much
to
dust
say
for him. He
you,
couldn't.
yeah,
Too
you
much
lost
dust. He
one.
couldn't.
Shout
Like,
out,
he ate his snacks and went to bed.
shout out to our sister Jalen in the building. What's going on, Jalen?
Hey,
Jalen,
Jalen.
this is your fault. Jalen, this is your fault.
Hi. I haven't been here, Dust, so you can't tell me that.
Did y'all hear my
Blame
horn?
Jalen.
Y'all can,
No captivity.
Oh, okay, I heard it then.
We
Go
heard
ahead,
it
Jalen.
now.
yeah. Um, just Jay been cooking for the parts that I was up for. I've
Mm-hmm.
been in and out of sleep because I got work in 3 hours. But Freezy, you're more of a Bible expert than I am.
Okay.
When it talks about when people bring up the Bible when it comes to like being chaste and virtuous and being a virgin, did the Bible say that was just exclusively for women?
When it talks about sexual discipline, um, so virgin, I will say this: virgin. The word virgin was mostly attributed to women because what a lot. But that's a great
Yeah,
question
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah, yeah.
that was a great question. The biggest misconception about the word virgin, a lot of people, especially men, interpreted that word virgin as never having sex before. But in the Hebrew, actually, what virgin actually mean is a woman who was never betrothed to a man before. That's actually the original terminology of the original definition of virgin, a woman who was never
Hey, you probably need to
betrothed.
mute him up, free.
Is somebody still here?
Oh, hold on, let me mute him up.
He's
Yeah.
in a
Oh, actually,
slumber. He had his snacks and went to bed. Oh.
yeah. That's the actual original definition in Hebrew when it comes to the Bible of the word virgin, a woman who has never been betrothed before. Now, when it comes to practicing sexual discipline, the
Mm-hmm.
Bible attributed that to both male and female, men and women. I think that's what you was
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
at, Jay.
yeah, 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 yeah. I've been getting more into reading that book lately
Yeah.
because that book, has been taught to me so wrong. And now that I'm of high intellectual prowess, I can now understand the book for myself. Nowhere does it say that a woman specifically, exclusively needs to learn sexual discipline. It actually recommends that both people, for the sanctity of their marriage, be sexually disciplined. Because once you open that Pandora's box, you can't close it. But for some reason, is he still there?
Oh man.
Freezy, get him out of
Oh,
here.
wait. I thought I muted him. My bad. Let me
He's
drop
still
him. Let me drop
here.
him
No,
down.
just put him to bed.
I
He
dropped him. I
has to
dropped
go.
him. I dropped.
He's making more sense than Rush, though. Just being honest.
I dropped him.
No,
Go
that's a
ahead, Jay.
fact.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry. I thought I muted
yeah,
him. Finish your thought,
yeah,
Jay.
no, you good. You good. I was just making sure because I know people get bullied for falling asleep and shit. Um, yeah, the the weaponization of religion is so sad, especially when it comes to that book specifically. I don't know much about what's the infatuation of weaponizing that said book against women,
Yeah.
but it's just so fucking weird. When you really look at the text and you read it for what it is, it's not just talking about women. It's talking about the believers in general. And here these niggas go talking about y'all shouldn't be hoes, but we can be hoes because what king was in there having all them concubines and shit? I'm not an expert like you, Freezy, so I
Solomon.
don't remember all
King
the
Solomon.
names. Yeah, because
Solomon.
King Solomon had all them hoes and shit. But King Solomon, he, he was them hoes was his detriment. They never tell that story though. Them
They full of
hoes was
confusion.
at them hoes was his weakness, like Superman had kryptonite. The hoes was his weakness. That's the story, but they never want to talk about that. They just be like, "Oh, all these men in this book had concubines." Yeah, because that was culturally what they did back then. That wasn't what God told them to do.
I
That
think you
just
brought up a
was a
good point.
cultural thing.
Yeah.
Jalen, when they start bopping butt and dating each other, the men, they're going to say, well, there was homos back in the Bible, too. That's what they're going to start doing.
Well, no.
Rock him,
Actually,
stop him.
Oh shit.
listen to what Jalen said though, right? Actually, Jalen actually raised a great point because when it comes to the functionality of marriages and households and communities, that supposed to be led by men. The first example of sexual discipline should be, we should see it in men first, right? Jalen actually is right. Just irresponsible fornication was not it was not what I want to say? It was not encouraged in the Bible. It was not promoted in the Bible, especially for men as well. Now, I will say women were expected to be more chaste when it comes to their appearance and all of that kind of stuff. But when it comes to sexual discipline, fornication, that was considered a sin across the board. Right?
Period. Right. It didn't. It
Yeah.
did. When we look at the text of when it talks about fornicating and being sexually immoral, it didn't say all the bitches need their pussy locked up. It said everybody, including niggas, need to not be just out here fucking whoever.
Yeah. But guess what though? Guess what, Jalen? By default, guess what you get when men practice more sexual discipline? You get more women with less bodies as well.
No Cap-tivity.
It's just gonna offset. So, just
Sounds
on
like
a
simple
practical,
math.
just on a practical level, men play a huge part in this influx of quote unquote versions of what you understand what I'm saying. Men play a huge part, and I think where the conversation is going. You brought up a good point, Jalen. The men are complaining that there aren't a lot of women who have not experienced sex, but at the same time, we're not addressing how much contribution that the men have given to that. See, that's a real accountable conversation. And I think even women can appreciate that conversation as well. Go ahead, next level.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
My bad, Jalen, but I'm glad you brought the whole biblical aspect in. Cause biblically, since she brought it up, and since Rush brought it up earlier with the whole body count, and she brought up the biblically aspect, are we even looking at sex wrong? Are we even taking like the experience of sex in the wrong way from a biblical standpoint? Are we?
What ain't said? I mean, I don't know. I don't know scripture like that, but I would imagine, right?
Or even
The
okay,
you have
spiritually,
biological needs, right?
are we actually? I mean, because I look at sex as bigger than just you just having sex, you have an orgasm, and then
I fully agree. Yeah.
like Jay said earlier, Freezy is well with the scripture. I'm sure he can pull up a scripture where it says you're not supposed to waste seed. I'm
Well,
sure
listen,
you can
we
pull up.
already know that Onan got taken out. Like, we already know this. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
sure
He
you can
decided he
pull
was
up
gonna pull
scripture
out.
where they say sex is supposed to be like intended for like reproduction,
Right.
not just straight pleasure. So that's why I say,
Right.
are we even looking at and experiencing sex as it probably is intended?
I mean,
Even
probably
Freezy. I'll
not,
let
but
Freezy have that conversation.
when we look at like the secular version of sex, I guess if we want to go down this road, most of the pleasurable aspects is focused on men, or how it's taught. Women should be solely focused on pleasing their man when it comes to sex.
Yeah.
Well, check
What's
this
wrong
out,
with that?
Jalen.
I think I
Earlier,
think
earlier.
I think
I'm
that's how
sorry.
it
Go
should
ahead.
Who said?
be.
Wait, who asked?
Okay, it doesn't matter. It's a smooth
Wait.
brain, entitled person, Jalen. Let's focus, dear. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's irrelevant, right? Because this is the same person that will go in every hole. Now he's entitled to get his nut, right? While at the
Who
same
is
time
that though?
devaluing and looking at a woman as subhuman,
That's
make it
Rush.
make sense. It doesn't
Oh,
matter, girl. It's a smooth brain. It don't even matter. It's irrelevant. But to your point, right? Freezy played a clip earlier. I forget what it was. It was like one of them little dumb random talking point things that basically was saying that the orgasm, what was it, Freezy? It was something about a orgasm or something, or one gender has orgasm can, so it was something like that. But anyway, it was one of them dumb talking points. You know what I'm talking about, Freezy?
yeah.
Well, I played a video.
You played a clip earlier about
Yeah, that was it was about Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit, where he was saying uh it's not important for men to give women orgasms or something. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, it was something goofy like that, right? But to
What?
her point, right?
He said if
Promoting.
God doesn't care about women having orgasms, why should we? That's what Myron Gaines from
God
Fresh and
don't give
Fit
a
said.
shit about you having an orgasm. What you
So
talking
I guess the
about?
Man,
rationale,
that's
Jalen,
why I
was
say looking
about
at
him
sex
being
all
able to.
wrong.
Well, I guess the rationale, I guess I would assume would be since he's able to ejaculate and sperm fertilizes whatever, his orgasm releases sperm. So I guess that's the rationale, right? But to your point, Jalen, right? The idea of sex generally, historically speaking, has been geared towards the pleasure of men. It is
Yeah.
just fairly new that people are attempting to take women into consideration in her experience in the whole arena of sex. Yes, there are some people that are just generally good lovers, but historically speaking, it has typically been
Yeah.
about the man, what it is he's getting. We could look at tribes over in Africa, right? With
Clitoral castration.
female,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mutilation.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah, FMT. I'm not sure if those are trigger words, but you can look at that, right? Because in their mind, it wasn't needed for a woman to have those parts. Those parts brought her pleasure. But what they did was mutilate them. And this is still a cultural practice for many people because in their mind, what she wants is irrelevant. When men get on these panels, when I see some men have conversations, they still exude that same energy.
Mm.
What she want don't matter. What she got to say don't matter. What she think does not matter. How she experiences the world does not matter. Motherfuckers exude this energy on a regular basis and they try to skirt around it with their quote unquote knowledge and try to purport as if they actually give a fuck and they're doing this for the best interest of women when it has nothing to do with that. Simply
Frankly,
control
they
and
haven't.
leverage. That's all it is. And I get tired of people trying to lie about it.
It's sad how like much they try to skirt around and avoid the fact that they their own problem. Like the men that don't
That's
have a
what I was going to get to.
promiscuity issue, that shout out to y'all. God bless, Godspeed. Y'all done figured it out. But the ones that still have an issue with promiscuity and motherfucking lusting and whatever the fuck, y'all got problems. Y'all want to say that women cause all your issues when it's you. All this thing of child support and all this shit. If you would just stop fucking, you wouldn't have to worry about child support.
Uh,
Simple as
uh,
that. You wouldn't have shit to worry about if you would just stop fucking. The same way you tell bitches to stop opening their legs. Nigga, if you would stop fucking, you wouldn't have to worry about children, diseases, this bitch calling you every night, your car getting fucked up because you decided you wanted to cheat on her with a new bitch. You wouldn't have to worry about none of that. But since you don't want
No,
to
not
handle
if
the
you got
main
back
problem, which
door.
is your promiscuity,
What
yeah,
about if
you
they
just
say
always have
men's nature?
issues.
But
It's
as a
it's
male
all
man,
bullshit.
nature.
Bullshit.
a man has
Bullshit.
needs.
It's all bullshit, bro.
Bullshit.
A man
No,
gonna fuck
not
off
only
on
is it,
something. You expect this nigga to go 6 months without some pussy? Are you serious? Are you serious? You expect that nigga to go 6 months without some pussy? Like these niggas is
not,
remedial. Like
not only is
and,
it
and- and
bullshit.
it's funny because people talk as if human beings in general don't have urges, right? Like women don't have urges. You still got some men out here that think that women don't even enjoy sex. Like, no, bitch, you just weren't paying attention and you just didn't give a fuck. like
Yeah.
it's It's very interesting to me. I just find it very interesting, and I'm just tired of people lying about it. Just say I'm self-centered and I just want to get a nut, and I don't give a fuck about you nor your experience, and I want to do what I want to do. Just hold it, and be honest about it. Like, stop trying to make it sound cute. It's dumb.
I think it's
Sorry,
a
can I
whole nother
go,
level of
please? Sorry,
redirected
can
dust. No, I think it's a whole nother level of redirected dust. Here's the deal. There's dudes who are going out here trying to get the women's and they're getting ragdolled, yanked, spanked, and ganked out here in these streets. And you see the pain and the frustration. That's why they grab the microphone, wait and blame everything on the women. But the easy route, the difficult thing to do, or the right thing to do is say, hey man, I got a problem and I'm trying to get it fixed. I ain't clicking with the women's like that. Or something ain't what it is. But the easy route is just get up and say it's something wrong with everybody else. Just like the broke dude. Why you ain't making them, oh, it's the white man's system. But dude, you ain't worked in 7 years. Oh, the system. That's the easy way. Just blame something on something in the sky versus saying, hey, I got a problem and I can't get this shit right. So you go out here and just throw, well, they ain't virgin, so that's something that's wrong with them.
Or they
It's all
ain't, or they all
bullshit.
got high body counts, even though when the
Ooh,
fuck,
what the
Yeah, and what are
what
you?
the
The one
fuck?
you the dude over there
oh,
and peeking in the windows counting? How you know their body
oh wait.
count? You watching?
He
You got
Nigga, if we
proof?
verifies.
knew, like,
That
Mm,
go to show
in
you
my
how
mind,
Huh?
I'd be
delusional they
like,
are.
in
You the
my mind,
dude
I'd
with
be like,
the
nigga,
now
if we,
serving
how
number
about if we knew
36.
yours? How about if we knew your motherfucking body count? How would people react if we knew you fucked 200 bitches? How do you think we gonna celebrate because you fucked 200 women? Really?
Jalen,
uh-uh.
they be thinking
Women love
women
that
want to
shit,
see them
man. Women just
asparagus
sit
tip
here in
pics.
front.
That's what they
Women
think.
is
They
only
think
attracted to
want to
dudes
see
that
them
can
Order
fuck.
asparagus
is
tip
speaking.
pics.
Wait, sorry, can I
Shout
have a
out to
go, please?
Tommy B in the building. Hold on a minute. Shout out to Tommy B in the building with the $5 cash cap. He says for the cause, my nigga.
No
1.
captivity.
I don't think any
Appreciate that,
woman
Tommy.
Shout out to the
is gonna be
asparagus tip.
turned on. I don't think any woman gonna be
Bum,
turned
bum,
on to
bum.
find out that this nigga that she married to done fucked 300 women before she even
You
came to pick.
capping.
I
They
would be
swear,
frankly
You
but
capping.
you know what
That's
though?
disgusted.
turning
The
her
talk
I
organs
would
is
be
on. You capping.
desirable.
disgusted. I would be ready to vomit on myself because this nigga
The
had the
talking
nerve to
point
be
is
loosey goosey,
desirable.
like
Hey,
loosey goosey as fuck. You
I'm
easy as
dropping.
fuck. I
Y'all
would
have
be
a good night.
disappointed in
Go,
Please
you.
continue.
Cam.
Please
Wait,
continue
I
to
was
dust
just
this
wondering.
man off.
Wait, sorry.
All right, Scam.
Sorry, can I
Appreciate
have
you,
a
bro.
go, please?
Peace out.
Oh,
Yo,
sorry.
go
Just
Hey,
Jay.
go
hey,
ahead. Go
whatever.
ahead, Riaz. Go ahead, Riaz. How you
I
doing,
was gonna
Riaz?
say
How you
though,
doing, Riaz? How you doing?
I'm
Hey,
doing
Riaz.
good, thanks.
Okay,
Hey,
all right.
I'm doing amazing though, for also relating to this type thing as well though. It's also like basically a body count thing, not just basically putting in more energy as well, because it's like soul ties as well, multiple soul ties though, these guys though, and they're also complaining about how many the females have, but have they seen themselves though? Because you know what it is though, some people are actually afraid to look in the mirror to face the demon within, and they ain't doing that because they don't want to take accountability. Because one, their pride won't allow it. One, their pride and their ego won't allow it, and two, they're actually afraid to actually, take accountability because they actually care what other people think. And also, these same guys complain about what goes on now when they're the same people who created that type of culture, telling younger men to actually literally go around sleeping with as many girls as possible. Literally, I've been told many times you should go do that, and I'm like, nah, bro, I ain't doing that.
Yep. They will be right on the
Listen,
panel telling Riaz
Coach
that
Fur,
they finna get him some coochie. And shout out to listen, Jalen, we on the same page, right? You got people talking about your mamas and your aunties was nasty, but these the same niggas that was up in them mamas and them aunties, right? And also bringing fire
yeah.
and brimstone and trying to tell people how they need to get right. Like this be the idiotic remedial shit. This is what I'm saying. Like it just be goofy ass shit. Is people trying to act like everybody walking around not having sex? No, that's a human aspect of life. Like it is what it is. It's the fact that people are trying to uphold a standard that they're not willing to uphold within themselves. And it's just a level of delusion. Do I care who people out here truly humping? Not to that level. I,
No.
I, I care about what immediately affects me. I'm not over here trying to govern what women do with their coochie. I'm not trying to govern what
Mm-hmm.
men do with with their penis like that. You know what I'm saying? Would it
Mm-hmm.
benefit people to be mindful of having casual sex? Yeah, but I'm not out here policing people and at the same time telling women, oh, I love my sisters. Y'all need to close y'all legs or whatever, but I'm over here gobbling dick for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Motherfuckers is like, listen, people are fucking liars out here, okay? People are fucking liars.
What do y'all think
and you know
about
what?
what do y'all think
Oh,
about Coach Ferg said earlier when I said men's the Bible expects for men to practice sexual discipline as well. Coach Ferg said then you will also get a society that vanishes.
since
Also Coach
when was that your job to worry about society? Are you God or something? Are you God? I just need to know. Do you got the numbers on a piece of paper where you calculating the population and the birth
But
rates?
check
I
it.
just need to
But
know.
check it, Jalen. But then there's an excuse. Ball players, rappers, and musicians do it every day. See, that's what I'm saying. People are full of confusion. Your aunties and your mamas is nasty, but like
You
people is full of
like
confusion out here.
I thought you
And
could be
these are
fruitful and
people that
multiply with
have
one
the
woman.
that have the ear of people. Like that's what be scary. These are the people that are out here giving advice to other people. Like it's just I
Yeah.
don't know. To me, it's not rocket science. To me, it's not complicated. Like I don't get it. Like it's just very strange.
You
I'm
can be
also gonna
fruitful and
say just
multiply with
oh
one
sorry.
woman. I never heard any like you can have if you trying to just be fruitful and multiply. I done seen people have 10, 6, 8, 12 motherfucking children. You can do that with one woman if that's really what you want to do. But what you
Okay, but
trying to
okay.
do is excuse the fact that you want to hop
Now,
from woman to woman to woman to woman to woman to woman to woman like a disgusting whore and then
now what?
excuse it by saying I'm trying to repopulate the earth when nigga you got condoms 9 times out of 10 on with all them hoes.
Okay. Well, I was also gonna say just this, but so some of these guys also do as well when they actually see a virgin, when the virgin says no to them, no and stuff like that, though. Like when they give advice as well, and when the virgin tells them
Listen,
no, I
in
ain't doing that. So
reality, if a
Wait,
guy's
wait,
capable of
Freezy, can
multiple
you do me a
women,
favor, Freezy?
he's
Can
the
you put
man.
up Coach Ferg's new
You know what I mean?
comment? Cause
If a
this is
female
this is
sleep around,
interesting.
she's considered to
This
be.
Hold
this
on.
is interesting.
That's just
Okay,
reality,
hold
all
on a
right?
second. Hold
Accept
on
it,
a
buddy.
second. Hold on a second. Riaz was talking.
Okay, sorry. I was just about to say as well, though, pretty much though, when if I say no to that advice, they're gonna question my sexuality, saying no, like I like guys or whatever. Nah, bro, I like girls, but I'm trying to control myself before I get married, though, and ain't nothing wrong with that.
Definitely ain't nothing wrong with it. And no, and anybody trying to shame somebody else for how they choose to exercise discretion with what they do with their body is a fucking weirdo anyway. That
Exactly.
goes against all the talking points anyway. Like that's what I'm saying. It goes against what the quote unquote standard is, but this goes to show you the imbalance because it's about entitlement. Because in their mind, this doesn't apply to men. This just applies to women. Like God hold us accountable, but these
It
motherfuckers don't even
does.
dust off their damn Bible. Listen, don't play games with me.
Listen,
Play
a
with
woman
somebody
is not the
else.
same as a
You,
man.
you ain't
You know what I
having no
mean?
devotional every morning.
If a
I could
female
tell by
sleeps
the way you
around,
talk, baby. Listen, I'm not a religious person, and I don't care to get into
if a
what your
female
beliefs
sleeps
is, but
around,
I
she will be
guarantee
considered a
you not
slut.
having no devotional every morning because
And
I
if
could
you
tell how
sleep
you talk
around, it
when
would
you
still
open
be
your mouth.
considered disgusting. What are you talking about? It's still
So
disgusting.
as usual, you
Just
full of
because you've
You're not
confusion.
even
allowed your
genuine.
male
You're not even
counterparts
keeping
to
it a bean
tell
right
But
now.
you
you and teach
windmilling and you
you,
swinging. Go find a hole to dive in. That's all you want to do. So I don't even understand what your investment is, sir. What is your investment? You ain't talking about shit. You just talking
Okay.
about fucking and birds. But you grew up in a nuclear home with a mother and a father and all that. Listen, man, play in somebody else's face. We tired of this gaslighting. It's too much. You gotta stop. Close the lid on the garbage can. Just stop it, baby. We tired. It's getting late. And I'm
No,
old
you're
also.
tired.
Oh,
Good
sorry, I was
time.
gonna say
Yeah,
no.
you.
If
Go
there's
I
ahead.
bet
any
you get
feedback
tired.
though,
But
is that
listen,
if there's
listen. I'm
a
trying not to be disrespectful. So when you diving in them
You've been
holes, you got
disrespectful the
enough.
whole night.
Listen, stop.
What are you
Do
talking
you have
about?
enough stamina? Do you have enough stamina to get in these holes like you claiming? You don't. Stop. It's
So
enough.
people with high body counts get married daily. You know what? I could agree with that,
And I
Coach
call those
Ferg.
dudes that
But the problem
wife up those
the
birds is
problem
You
sucking.
don't need
is
to manage those
what
dudes. That's
Sucking
the problem with
consent.
Hold on,
weirdos like you. You
wait.
try to manage
Uh,
other men. Let men manage themselves. A solid dude don't need another
Hey
nigga
man, I was
telling
just
him
giving
what
a
he's supposed to
rebuttal,
do.
man. That's all I'm
You
saying.
mind
I
your
was just
own
giving a
business.
rebuttal.
Get to your
Relax,
own business.
relax,
Go find
buddy.
some holes in the
wait.
garbage can and toodle.
Let's let Jalen was she was responding to this
My
not super
apologies,
this
Freezy.
chat.
Let me make some more tea.
I
Go ahead.
fully
Go ahead,
I
Jalen.
fully agree that people that are highly promiscuous people get married daily. Sure. The problem comes in when you in that marriage and you now only have one person to have sex with, one person to lust after, one person to be sexual with. If you have been having sex with all these people before you get with a person and you get married, it'll be exponentially harder for you to practice what, the Bible talks about monogamy. Exponentially harder, which is why it is warned that you should just be disciplined to alleviate you being so sexually immoral in your mind, because it starts in your mind. When you start to think about fucking other people, God says that's a sin also. Yeah, you should just be lusting after your wife. You don't get to lust after other bitches in your head either. God said, no, no, you can't do that either, sir. That's gonna start you having, nope, can't do it. So I don't know. I don't know if Coach Ferg is religious or not. I'm just using the religious argument because these niggas be sounding like priests and motherfucking pastors when they talk about women being sexually disciplined. But when it talks about them, all of a sudden they secular, open minded, and they want to open their
Girl,
legs to all the
you
bitches in
know
the
how it
world.
go. But
So
meanwhile,
it's
these some of the
just
same people who ran rampant, right? And see, that's what I'm saying. It be bullshit, and you know it is at the end of the day, Jalen. Like I was saying earlier before you had came, like there's a level of sincerity that comes with having conversations, right? Like we are in a time where people have tons of information, right? We're there's an influx of information. We're saturated with information, right? But motherfuckers who talk lack fucking conviction. Conviction hit different. When you ain't got no conviction behind what the fuck you say, you just running your motherfucking mouth. And that's coming from somebody who talk a lot. The whole thing is people have to understand that you mean what you say, or at least on some level be believable. A lot of people are not even believable. A lot of people like to get on these fucking social media platforms and tell lies. They will not tell you how shit really went down. They will act as if they was present in their children's lives constantly, as if they was in the same
mhm.
household, as if they didn't have to go to child support court, as if they always had the best interests of the kids, as if they didn't go through drama. And it is what it is. We're human. People understand that people have layers, but they act like they have lived a life of perfection. Motherfuckers will get on these panels and tell you they done been married for 25 years, but nigga, you stressed her out for 20 motherfucking three. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. And they say it as a flex, and they say it to shame other people. So now there's a question of if anybody else on the panel is married. Okay, so that is to minimize and discount everything other people saying if we ain't married. A motherfucker
Well,
telling me they married when they life and they human just like everybody else don't do shit for me. I ain't one of them people that you could tell me I drive this car, I've been married for this long, I got this, my credit this. That shit don't do nothing for me. You have to talk to people who are superficial and who are surface, because if they don't fuck with you in real life, all that shit you talking don't even matter. Like I don't get it. All that flexing is for what? It's self-serving because people want validation. Back to what I said earlier. When the motherfuckers try to discount what I said about validation, niggas still want validation. Pussy assholes still want validation. Fuck niggas still want validation. That's why they bring their whole asses in these chats and they twerk that
what
ass and
it
they throw it in a circle because they want validation. They want to be
what it
seen.
seems
Oh
What it
wait, so I was
feels
gonna say
like,
this quick.
and I'm saying feels specifically, what it feels like is
Praise
just
God.
Jay, he wants us to shut up because we have no ring to flaunt. Well, nigga,
That
let's
part.
be honest. I would rather be flaunting a happy relationship than be in a marriage with somebody that's still dealing with the sin of lust. I'm just saying,
That part.
if my man is still dealing with the sin of promiscuity and lust, what the fuck am I gonna be out here bragging about a marriage anyway?
A marriage
I would
supposed to
keep my
represent
mouth shut at all
stability.
motherfucking times.
Like
Honestly, I
somebody said
would. I
earlier,
would be
right? It should
embarrassed.
represent stability. That's at least in my
Yeah, it
mind.
should.
I shouldn't act as if everybody view it the same. I should say, in my mind, I view marriage as stability, right? So why the fuck would I be out here flexing in a whole unstable ass relationship? And to me, it's nothing to flex. Like to me, people flexing about their relationships is weird as fuck to me. Like it's nothing wrong with being proud of who you're with, right? And just saying, hey, I'm happy, whatever, whatever. Like to me, that's different from people just throwing shit in people's face and trying to use it as a flex as if that means something. I know people who've been married for umpteen years, and guess what? Motherfuckers get shook for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like that isn't a flex. I'm not in people's homes. I could care less because guess what? There's still going to be levels of that relationship that I know nothing about because I'm not in their house. Motherfuckers be
I wish.
relationship
Okay.
goals, whatever. I don't look up to people like that. They're fucking human just like me. And after they log off and after they look like the cute couple that they are, them motherfuckers might be going at it or arguing or whatever, which is fine because they fucking human. It's cool.
Okay. Wait, I was gonna say, Jaja, so when it comes to Asian thing, is what some people say, so they don't understand the simple fundamentals of the religion and they just take bits and pieces which suit them, no. And I'll be real enough to admit, though, I'm just on the simple level of understanding and I'm trying to actually learn the simple basics of my faith, though, and everything like that. Trying to understand the simple basics and how to practice it properly and everything like that. At least I'm real enough to admit it. Some people ain't even real enough to admit it and they think they know everything, but they don't. And I ain't shaming nobody,
Mm,
but it's true.
So earlier, and Jalen brought up a good point, right? Earlier, Rush, he brought up some kind of scientific, some type of scientific thing saying that if a female starts having sex, she is there's a 50% chance that when she gets into a relationship with a man or or marriage, there's a 50% chance that she will cheat on him. I think that's what he was saying.
He was speaking
And
about okay, so Jalen, he was speaking okay, so basically that gentleman is a record player, right? He literally says the same thing every time he get on the panel. He
okay.
was speaking to imprinting, right? He was speaking to the
okay,
typical
Oh.
talking points when it come to imprint and when it come to pair bond. And then shout out to the people that say,
Uh-huh.
we because we like dick, we got nut milk in the base of our fucking spinal cord, and it's going to the brain, and this is why the women are crazy and all that's what
Yeah.
Freezy talking about. So that's what he was speaking to. So basically he's saying once a woman catch a body, now
Mm-hmm.
there's really no good chance that she will really pair to a guy. If another dude married her, there's no way that she will really pair and bond with that guy properly. This says the person who
Mhm.
gonna dive in any hole they could find. This says the
I
person
don't really
who okay with having an asparagus tip dick, but yeah, okay.
I don't
well,
really agree. I obviously that's a study, and if that's a study, it's a study, it's a theory, whatever. I don't agree with it. I think that if your sex life is trash in that marriage, of course you're gonna be dreaming about other dick or pussy. Of course. But obviously, you it's the sex sucks. Y'all ain't learning each other's bodies. Your chemistry ain't there. Of course. What are you talking about? So you know what? Never mind. I agree. Yeah, maybe if y'all did some more initiative with your wife and cared about her getting off too, you wouldn't have her dreaming about Tom, Dick, and Harry that gave her better dick before she got with you. Yeah,
well,
I actually agree.
the reason why I say you brought up a good point as far as male sex discipline. Okay, I haven't heard a scientific study pointed to men when it comes to men's promiscuity. But do y'all do you think that that could actually correlate with men too? If a man was, you know, promiscuous and he's having sex with women and he's always trying to, smash. Once he actually uh joins a woman in a relationship, do you think it would be hard for that man also to pair bond with that woman? Because he's so
Yes.
used to smashing women as well. Do you think that
Yes.
translates to men too?
Yes, it does. It definitely does. I don't think it's gender specific, but again,
Okay.
people use science and religion and all aspects of life to weaponize women's sexuality against them, and men can just thrive in their immoralities all the fucking time. I think
Yeah.
men, if they were to sit down with themselves and really be introspective, they would understand and realize that you being in a relationship with a woman and you looking around at other women is is another example of you being unfaithful in your relationship, because that's where it starts.
Mm-hmm.
You looking at another woman in a sexual manner is where your cheating path starts. It's kind of like a gateway drug.
But
Well,
but
I mean,
speaking of
thoughts
drugs,
contribute to
speaking
your experience. You know what I'm saying? If and, and y'all know the cliche or the saying from back in the day, right? Idle mind is the devil's playground, right? Any of
Mm-hmm.
us, when we
Yeah,
sit with idle minds and we're not active or developing ourselves, and that includes me, right? We indulge in escapism, this, that, whatever, whatever. Our minds will be occupied with other things. You know what I'm saying? Because I
right.
think on some level we have, like, we all are, like, we have energy, right? Spirit, so whatever you want to call it, whatever your belief is, right? But it's like energy is constantly in motion, right? So when we sit in, whether that's our physical body or whatever, right, you have energy that is just pent up. And I feel like sometimes we don't express that in different ways, or just have that exchange of energy in productive ways. And so then we seek out ways that are overindulgent, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's food, if it's sex, whatever, right? When people engage with multiple partners, like you said, Freezy, right? I think that there are some biological differences. And for the people that actually have gone to school for this or whatever, can get up and talk about it. I'm not necessarily the person for that. I'm just giving my opinion and my ideas, right? I
Mm-hmm.
think there's a biological aspect to differences between men and women simply because of testosterone, progesterone, estrogen, right? We all have those in our body at different levels. I have testosterone. It's just at a different level versus a man, et cetera, et cetera. Those levels vary from person to person. But in regards to men, typically, yes, men do have higher testosterone, which increases libido. Cool, we know that. To me, that has nothing to do with a person evolving, right? Because we're in a day and age where people have supposedly evolved, right? I've said this before. Men in general want to continue to remain in their primal state, their primitive nature. They want to continue to be nigga Neanderthals. Shout out to Queen Sunkiss, right? They want to continue to be nigga Neanderthals and not evolve and expand. Most men are comfortable being whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? Because then you hear the excuses, a man gonna be a man, this, that, and whatever. To me, all of those narratives promote the idea that it's okay for men to stay stagnant. And it's not about comparing who do more, right? But in general, I personally feel that women are more open to expanding, you know what I'm saying? Um, I don't know if I want to say, well, maybe mentally, for lack of better words, right? I feel like women in general are more open to expansion in that regard than men. And I think that is one of the reasons why a lot of men are stagnant and don't evolve as individuals, right? Because if you notice, men that are probably like a little bit more well versed in tuning in with other people's experience, right? And not just being a dictator. If you notice, those people tend to draw more people to them, also more women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they in my opinion, do better and are more efficient at communicating on a productive level with women. It's not that they're perfect. They just have that capacity and have that range to where they could connect with women a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I think that there are differences, but I think for a lot of people, those are just cop outs to do what they want and be self serving, right? Because they'll say it's in a man's nature to do this, to do that. They'll say it's in a man's nature to have sex with a bunch of women. They say that it's in a man's like men are not monogamous, right? By nature, that's what they say, right? To me, if all of these things are natural, I think amongst myself, like in my mind, I be saying to myself, if these things are so natural, why is it that there is so much resistance? But then what happened with that is you get more gaslighting. Oh, because women are insecure because they don't know how to stay in their place because they don't know their role and blah blah blah. And then you get into all this other goofy shit when you're totally dismissing the fact that this person who is in this connection has an experience as well as you do. If all of these things that men keep promoting is so natural, why the fuck women don't just fall in line? Why is it that when these people who were in nuclear homes, right, the ones that got the flex and tell us how they was in nuclear homes and they daddy was there and all this other fuck shit that nobody really asks, right? Why is it that these same people will have these negative narratives? Why is it that these same people were affected and were affected negatively because they saw they daddy run the streets and fuck everything in sight and be up in other women's faces? And they saw that as a child, and that shaped how they view marriages, how they view intimate connections, or the child that sat there and saw, and I'm just using like stuff that people would just assume or quote unquote stereotypes. That's like the child who saw their mama whooping on their daddy. They was in this nuclear household, but every time she got mad, she was throwing frying pans, right?
Yeah.
That shaped that child and their experience in how they view relationships. If all
Yeah.
of this stuff is natural, then why is there so much resistance? And why does it affect children in the way it does? Why does divorce affect children the way it does? Why do men cheating on their spouses and their children see it affect them the way it does if it's so natural? People are
Well,
liars and they
I
want to do what they want.
I think you bring up a good point. I think we have to further the conversation than just marriage because nuclear families have been a detriment to a lot of kids. Because of how toxic the environment actually was inside of the house. So it's got to be bigger than just being married. I mean, being married
Mhm.
is a good thing, but a healthy marriage and just being married is two totally different things. So I think just using marriage as a qualifier is not. I don't think that's conducive to the conversation. You was gonna say something, Jalen?
When you see kids of the opposite gender interact with each other, it's the most innocent and sweet thing I'd ever fucking seen. I'm not talking about the ones where y'all say they was in traumatic households and shit. I'm talking about the ones that live a normal life. They be hugging on each other, saying "I love you." They really don't know what "I love you" mean, but they say it because we say it to them, and they understand that that's the way that you show that you care for somebody. They be
Yeah.
giving each other gifts and shit. They be kissing each other on the cheek. It just be the most innocent forms of affection I'd have never fucking seen. You mean to tell me that these little ass boys, because y'all been boys before, y'all had this all in y'all brain that y'all just was gonna fuck on bitches? Like that's just in your genetic DNA code? Really? I think people just ignore the fact that indoctrination in your environment does a
Yeah.
good bit of damage to that
And
innocence that you exude when you are a child.
yeah, it was definitely conditioned. Young boys don't just come out of the gate, wanting a whole bunch of pussy. They don't just be coming out the gate talking like. it is definitely conditioned. I mean, I can even speak for myself. Um, my dad, he used to watch porn with us in the, with me and my brothers in the living room with him. He used to tell us, son, you know, when you get older, you know, get as many women as you can, you know. And he even said stuff like, don't make the same mistake I did getting married. You don't want to tie yourself down, live the world, live your life, son. So living your life, son, meant, me being with as many women as I could. And I really thought that, because my daddy, actually told me that was the right way to think as a man. I thought having sex with women in general was a macho thing. I thought, that kind of validated me more as a man. But I thought like that because I thought like that because I was conditioned to think like that. I didn't understand his mentality played a huge part in the dysfunction in his own household, with my mom and everything. So, I had to kind of what is it called? When I got older, I had
Mm-hmm.
to build the plane. What is that? Is it as I fly it? Whatever. I forgot what the terminology is. I had to, kind of like learn on the fly. I had to learn on the fly and learn from trial and error.
Oh,
I had to
okay.
learn from my own mistakes and trial and error. Thank God that, because my wife really, if she would have just checked out, it would have been understandable. But she, throughout all of those small, we not talking and she mad and whatever, and those little breakups, y'all know how it go. You break up to make up. She still hung in there, and then she seen the man that I became today, and I thank God for that. I thank God for her, because it didn't have to be like that. See, I can,
Absolutely. And that's where
and
grace come into play, right? Because the
I done
patience
heard
that
some
I'm sorry, you
horrible
gotta go ahead, Jalen.
I done heard some horrible, demented, fucked up stories of how men learned about sex.
Yep.
And it's the most I would sometimes cry for them because I'm like, your innocence was taken away from you, and I don't think you've deduced that about yourself.
Right. Some of them are not really aware, and some are. And I ain't gonna hold you. I think that some don't necessarily feel affected by it in such a way, but a lot of them, to your point, though, experience some cringy ass stuff. Whether, like, Freezy said, it was the adult men around them telling them, and I'm just paraphrasing, like, you ain't a man if you don't go get this or you don't go get that. Like, we know how it go when the young man, the teenager, I should say, goes out and experience whatever, he gets pats on the back, right? From the men in his circle, whomever they might be. um if a teenage girl goes out and it's found out that she had sex, she's shamed, she's shunned, whatever. I understand the double standards, and it is what it is, right? But to
Mhm.
your point, Freezy, like, it's all conditioning. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, the majority of the things that I think about and the majority of the conversations that come up is conditioning. We all are conditioned a certain way, regardless of what people want to say. Women are conditioned a certain way, men are conditioned a certain way. There is not necessarily no one better than the other. There can be one more destructive than the other, depending on how you perceive said destruction, right? One is more covert than the other. One is more overt than the other. And I've
Yeah.
said this before on panels, right? These same dudes that have certain talking points will get up here, talk that talk. They act like, oh, she know what time it is. Oh, well, that's why you let a woman know what's up. They all birds anyway. So this, that. I believe in this. I believe in that. I ain't trying to have nothing serious. I ain't trying to whatever. All that boils down to is people who do not want to be vulnerable for whatever reason, right? I'm not saying that people don't have valid reasons for not wanting to be vulnerable, but they do it at the expense of other people. The
Yeah.
exchange is going to be imbalanced in some way. People will go into situations knowing that they are not willing to give what they are requiring from people. And if you're a person of character, or like you claim, how that even settle in your spirit?
Yeah.
Like, if I knew I wasn't willing to give what I'm demanding from a person, I'm honest with myself to know, Jay, that don't even sound right. How the fuck you gonna be demanding something from him when you're not willing to give that same thing or at least make a concerted effort to do so?
Yeah.
Because
That's a
people are
fact.
entitled, you know. But I sent you a quick video, Freezy, to Jalen's point about kids or whatever. I thought it was cute. But anyway,
But
y'all got it.
it's in the back chat.
Nah, I think I texted to you.
Oh, you texted. Okay. Shout out
Yeah.
to Liberated Soul in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
What'd you say there, my brother?
Oh,
Look
now you
out,
on the
bro.
panel.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Now
sir.
he
We
on
hear
Shout
you.
out to
Mm-hmm.
Liberated.
child, please. Now you on the panel.
All right, look out, bro. Freeze it like always, man. I
Look out,
appreciate you
bro,
letting
bro.
me
Look
up.
out.
Next level, what's up with you, bro?
What up?
Jalen,
What up?
much love to you, sis. Just Jay, man, you already know what it is. Love to see you, sis. Glad to
That's
see
a
you
fact.
back up. But yeah, bro, I appreciate you letting me in. Shout out to the chat.
What's your initial thoughts on the conversation, Liberated?
I just tapped back in. I missed earlier because I dozed off, so I haven't heard much whatever happened earlier.
Yeah.
To the conversation that was just taking place. When it comes to sex, I keep it very surface level because I do hold it in high regard from a spiritual standpoint. So I do not talk about it as openly. Now, if we're talking about on the surface, I can engage a little bit, but depending on the context of it, I tap out of those conversations because that's just how I value that. So I don't just talk about it freely.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely.
But
Go
but I
ahead.
heard a lot of simple math going on for the last 30 minutes that I've been listening. So I figured, let me go ahead, come in here and simp a little bit. Anytime you agree with women, you simping.
Okay.
So I might as well just go ahead and jump in on that gravy train and simp a little bit.
So before you simp, let me read this cash cap. Shout out to hold on, I did that wrong. Hold on. Shout out to my brother, Mr. Will. I don't even know who this is because I didn't want to show the whole name. Shout out to Daniel. Shout out to
Shout
Daniel.
out
Thank
to
you.
you.
Yeah, thank you for the $5 cash cap, Daniel. I didn't want to show your whole name. Shout out to you.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate that. Yo, go ahead and simp. Let me hear what you got to say, Liberated Soul.
Well, just to fill my simping duties. Anytime something logical is said and a man agrees with it, if it's coming from a woman, it's simping.
Yeah.
So I might as well.
Yeah.
So the one part that I did here and was in total agreement with the double standard as far as it goes with. I'm gonna use the example. Say men say women need to close their legs or whatever the case may be. I've always said, well, bro, it ain't a one-sided thing. So just because a woman's legs may be open, don't necessarily mean you got to take her up on it. And so you have a level of control. You play a part in that process as well. So that could be spread out amongst other things as well, like any other type of example where we pointing at women as if we don't play a part in whatever the thing may be. So here it is, we complain about women. In my time when I was coming up, it was said women were fast, which
Yeah.
was equated to
Ah.
304s. So it's like,
Ah.
well, they're fast, but how are they getting to that point to where they gain that label? They're not doing it themselves. We got to engage in it. So maybe if we stop engaging, maybe women won't be as, now we saying, promiscuous. Now, don't get me
But
wrong. There will still be some women and some men doing it, but if people was a little bit more mindful of it to see it takes both parties to at least gain whatever title that we want to give them, then you got to understand you do play a part in it. So that's where I add my little 2 cents.
but Liberated, here's the thing. You brought up like young women being called fast. Like, why are
Mm.
young women being called fast and that's seen as negative, and they are even chastised for that? Like, they get they get whoopings or whatever. They get in trouble for
Mm-hmm.
being fast young girls.
Mm-hmm.
But when boys be mannish, you get pats on the back. You get, you get encouragement for being mannish. As a
Mm-hmm.
young boy, you get encouraged. So why is there such a difference when it comes to the sexual nature of a man and a woman? Because like you said, the 304, they would talk about the 304 in a negative way,
Mm-hmm.
but the player is cool.
Right.
Everybody like the player.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we was talking about that earlier as far as the what's socially accepted uh as far as men versus women, especially in the sex category. I think that's dysfunctional. I think that's I think like just men being championed on how many women they sleep with, that is a toxic thing. I remember growing up hearing about Wilt Chamberlain, and all the little boys used to talk about Wilt Chamberlain sleeping with over 1,000 women. We thought that was like, the way we grew up, we thought that was like like an accomplishment. You know what I'm
Badge of
saying?
honor.
Yeah. Yeah, badge of honor. Thank you for helping me with that. And when you really think about it, man, that wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you just sleeping with 1,000 women. You showed no discipline with you. It just really, if we could actually break that down properly, Wilt Chamberlain, he probably was only good at basketball when it
But
come to life.
but when you're looking at it like that, Freezy, like mentally, like if we look at, like, if you want to say like the 304s and even like the players, or like people who have a high body counts, can we look at it as like in the form of addiction? Like
Yes.
not even just
Mm-hmm.
addicted to sex itself, but addicted to that type of lifestyle, to where I can have sex when I want with whoever I want, how I want, like some people are addicted to that type of lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
It
That's
can
a
be
fact.
addiction. You can be addicted to more things than just drugs and food and alcohol. Like addiction, it can go a wide range of things,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of people throw sex addicts to just, oh, somebody just want to have sex. No, a sex addict can somebody who's addicted to having sex to multiple different people, or don't want to commit to this one person, like how y'all was explaining earlier. Just have sex with this person, that person. I mean, that can be an addictive lifestyle.
Oh,
And if I
I
could,
got your video queued up. Just I'm gonna play it in 1 second. Go ahead, Liberator. So
if I can add this part, I heard Just Jay speaking to conditioning and programming. So I'll say I like to explain it from this standpoint, just to kind of, I mean, it could be equated to sex as well, just by how we're programmed to be. But I like to look at it like this. So I'm gonna use marriage or relationships as an example. So when we were kids, boys and girls, they are programmed a certain type of way, to where they watching the cartoons and all that stuff is about you know, being head over heels for boys. Boys. That's it, all that type of stuff. But boys, on the other hand, we weren't conditioned that way, to be fixated on how the women are. It's Prince Charming, it's the white picketed fence, it's all that. But boys, on the other hand, we either outside playing sports, we, goofing around, hurting each other. But when it came down to music, that's more so where we got our conditioning from. So whatever they're talking about in the music at that time that we're listening to, which was a lot of degrading women, You think about our uncles and like Freezer was saying, our dads and so on and so forth. Certain conversations taking place to where we get engraved with looking at women in a particular way. So then you bring it to our adulthood and you still see the same thing where men, we're not really focused on marriage like that. Well, we weren't conditioned to do that. We were conditioned to look at women in an objective way. And then what are women wanting? Women want the marriage. They want this. They want that, so on and so forth. That's how they were conditioned. So here it is, just like the sex thing where men are championed or patted on the back to play the field. That's how it was said to me when I was younger, play the field. So we get a pat on the back for that. But if women play the field, they get shunned and so on and so forth. So from
Yeah.
jump, we're designed a particular type of way that's gonna keep us in conflict because we're on two different pages.
Most definitely. And when we like I brought up Wilt Chamberlain, think about it. When we think about the PJ Washingtons today or the Anthony Edwards, where he just squeezing them off in women and having these kids, and he's telling women he don't even want them. Like, if we go back in time to these players like Wilt Chamberlain, Magic Johnson, these people, they've been doing this. They've been exemplifying this type of sexual behavior. So much so, we don't even know how Magic got the ninja. We don't really know how he actually got it. This this has been going on for decades. And it's been championed. It's been championed for a long time, And when are we going to say to ourselves as men, hey man, that's not the right way to go. That's very dysfunctional. And it doesn't set a good example for generations to come, right? As men, we should be able to talk amongst one another and actually say these things and tell the truth. But the problem is when a man takes that type of responsibility verbally and expresses that, he's gonna get looked at as if he's
lame.
Yeah, he's lame. Yeah. And this is the problem. This is why a lot of these manosphere conversations have been pointless, been a waste of time, because it's been more macho than productive. You know what I'm saying? And it's just when you're a man with sense and you can just sit back and decipher all of that stuff properly, you be like, man, I don't want no parts of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not really gonna help. Like I'm married too. Let me take a page out of Coach Furr book. I'm married too. I know as a married, that's not gonna help younger guys cultivate healthy marriages. A lot of this rhetoric and a lot of these talking points. It's just not, man. You got Kevin Samuels, he said a high value man don't cheat, he just exercise options. When you got a guy like that with a platform like that, and that type of irresponsibility, he don't mind putting out there because he wants to cater to men with money. I don't know what he was, what he's doing, but yeah, we gotta have more responsibility when it comes to that. Go ahead, sis, and I got your video queued up.
So to what you were saying, right? Like you have these men and these people who are like if you're saying, hey, this isn't a good idea, this isn't, whatever, this isn't productive, da 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 da. They look at those men as if they're lame. But it's like, to me, it's like they worshiping these other people, and you see it time and time again. These people who are chasing these pipe dreams, right? They chasing all these unreal, like it's all about the conquest and this superficial search for, I guess, how they perceive power. But to me, it is still a level of you still looking for validation, right? Because these people who out here knocking down all these women, contributing to all this stuff, to me, and I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm almost certain that those people still are not truly fulfilled through that activity. You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
we see time and time again people that got money, millionaires, they financially well off. They good. that still doesn't nourish a person on a deeper level. And I think that some people don't take time to get in touch with that. But all of the stuff that's going on in the world to me says that people want something deeper. With all this stuff we're doing with technology and
Yeah.
AI and all that, like think about even with content creation, right? So many different channels and platforms where it's a bunch of AI generated content, right? You
Yeah.
could watch that shit back to back to back to back. It still hit different because AI cannot duplicate conviction. It cannot duplicate a certain level of human experience, right? So no matter how much of this superficial shit we ingest, there is still a desire that runs deeper that cannot be duplicated. And that requires a level of vulnerability and awareness. And people want to skirt around that, and we don't want to do the work to get to that, right? We just want the needs, but we don't want to do the work to have that experience on like a level like it requires a level of truth. You know what I'm saying? Like to really have that experience. I could skirt around it. I could talk to a bunch of niggas and get attention and get validation. A dude could go around and fuck a bunch of chicks, get validation, but it's superficial. They can get acknowledgement, you know what I'm saying? Because they have this sexual prowess, but that still does not run deep. A lot of people unfulfilled.
Yeah.
That's why this shit getting crazy out here. Ain't no
Um.
nourishment.
Coach Ferg Coach Ferg is on there. He say, when will brothers 21 to 41 show up for the younger bros? I never see them in these spaces in real life.
Well,
I'm
people have to show up
usually
and be honest first.
I'm usually by myself in those spaces. Coach Ferg, I'm gonna give. Can I give
By
a
yourself.
suggestion? Because Coach
Let me
Ferg
show.
always saying he's by himself in these spaces or whatever. Coach Ferg, you know what you should do? Because you be online a lot. You be on social media a lot. So I know you got to be a busy man. You don't get no sleep. If you're volunteering with the kids and you all day with the kids and you online too, I think you should start uploading this stuff, man. Let people see the good work that you're doing,
Just Jay, don't do that. Don't do that.
on your YouTube channel and everything. I think you should like upload, you should video. You should upload it, man, let people just motivate people to see what you're doing, man. Um I got Just Jay's
These
video pulled up. Here we go. And you know what, Just Jay, I just seen this the other day too. You said this was to Jalen's point too, this video?
Yes, I love that video. I watched it over and over, like over 5 times. It is absolutely adorable. But to the innate nature of children, the innocence of children, it hit different. I don't see no manosphere points with this right here.
Okay, here we go. Let me unmute it.
Now these jokers just left school together. And she can't even get out the damn truck good. As soon as he get out the bus, can she go give him a hug? Oh yeah. I'm putting this damn fence up. Get on to the house, man. You done enough. I don't know how I should feel. Look, she happy as hell. Look at this. Just look at this. Look at these. Look at this.
I absolutely love that video.
Look at
That
Lil
video
Kevin.
light
Lil
up my
Kevin.
heart so much. Go ahead, Jalen.
Lil Kevin just saw his friend. He may have a crush on her, who knows?
Right.
Spun around, gave her a hug, was just saying hi. You mean to tell me Lil Kevin in the back of his mind talk about I'ma fuck all these hoes in kindergarten when I get out. I'ma fuck
Listen,
all
I
these
ain't seen
hoes
no
in
coach
the third
that's that
grade.
motivated. Man, Freezy, go on, man.
Coach Ferg said
Freezy, fuck all that. Be great, man. Just
Coach
be great,
Ferg
man.
said Coach Ferg said kids don't care about YouTube. They care about help. You can't take photos of video kids without. I got you, Coach Ferg. That was a good. I got you. I got you,
That's
Coach.
just weird.
Like,
I don't.
they
It's just
gonna tell
weird.
us Lil Kevin got Lil Kevin just
God,
innately got he gonna fuck all these hoes when he get older.
Coach
Are
Furry
you
something else.
fucking kidding me? Nah, Lil Kevin gonna learn from somebody else that he should be fucking all these hoes when he gets older. Not Lil Kevin just already got that when he was born out the womb that he's just gonna be fucking and doing all this shit to all these women.
Nah,
You
nah.
know, I be trying to leave stuff alone because I mean, I don't know. We all have ways about us that we can improve on, right? Because I know I got some shitty ass ways. Like y'all see how I don't have tolerance, right? Like I just don't, and I need to do better, right? But I get tired of people with listen. I I don't know, maybe because it's YouTube or something. Maybe it's the setting where people just give these robotic answers for everything, and it's like they be stuck on repeat. It's like them CDs that be scratched up, and it just fuck up that song that you just really like and you really wanted to hear, but the CD was scratched because it fell on the tile, and now it just keeps skipping. So I don't understand how everything is negative. You got these coaches and these people that's inspiring thousands and thousands of fucking kids. When every time you turn around, they got something negative to say. It's always a rebuttal. There's never. I don't understand that type of spirit, right? Because I don't know. I don't want to get into all that. I just think it's weird as fuck. And it goes beyond just telling people to be great and oh, it's to hurt people, and da da da. Like, what the fuck kind of mixtape this shit be? This shit, these be the weirdest fucking mixtapes I ever heard in
Wait, do
my
y'all
fucking.
have a disagreement with Coach Ferg outside of this?
No, he listen. I don't know this man like that, but every time him and Rush, those are two people that I could think of offhand, right? Every time
Mm-hmm.
conversations come up, I'm talking about it is the most robotic shit, and it is exactly the same responses on a regular. Then it gets into flexing and telling us how they mentor thousands of children, but basic fucking questions that people ask, they cannot give reasonable answers. It's just be great. You just need to, Jalen, just be great. You need to have confidence. Believe in yourself. Well, hey, how do I get there? How do I have confidence in myself? Just have confidence. Just be great. Just believe in yourself. Love that ugly face of yours and love that big nose and your big lips. Black is beautiful. Hurt people hurt people. Just believe in yourself. Be great. What the fuck is what? This shit be weird. It be the Twilight Zone. It's because people need to constantly have a rebuttal instead of just really trying to have a genuine exchange with people. It be this weird squabbling and windmilling, and I just don't get
Mm.
it. If people are gonna have a conversation, it takes like and I've told even Coach Ferg, like I can appreciate a straightforward message, right? Because I ramble, I talk a lot. I can appreciate being concise. But when you're
Mhm.
talking about encouraging young people or encouraging people, period, who need guidance, you have to provide more information. One time he had a conversation on the panel again, Freezy asking him the same questions. I'm not sitting here wasting my time talking to adults. I talk to the children. But yet, this same person has been in this chat going on and on and on instead of preparing, I don't know, some type of damn syllabus or something for all these children that he like. It'd be weird. I don't understand. I be trying to understand. I'm tired. I don't get it. It's weird. Like, I
I
don't.
don't think I need to mentor thousands and thousands of children to understand what a child needs because I was a child at one point.
Mm.
I don't
But
think
would
you
you be able
need
to
to be
explain?
mentoring.
Would you be able to explain what you did?
Of course.
That's all I'm
Can I
saying.
come to Ferg defense a little bit?
Go ahead, Liberator. Be great. Be great. Go ahead.
Just Jay. Just Jay. Yeah, yeah. So, um, I say this. I can't defend him in totality because I don't know him to that extent. I know him just enough to where I get it as far as how he addresses things. Sometimes I do agree to some extent, but the other side of it, and I guess it's because I can relate because I work directly with kids as well. And so sometimes when I'm talking to adults, sometimes I may have not necessarily a hard time explaining certain things to them, but the way I talk to adults may be very short. Like my tolerance with adults is not there because I have a lot of frustration with us. And so I may not be as direct or I may not show the same type of conversations or whatever the case may be when I'm talking to kids. Like when I'm talking to kids and working with them, I'm going in depth about a lot. But now, for some strange reason, I don't really know why per se. But when I'm talking to adults, I may not go in that depth. I may just keep it surface and say some stuff like, "Oh yeah, man, we got to do better," whatever the case may be. But I guarantee you, if you see me in action with kids, you're gonna see a whole different side. So, being that I don't know Ferg from that extent, I don't know if that's what he's doing, but I would find it hard to believe if he works with kids. I would find it hard to believe he just keep it on the surface. I really think he will be getting
Well,
in there, having those conversations. The things that we don't see online from him, I
Right.
still wouldn't
uh-huh.
think he's the same way
What
with kids. I
well,
think he
the
probably
volunteer work
really
that he
go
said he
into it.
does is like through sports. So we were talking about this. When was that? Just Jay? That was yesterday, or that was the day before yesterday?
It was a conversation yesterday, but we done had conversations with
Yeah.
him months and months ago about some of the same stuff. It's the same thing.
Right. So yeah, I don't think nobody discounted what Coach Ferg say he do. You know what I'm saying? And I was just saying maybe he should like he should, because there's a lot of people online that document um what they do with community and the kids. People do it all the time. That's why I understand. But he said kids don't like YouTube. Kids love YouTube. I ain't understand that,
They
but
addicted.
I
They
have to keep
addicted
yeah,
to
mine
YouTube
off
and TikTok.
YouTube. I
yeah,
Ferg,
have to
yeah,
keep
Ferg,
mine
Ferg,
off
but
YouTube.
but
yeah.
but with
But
that comment,
I was gonna say
I'm sorry.
he most of the volunteer work he does is through sports. You know what I'm saying? What I was saying yesterday or last night on Venus's channel, we got to start reaching these kids um through outlets other than sports, because a lot of times sports is skilled based, and the best athletes kind of get treated better than they get more priority than the kids that really they just there because their mom and daddy want to see them, you know,
Mm,
participate or whatever. They want participation trophies and stuff.
Mm,
So all I'm saying is that I think Coach Ferg is right. We do need to, we do need to reach the youth, but I do think that it has to be through more outlets other than sports, because a lot of times, most of the time, especially in urban communities, that's the only time older adults are willing to work with kids through like sports, because men are competitive. Men like to center themselves around sports. But I just think that we do have to be more introspective. Shout out to Just Jay. We do have to be more introspective when it comes to um, really tapping into these kids, you know, like their desires and what they want to be, and the mental health as well, what they might be suffering from. I don't think sports really addresses children's mental health. I don't think coaches really are, I don't think coaches are really like zeroing in on a child's mental health through
I
sports. Because
I
I've
feel
coached several years basketball. We wasn't really, like queuing in on kids' mental health like that. You know what I'm saying? Most of it was,
hmm
we was evaluating what they was doing, on the court or whatever, trying to win the game. So
yeah.
go ahead, Jess.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead, Jalen, and then Jess J. Go ahead.
And let me get out just
I
Jay.
think
Okay.
sports is really just like a place where you channel all of that energy that you can't put somewhere else. I don't think it really addresses the problem of where all of that energy is being sourced from,
I agree with
or all
that.
that
Yeah,
anger,
I agree.
whatever. And a lot of people like to say now that therapy is like white people shit, or like, therapy doesn't really help. There's so many different forms of therapy that people don't acknowledge, like holistic therapy. Like before you get to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, people that prescribe you medication. There's so many other forms of therapy that you can do before you get to that point that people are so scared of. But
That's a fact.
because in our community, therapy is so looked down upon to be able to talk to other people about your problems outside of your family, the main
Facts.
ones that contributed to your motherfucking pain and mental health issues, we don't get that help until we tell ourselves that enough is
Yeah.
enough. And it's
Yeah.
usually too late at that point.
Yeah. And I agree
In
with
my
that.
opinion, I feel like it's too late.
And I agree with that. And you know, Coach Ferris said he's in the schools too, and he gets paid. Here's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like you get paid. You get paid to do what you do in the schools. That's no different from a guidance counselor or a teacher, right? We talking about volunteer. We talking about actually, because I thought Coach Ferris was saying where are the people volunteering with these kids in these communities and stuff. I'm not taking away from little league coaches. All I'm saying is from my experience with little league, it's not a lot of like focus on kids' mental health and what might be ailing them or bothering them internally. Most of the sports most of the sports volunteer work is centered around like it's like more of a merit based athletic, just what is it called? It's more I'm trying to think of the right word, but it's
Performance?
performance based. It's more performance based. Thank you, Jalen. Yeah. And that's what's the focus usually is put on. I'm not saying there aren't some coaches that pay closer attention to kids than most coaches, and they can see something when something's off. But usually, a lot of these guys they don't really give a damn about these kids' mental health. They trying to win games, and if you're not performing, you need to get your ass on the sideline. Hell, a lot of these coaches is cussing these kids out. They saying the F word and they saying all kind of egregious stuff on the field. You know what I'm saying? And they feel like they're making these young boys more of a
In
man,
Little
but
League?
using cuss. Yeah,
And
that shit
coaches
get
go
real.
ham.
That
They
shit
go
get
With
ham.
little
real.
kids?
That
Listen,
shit get
it took me
real.
a
Tell
while
you.
before I put my oldest in sports because at the time I was still heavily triggered, and the thought of a coach cussing my child out used to piss me off. I
What
used to
the
be like,
fuck?
"Oh no, we gonna be scared." I mean, I done seen coaches with I'm talking about 5 year olds playing basketball, slamming clipboards on the
That's a
court, and
fact.
I'm like, "What in the world?
Uh-uh.
Like, what?"
Uh-uh.
Yeah,
You ain't
But
uh-uh.
yeah.
Uh-uh.
to the point earlier, right, to what Liberated was saying, I do think that the way we engage, like you got some people that are good with kids, good conversing with kids, communicating with kids better than they are adults or whatever. I would never negate that, right? My only issue with what I brought up was when the discussion is online and questions are being asked about like, hey, what does that look like? Whatever, after you done sat here and gave this whole diatribe, then the end into I'm not explaining that to adults. Adults are already grown. It's over for them and blah 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 and da 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 da. And it's like, okay, well, we're trying to have a conversation. There's a discourse that's going on about this stuff. And so maybe other people will be listening as to what that looks like. I'm not saying that that has to be translated uh in the most effective way when dealing with adults. People just be wanting general information on what it looks like when you do engage with children. So I do think that there are differences, and that what my thing is just when people are looking for answers or inspiration on how they could be better, impactful to their communities, they don't really get solid answers from these people. Besides, be great, just believe in yourself. Just do, and it's like, what? Okay, And to the point that I was going to say about sports, Freezy, I do think that you have a valid point in regards to the mental aspect, right? Because they are only interested in your performance, right?
That's a
And I
fact.
still think that it's self-serving on some level, right? Because that's that ego boost for them. You know what I'm saying? It ain't necessarily about,
Mm,
oh, I'm really wanting to see these kids just whatever. It's a win for them. You know, of course, it's
Yeah.
as well as the team. I never act like coaches don't give a damn about kids because I do think that some of them do. I
Hmm.
still think that it's heavily ego driven, but to the point about sports, I do think that there are benefits in regards to sports, even in a mental health aspect, Freezy, but not in the way that you
Hmm.
was kind of referring to. To me, it's about decreasing anxiety, right? It increases dopamine. As you know, that's that feel good hormone. When we
Hmm.
move and exercise, it does fire off the neurotransmitters, right? So in that regard, you're still addressing some biological chemical aspects of the brain, right, which is beneficial for our anxieties or whatever, right? So that could be helpful, like Jalen was saying, you let off steam. I also think that sports are good too because it teaches teamwork, right? You're a coach, you know this, right? And I know
Hmm.
you was just referring to that mental health aspect where people checking in with you. How you
Yeah.
feeling? Okay, well, what's that about? Okay, but what's going on with you? Okay, well, why you sad? Whatever. I know at least that's what I get that you're referring to, just really digging and just getting up under all that other stuff, right? But
Hmm.
as far as sports, I would definitely vouch for it because it still teaches teamwork, organizational skills.
Hmm.
Um, you learn, camaraderie, different things like that. So I still think they're beneficial things as well. But I totally get your point as far as digging deeper. They don't really have time to dig deep because you need to do these drills because we
Yeah.
got a game coming up Saturday.
Yeah. Because a lot of these kids, when they grow up, a lot of these kids grow up in these urban neighborhoods, and they're very athletic. And soon as
That's
they leave
pressure
the
by itself.
field, a lot of my classmates, we were smoking weed when we left the football field. We was drinking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we wanted to win, just like you want to win. It's no different from you wanting to win on a video game. You want to win. You want to practice. You want to win. But as far as character and um, you know, being like solution based in life, I don't think sports actually offers a realistic view in life like that. Sports is more of like a um uh it's just it's to me it's who's ever gifted the most as a youth,
Mm.
they get treated better.
It's just based on favoritism and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff. It's not
most
like
most of the
it's
time that's what it's based on. And then
that's true though.
if a coach like this is what coaches do. If kids are like just gifted more athletically, they're going to tell the other kids you need to cheer for the star of the team. You need to cheer for the star, which is good. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but the child that's sitting on the sidelines and he's cheering for the star of the team or whatever, what is he interested in? What is she interested in? What's going on with them? That's what I'm saying. It's more. Yes, it does teach kids how to win. Well, it teaches kids how to move it teaches kids teamwork, right? Because
Right,
they do stuff in a unified manner. I understand that it's almost like the military, whatever.
right.
But our problem, especially in urban neighborhoods, is just like cognitive issues and being able to process emotions.
Right.
That's the biggest problem in the urban neighborhoods. Not knowing how to process emotions. Sometimes football actually makes it worse. Processing
Right.
it
So
makes
to
you know
to Living Umbly's point, he was saying I'm saying though, Freezy, I can't say that sports is really building character. And so that's a good point, right? I didn't necessarily explore that because I'm not necessarily, I've never been an athletic person. I'm just giving a perspective on the outside. So when you think about it, right, we could think about a lot of athletes that are entitled, that have horrible attitudes, horrible character.
That's a fact.
A lot of them don't necessarily make the best decision. They don't make the best decisions. You know what I'm saying? It's dudes out here making millions of dollars, $1 million contracts, several millions, tens of millions, and still hold crash outs. You know what I'm saying? And have high, they perform high. You know what I'm saying? Athletically or
Yeah.
whatever. But it is what it is. I don't know. I guess Coach Bird need to come up here because as you like, he's just so dismissive. He just irks my
He talking
spirit.
about
Like he just
weak-minded
has a
coaches in
very
Florida.
dismissive energy.
This ain't got
He
nothing to
has
do
a
with coaches
very
in Florida.
dismissive energy.
Hey,
Very
look,
dismissive.
look.
And to me, that's what makes it hard to connect with people like that. For me personally, because there's a dismissiveness and a just this condescending. Like I don't get it. How we get the weak coaches, and then how we get to that's not most kids today. They are looking for better ways than their parents.
Well,
It's
no,
just
not what,
stupid
not,
ass
but
comments like that.
but
What
he's
I
saying,
don't want, like it's just dumb.
but
I can't.
he's saying weak-minded coaches in Florida. I will argue that Florida produces better football programs than where you stay at, Coach Ferg.
Yeah, you better ask about
I will
Western.
argue that.
But freeze,
Go
freeze it
ahead, Liberator Soul.
with that point real quick. I'm pretty sure with Coach Ferg saying weak-minded, I'm pretty sure he's not talking to the extent of who's creating the best athlete. I'm pretty sure he's speaking to the fact of how y'all are pointing out bad coaches. As far as not, I say bad coaches in the sense of not making a more well-rounded athlete. I would think
He's
he's
just an
going that
obtuse
route
person.
as opposed to because everybody know Florida got some dogs when it come to athletics,
Better know
football,
it.
whatever the case. Like everybody know that. So I would
That's
assume, especially Coach Ferg being a coach, I know he knows dogs are coming out of Florida as it pertains to athletes. But I think he's more so because I can share his sentiment and I'll go into what I was gonna say. I got a love-hate relationship with sports. Some of it comes from my personal experience coming up as an athlete, and some of it comes from me now being an adult, mentoring kids, going out to these games, basketball games, baseball games, football games, so on and so forth. So it's the situation is multi-layered because there are some bad coaches. There's a lot of bad coaches as far as not developing students or young people beyond sports. So I can definitely agree that it does have to be more than sports. But at the same time, I've seen a lot of great coaches that are not just focused on kids as far as their athletic ability or whatever the case may be. They given a lot of game that applies to life. And I would imagine Coach Ferg is that based on the comments that I've seen that he makes. He's probably talking to these people beyond sports. Yeah, he a coach. It go hand in hand. You got to coach that sport. But I think Coach Ferg is going to be different than a lot of coaches because he's mindful of certain things that, hey, I got to help these kids and give them game that's going to translate to life and not just
Yeah.
as it pertains to sports. So I
Yeah.
can relate to where Ferg would be coming from. Now, my personal experience coming up, and I'll say this, it probably depends on the type of school that you're at, your environment, and so on and so forth. And what I mean by that, if you at a school, because I've seen it all, if you at a school that don't really have a strong athletic program, a lot of those coaches do have those heart-to-heart conversations, and they able to focus on a little bit more as far as developing a more well-rounded athlete. Because as sad as it is, they already know they ain't really winning that many games. Now they still gonna go out and practice and do all that, but they have a lot more of those well-rounded conversations. Versus if you at that top performance school, yeah, I can agree with you. Those conversations probably are not happening as much as they should because they are actually winning and got a different focus and focus on different stuff. So that's why I say it's multi-layered. It's bad coaches, it's good coaches, and I ended at this. As far as sports go, I do agree, and I'm a big. I push this a lot because I was a good athlete. I was one of the top athletes in our around my section as far as grade level, age group, so on and so forth. my negative experiences as an athlete with all that favoritism stuff. I heard Just Jay speak to it just a second ago. Favoritism and all that. I seen that, and I was on the opposite end of it. I wasn't one of the favorites because I spoke my mind and so on and so forth. So it was unfortunate, but at the same time, it was fortunate enough for me that I stopped doing sports at an early age and had to figure out, hey, sports ain't it. It ain't everything. I got to figure
That's
out
a
a
fact.
different route. So me being in that mind frame, it now makes me look at how we're conditioned, bringing it back to conditioning and programming. It
Yeah.
now makes me look at how kids are conditioned that, hey, sports is all you can amount to. So I'm big on you got to meet kids where they are. So if that means we got to get more involved, not necessarily push them to do sports more,
Yeah.
but say if you got a coach Ferg or a coach whoever, I say, yeah, we do need those people to stay in their position. But I would go a step further to say, hey, that's where the men in the community, you come out and you do what the coaches aren't doing. The coaches are focusing on winning in their sports and so on and so forth. So all the other men, me included, hey, let's get out here and reel them in as far as their mental health, as far as certain things outside of sports. Yeah, we need the coaches, some of the coaches, we need them to stay in their position because everybody got a role to play. And so that's why I say it's multi-layered to where everybody could play a different role and we can still get the job done. We just need everybody on board. And I'll end it
And,
at
and,
that.
and what you just said echoed what I've been trying to say, right? And shout out to Coach Ferg. But to be honest with you, when he made that comment, weak-minded coaches in Florida, let's just be honest with you. That was a petty comment because.
Liberated, just diplomatic.
But
He's
here's
just
the
very
thing. That was a petty. Shalom to you, half urban,
I
half
want
suburban.
it to be balanced. Like
No.
it's
But
everything is right.
let me say.
You know what I'm
Listen.
saying?
Shout out to Coach Ferg. You know, everybody in their right mind know I'm not trying to disparage Coach Ferg, but that was a petty comment. I'm gonna tell you why that was a petty comment. I'm finna break it down for you. I'm finna break it down for everybody. Weak-minded coaches in Florida. No. First of all, there is no barometer when it comes to coaches making well-rounded players. There is no barometer to that. We can't gauge which coaches is making more well. We can't gauge that. And I would argue the best coaches that's doing that, the best coach that ever did it, guess what? That exemplified it. Guess what he came out of? Fort Myers, Florida. Prime time. Deion Sanders. When it come to caring about these kids, mental health and their academics and stuff, you can't even play for prime time if you ain't got your grades up.
Freezy, how many prime times is it though? Because
But
I took my hat off to him.
No, listen what I'm saying. If there was an example of a coach like that, he's in Florida. If there was coaches that look up to another coach, they're in Florida. So what I'm saying is when you say weak-minded, that's a petty statement. I guarantee you. Listen, the reason why, listen, Coach Ferg, no, I love him, but Coach Ferg been doing the pissing contest the whole time in the chat.
The whole stream.
The whole time. And we ain't even, we're not even having that type of conversation.
Right. And that's the only reason I run into a roadblock with communicating with people with that style of communication, right? To liberate his point, you know, I know how you operate. You like to keep balance with everything, and you have the capacity to see all sides, right? But it's like for me, it's like, I just, you could push past that, and you can move all that aside. For me, it just hit different. That's why I just be like, whatever. It's just, I get it. It's important to be concise. It's important to get to the point.
He started doing a pissing contest when he asked us if we were married, but you know.
Yeah, he been doing it for the longest, and this is what he
That's a fact.
does.
That's a good point.
He been doing
He
it.
asked
This
us
is
if
what
we
he
were married,
normally
and
does.
we're talking about being sexually disciplined and how it benefits your life when you do get married, and all of a sudden, are y'all married? Nigga, what that got to do? Is my advice good or not? What does that have to do with shit?
Yeah. And that's all we're saying. Like, the response shouldn't be like you're trying to make being married a qualifier, and now you're trying to. It's almost like it's a tactic of trying to disqualify people that's having the conversation, or discredit. That's what I meant to say. Discredit people. And that's kind of, I'm not saying you're doing that, Coach Ferg, but it could just come off as if you're discrediting people and you're more trying to validate yourself more. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the type of conversation we trying to have. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I got even more Coach Ferg defense. Now that y'all speaking on, just Jay, don't make that face. But I got more Coach Ferg defense. I seen a little bit of that playback from yesterday. Say, man, y'all doing my boy wrong, man.
When?
And,
Where?
the playback from Venus.
No.
Hey, man,
we believe
they
in
wasn't
being
letting
great. We think you should be great and have confidence and all that stuff,
The way Just Jay making it sound like he sound like an infomercial, and them niggas that be scamming with public speaking events and be plugging they book the whole time, and they don't really want to give you all the information in the book, but they just
Just
keep
Jay
saying
was
buy my
killing me last
$100
night.
book.
That shit was
Just
funny
buy
as
my
hell.
$100 book. Learn how to be great from my $100 book for
Look,
30 minutes to an hour and a
Yeah.
half.
Look, I'll say this about yesterday, not to get too far off track or get too far into that. What the one thing that I say yesterday that I seen where I think there was a disconnect is that, and I heard these terms being used. I think the majority of people were speaking to theory, and Coach Ferg was speaking to reality in the sense of, like I said, being able to relate from talking to kids. You gotta go you got to go
Hold
a
up.
step you got to go a step further, and like when you
I
talk to
can't let
these
you do
kids.
that. I can't let you do that.
Hold on,
I can't let you do that.
let me finish. So when you go a step further and talk to these kids, you do have to meet them where they are. So all this cookie cutter stuff, that's how a lot of people explain it when you're working with kids, when you go in the school system and so on and so forth. All that cookie cutter stuff, yes, is right. It sounds good. But when you start talking to these kids and you realize they can't even comprehend what it is that you're saying because you're not meeting them where they are, those conversations change up a lot more to where that's where I think, in my opinion, it was a big disconnect. It was a cookie cutter method, i.e. theory, as opposed to what he was speaking to is reality. He gotta change up his approach when he talking to these kids.
What definitive
Okay.
measures did you hear from Coach Bird last night?
Say it again.
What definitive measures did you actually hear from Coach Ferg last night on Venus's show?
And so that's the part where I'm saying I think I'm able to relate, like I'm interpreting what he's saying. If that kind of gives an answer to your question. Not that
Oh,
I
so he
not that
didn't.
I hold on. Let me I can directly answer a question. Just give me time. Not that I heard him say anything directly. That's why I keep putting key words in there, as in I interpreted what he was saying based on my own personal experiences, such as his. So here it is. I'm possibly filling in certain things because we relate. So here it is. I have a bias, if you will, because I can relate to where he's coming from without him even saying it. So I'm writing his story based on my own personal experiences. So I hope that answers the question.
No. That's fair, but I can relate to what he's saying too, because I actually said in real time I've coached several years and we actually won a championship. I can relate too. That's why I know a lot of that coaching shit is some bullshit. It don't really elevate, like it doesn't really tap into kids introspectively, you know what I'm saying? Like as far as making them more in tap with their emotional intelligence and all of that, and just shaping them into being good husbands and improving neighborhoods and communities as far as like making better decisions, being more sexually disciplined. It doesn't address these issues. Shout out to Coach Ferg, but earlier when we was even talking about being sexually disciplined, Coach Ferg say, well, the earth is gonna vanish. He made that comment.
He did that the other day
Like
over
we in the
Rodriguez
Man,
and
come
started
avatar.
talking
on.
about
Come
Like
sleeping
Yeah,
on.
that's what I'm
around
we in
and
the
how
saying.
men ain't gonna
avatar or
sleep
some shit.
around and all this other stuff. It's just I
Okay,
don't know.
look,
I
can
think
y'all
it's just a
can
style of
y'all
communication.
No, hold
there
on,
you go,
Liberated. I
Jay.
don't want
There
you
you
to
go,
feel like
Jay.
we're coming down. We're not. I'm not coming down. Coach Ferd know I got love for him. I'm not coming down on him. We just having a real conversation right now. The same ways Coach Ferd can say people ain't doing this and people ain't doing that. Other people should be able to critique, have their own assessment as well. We're all
Quit
adults.
tripping
You
with me,
feel what I'm
my boy.
saying?
And I'm with you 1,000%. I look at it as like, say for instance, I'm gonna use scam because just Jay just said it. It come down to communication. I'm gonna use scam for one particular point. Scam a lot of times trolls in his own way. Just Jay may troll in her own way. Freezing may troll in his own way. I may troll in my own way. But that can't necessarily, and not saying that y'all are doing that, but I do see Venus comments to, and I'm speaking to this to an extent. Just because a person may not show you what you want, he may be trolling, like how y'all just said. I'll give an example. Something was said to him to where they were saying, I'm gonna make something up. Hey man, look, what do you bring to the table? Like, what answers do you have? Coach Ferg might have said something like, "Hey man, I don't know nothing. I've been doing this for 40 years. Y'all just be great." Obviously, he's trolling. I'm pretty sure when he talks to
Nah, that man
kids,
is not trolling, man. I
no,
ain't
no,
gonna let
no.
you
Hold
do
on,
that.
hold on. Hold on. But I'm
Nah.
saying, I'm pretty sure when he talks to kids, this goes back to my original point that I have the same problem to some extent or issue as well. When I talk to adults, it may sound very surface level, very general, and also I'm already of the mind frame. Say adults are stuck in their ways. I don't want to talk to y'all. I don't want to go in depth. I'm a very in depth person, but I can come off very surface level to a lot of people because I'm not gonna go there with you. But when I get with kids, where my passion is, when I get there with kids, if you see me in action, you are going to be surprised by the depths that I'm going into because I'm coming with a totally different mind frame and I've been working with kids long enough to know how to connect with them. So just because we may not see it online, hold on, this is the last part. Just because we may not see it online, I would bet money this man is doing way more than what he shows online as far as it goes with connecting with kids.
Uh-uh.
I don't doubt any of
Okay,
it.
so it's
Hold
five
on a
o'clock in the
second,
I
Jalen.
morning.
Let me
never
say
said he
this because I'm
wasn't.
gonna drop. Hold on. Let me say this right quick because I'm gonna drop down. I don't doubt any of that. Right. I don't necessarily question Ferg's capabilities nor capacity.
Me
For
neither.
me personally, it's simply about the way he chooses to communicate that turns me off. And that's
Yeah,
all it is for me. I
he
don't
got to do
question
better.
his
Yeah.
capacity or nothing. I just personally find him to be very evasive because my thing is, yes, there is a difference, right? When he logs off, it might be a whole different experience with them kids. I would never take that from him. But my thing is, if you're going to engage with us for hours on end and grown men are trying to converse with another grown man and simply asking him questions, although a person may not be able to fully articulate or even don't want to fully articulate because they're talking to an adult, you're participating in a conversation online. And so that's the problem for me. But like I said, I mean, I just choose how much I engage. But for me, it's simply because I just find people like that to be very condescending. Getting into your credit score and you got a house and you married and oh, all y'all crack babies and oh, people can't read and oh, this and this and da 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 and oh, the like it just get into this. I just don't be understanding the motivation. So yeah, you're right. He could be trolling, right? Because everybody has different, like humor is subjective, right? That could be his way of getting his message across in a quote unquote lighthearted way to him. And that's totally possible. I just find his approach to be very condescending at times. But I can imagine that some people might think that I'm condescending at times. And I know that those people are not going to have my ear. Now, if the majority of people that I encountered, like say for instance in the chat, if the majority of the people I encountered in the chat said that I was condescending and you know, whatever, like they had a critique that wasn't as productive or it wasn't as complimentary, right? Like I, at some point, if I had some awareness, I would have to evaluate my approach. Now I know my approach don't work for some people, and I'm good with that, right? Because I can have a harshness about me that sometimes people can't appreciate, but that's not the majority. The majority of people that he encounters has the same roadblock. So I totally liberated. You know, you my dog. I understand your
Yeah.
thinking. You are very gracious, and you are able to see all sides without having as much emotional response, right? Like it don't really bother you like that. Like you just I don't know, I just find you to be very objective and to a degree very neutral, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um and so I think that's all it is. Like I know me, I wouldn't question what he does because I don't know that man offline. I wouldn't try to call him out like that, like you ain't doing this, you ain't doing that. But for somebody to have so much expertise and will engage for hours on end talking shit, they won't give simple answers.
And see, that's all I'm not to cut you off, Jay.
Coach
That's
Ferry
No,
all
said
I'm
you
he
good,
been
you
a,
speaking.
got it.
That's
I bet he's
all I'm
still windmilling in the chat.
he said he been
that's
attacked. We attacked.
all I'm
That man
speaking
stays
to.
saying dismissive shit to people, and now I never attacked anyone. You call people crack babies all the time, tell people they can't
Oh
read and
my
all kind of
God,
shit,
wait.
and now
Look,
you a victim.
Jay,
I'm sorry, you got to liberate it. Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm
good.
sorry.
That's all I'm speaking to. I can't defend Ferg with the condescending and
I
dismiss.
know
I
what you got.
can't. I don't know
I
him
get
like that. And that's why I keep harping on the point. The context that I was getting from what I seen is he don't necessarily know what he's talking about, or and this is me phrasing it a particular type
right,
of way.
right,
Not saying people were saying these words, but he
Mm-hmm.
don't
right.
necessarily know what he's talking about, or it don't translate to kids. That's the only defense I'm coming to him for, not condescending. Hey,
No,
he
I
got to
definitely
speak
get
for.
that. I get
Yeah,
that, and I give
he gotta
you that.
speak for himself on that. But
I
I'm
totally got
saying
where you was coming from.
I guarantee Ferg do have those in-depth conversations that it was coming off as, well, no, because you can't answer a question this way. It ain't no way you doing X, Y, and Z for kids. It's like, nah, I don't believe that. I'm pretty sure that man is going in depth with them
I don't
conversations and
doubt it.
doing what
I
he's
know. I
doing.
know. He probably tell them, Wash your ass, comb your nappy ass hair, and make sure you get them boogers out your dirty, big, broad nose. Yeah, you a ugly baby, but you gonna be great. And I mean, I'm being sarcastic and
If
facetious as hell right now, but that's the energy he be coming with. Like,
I mean, let's
yeah,
just be honest.
yeah, y'all know y'all
if
don't want
I'm
to help them ugly babies. I put my boots on the ground. And I'm out here doing the
if
work while people sitting here just talking shit and da 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 da. And you'll have some people that will seriously inquire, like, "Hey, so Kurt, since you do this, like, can you tell us how we could such and such a?" No, it ain't such and such. I don't have the patience to talk to grown people. I talk to kids and da da da. It's like, what? This shit is weird. So yeah, to your point though, liberated, I totally agree with what you're saying, and I know what you're saying because I understand context. I know you weren't speaking to none of that other stuff because you're like you was an athlete, right? So I can imagine that he probably gives you glimpses of a coach that you possibly knew. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
and I
I didn't
totally
have
get it.
coaches like that.
You
I
didn't
wish
have
I would.
coaches like that.
Yeah, I wish I would have. Like as
Okay,
far as what I see him talking about, the discipline, like what you got to focus on. Our coach is worried about winning. If it wasn't about winning, hey, I don't care about nothing you going through. I don't care about your life. I don't care about your home life. I don't care. That's the type of coaching I was used
okay,
to.
to freeze
So
point, right?
to see
Here's
a
the thing.
Ferg, is like, hey, no, Ferg in a good position to not only tap in with the kids and be able to relate from a sports position, but he can also take it to another level and have those certain type of conversations with him. That was it.
I'm gonna be in the
What?
chat, Freezy. Love you. I'm gonna be in the
Okay,
chat.
love you
Love
too,
y'all. I'm
sis.
dropping
Love
down.
you too, sis.
well,
Love you,
Shout out to
sis.
Just
Take
Jay,
care.
man.
No
But
captivity.
go ahead, Jalen. You was trying to get in there. Go ahead, Jalen.
I feel like no offense. This is a lot of tap dancing. Just a tad. It's a lot of tap dancing right now. The only reason I say that is in the how I don't know how long I've been on here. Like 2 hours. In the 2 hours of my experience with Mr. Ferg, um, I don't appreciate people that use child development or whatever they do with the children as a shield to the bullshit that they be saying.
Mm.
I don't like that. I think if you out here helping the kids, why do you need to shit on other people about the fact that you helping thousands and thousands of children
Oh,
when you could just help other people mentor other children? But all I've seen him do, and these are my feelings,
yeah.
okay? I'm not saying this is definitive what he's doing. You just ready to use these children as a motherfucking trophy whenever you fucking feel like it. And I don't appreciate that. I don't like that. I, I I help children that I'm around, but I don't get up on these panels talking about I helped little Timmy figure out why he was so angry and kept wanting to beat on people. That's not a
Right.
trophy. I don't see that as something to just throw out there to make myself sound good to other people.
Yeah.
I think
So
it's just weird. If you do good shit, there's no reason to constantly say that you be doing good shit.
yeah. So when you say stuff like nobody else showing up but me, Coach Ferd, it kind of you know what I'm saying? Like he just wrote in the chat. I do mentor. Who else showing up? Like what's the point in that?
Like
Like
shit like that. Like
yeah,
why you
just keep
gotta use
showing
these
up.
kids
Just
to
keep
shield
showing up, Coach
your ass?
Ferd. You know, I mean, you know,
Just show the fuck up.
yeah, just show up.
Shit.
But you know, but when you say who else, like it's a shaming tactic. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that's how it comes off. It kind of comes off disingenuous. I think that's what Jalen's trying to
The
say too.
day that he can teach these children, these thousands and thousands of children,
Y'all stop.
music theory and how to play a violin or how to play a guitar, how I be helping some kids I know about music theory.
Yeah.
I don't the set if he can do all that shit, he's Superman. You know what? He can use the children as a shield all day, every day. But I understand you're a coach and I guess you be getting paid to mentor, but that don't mean you should be put on a high pedestal. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that you should be idolized for the fact that you be helping thousands and thousands of children. I feel like that's bullshit, and that's a way for you to compete and have a big ego with people who you feel like you're better than.
Right. And so I don't, am I missing something here? Like I don't think we ever, and I don't think I'm not dismissing what Coach Ferg does. I'm saying I'm speaking to a bigger issue that from my experience when it's dealing with these little leagues and these kids and stuff, these especially these boys. From my experience, it doesn't really address acutely the issues that these kids develop in these urban communities. I don't think sports acutely addresses it. Now I understand what Liberated is saying in regards to Coach Ferg. These coaches can use that opportunity to connect more on a deeper level with these kids in these sports arenas or whatever. But it doesn't really happen like that. That's all I was saying. We're not talking down on you, Coach Ferg, and we're not attacking you.
Not at all.
We're just saying the sports programs has been going on for decades. Obviously, we have to do more than that because we've been doing that. We've been heavily participatory in sports with these kids. So obviously we have to explore other avenues with these kids. That's all I was saying. That's all I was
He
saying.
did. He didn't say it. I never said idealized me. I am just a regular man. I said idolized, but I get what you're saying. Um,
Yeah.
if that's the case, Mr. Fergie Ferg, Coach Fergie Ferg, that's the case. Why are the responses if we're married? when we're talking about sexual discipline. Why is the response, have y'all helped thousands and thousands of children if the goal is to just help people? If you just trying to get all these kids help, then how about you give the tools that you did with these kids to other people so that they can also in turn help other kids that you don't be touching because all you do is sports. But
And can
that's
I?
not the response, is it? The response is how you want to idolize the fact that you be helping thousands and thousands of children. And it's okay. That's Men have an ego just like women do. It's okay. I just need you to acknowledge that you're using these thousands and thousands of
Oh
children
my god.
as a way to boost your ego because that's how you talk about these children to
Yeah.
adults. I'm just, like, it's
And
the truth.
I want Venus, I want you to come off mute. I want you to give your initial thoughts too. But I just want to say this real quick before Venus go. Let's just be fair. The only reason why why we even started addressing Coach Fred, because he was going ham in the chat about what we're not doing. What, you know what I'm saying? Like what,
Basically,
and
yeah.
then he also wrote, you brought up a good point. He said, "Who's all married other than Frieza?" Like Coach Fur, you're not a victim, Coach Fur. You've been doing a lot of attacking yourself. I mean, let's just be fair. Come on, Coach Fur. We know we love you for Coach Fur, but let's just be fair, man. Come on. Go ahead, Venus. Shout out to Venus in the building, man.
No captivity.
It said she was waiting a long time. You finished, Jalen?
What'd you say,
Okay.
Venus?
Sorry. No, I said I wanted to make sure Jalen was finished. I know they said she was
Okay.
waiting a long time. Are you finished?
And your microphone sounds a little muffled. I don't know if you under something or.
Is it better now?
Nah, it sounds like you kind of underwater or under a cover or something like that.
Okay. Let me call from my computer. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. But see, most don't show up, just talk. How do you know? How do you know? How do
Yeah.
you
See.
know?
Yeah.
How do you know
Yeah.
just by looking at Freezy
Yeah.
that all he do is just talk and don't help thousands and thousands of
Look,
children?
But
How do you know?
jump
it be
in?
the
Can I
sneak,
jump
but
in? Can I jump
liberated,
in right
liberated.
there?
Come on, liberate. It be the sneak dissing though. Come on,
Oh,
Coach
Yeah,
Ferg
please
look,
don't
look,
just
look,
told us
look,
defend
sneak
look.
this.
diss.
Freeze. I'm not saying he's not sneak dissing. I can't speak to that. Look, I'm not up here defending none of what y'all
You
saying
gotta
Coach
love Coach
Ferg
Ferg
bad.
though, man. You got to.
I'm not defending none of what y'all saying his bad habits are. I guess because
Yeah.
I don't know him, I don't read too far into stuff. So let me give an example of what I mean. Most don't show up, just talk. I share the same sentiment because I work with kids and I see the community. Like if okay, let me go this route. If we were really showing up how we're putting on by
Yeah.
trying to push back against what Coach Ferg said, I would say we wouldn't be having the problems that we complain about. So him saying most don't
No,
show up, whether you agree to it or not, when he's
no.
saying most don't show up, if you're out there and you see who's showing up and who's not, you're going to be able to speak to what you are seeing. And if
This feel like
people,
gaslight.
hold on. If it feels like gaslighting, answer this for me. If people were showing up how we're saying, why do we have such the problems that we have with
But
the
why
youth?
you gotta say people? How
No,
about
no,
you
no, no.
say
Please.
parents?
No,
Cause
no, no,
it
no, no.
let I'm
Please. Answer the
answering. Let
question.
me answer. I am. I'm
Okay.
just not gonna give you the answer that you might be looking for, but I'm gonna give you an answer, right? So the answer is what should be said is these parents that he's helping, these thousands and thousands of children, their parents are dropping the ball. How about that? Why does it go to most people when they also acknowledge, he's acknowledged that most people can't reach the children because they don't know how to talk to the children? So if that's the case, why do you expect most people to be mentoring these children? It should be these parents don't be showing up for their kids. They family don't be showing up for these kids. But no, you put the onus on all of us. You put the onus on me, Freezy,
Right.
the 82 people in the chat. You put it on us when you need to be putting it on their direct environment. But that's
Yeah.
not what it said. What it said is us people on the panel need to be helping the thousands and thousands of children that he be helping every
Yeah.
day. That's what I took from it, and I think that's
And
closer to what he meant than what you said, liberated. Now I get you trying to be neutral and diplomatic, but I don't like tap dancing. I'ma just say the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. And that's what I'm gonna do right now. This some bullshit, all right? He's being
and
condescending as fuck. And if you want to acknowledge that or not, that's up to you. But I'm gonna acknowledge it
I
for the 82 people in the chat, so we don't get gaslit.
that's fine. The reason why I don't acknowledge it because I don't know Ferg the way that y'all do. But I
I don't know
also
him at
hold
all.
on,
This
hold
is
on.
my first
But
impression, and my first impression a bit negative.
that's fine. But I only been here for an hour, and I don't even know him to the extent you know him. But what I'm saying is he's. I'm gonna speak for myself. The reason why I'm pushing so hard on this is because to give basis of it. Yes, I already stated I have bias. And the other thing that I'm going to add to it is that I come from the village mentality. So, yes, I'm going to include the parents, but I'm also going to include the community as a whole because if we sit around
I'm
and
not that
complain
child's
about hold on,
community.
hold on, hold on, hold
I
on, hold
don't
on,
know that
hold on,
child.
hold on, hold on. That's fine. So I'm speaking to people with me saying I come from the village mentality, that should give you an idea of, oh, I get it. He's not saying you have to
Mm-hmm.
know the child in order to do something. So that's why I say I
Mm-hmm.
have bias because I'm coming from a village mentality. It's not just about
Mm-hmm.
what the parents are doing or not doing. We need more people
Mm-hmm.
involved to be able to do X, Y, and Z. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm saying that's why Coach Ferg would be saying he's not seeing
Yeah.
people because he's speaking to
Yeah.
parents, but he's not seeing people
Mm-hmm.
just in general outside of that.
So if I see you whoop your child's ass in public, I should correct you, right?
I am, but that's because I have a village mentality. I'm going to say something.
See,
If I see you
the
cussing your
people in
kid
the
out,
village, the people in the village, a village is a small tribe of people. It's not America. America is not a village. And I hate when people say that a country should be corrected. No, that's not how that works. A village is a small community of close-knit people. It's not strangers. So these thousands of children that Coach Fergie Ferg keep referring to, I don't know any of them. So what you mean I'm supposed to be correcting these stranger children and
I
I'm
don't
not
know
a
what
part of
else
their
to I,
village?
I don't know what
I'm
else to
not their
say.
village.
I'm not looking at a sector of the community. I'm looking at the whole community as being the village, and I'll leave it there because I don't do the if something
But
being missed, I just tap out and I
I'm
leave it
not
to
missing it.
people having their
Does it
opinion.
sound like I'm missing it? I'm not missing it.
Let's work our sister Venus in the conversation, then we can do a roundtable. Go ahead, Venus. Shout out to Venus back.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you much better now. Yeah.
So I love that Liberator just said that. In the community, he would correct an adult if he felt like an adult was mistreating a child, right? That's what he said. So we're adults addressing another adult about some shit that we don't appreciate that he's doing. Same thing.
And that's fine. Like I said, I don't know, Venus, if you heard this part or not. I'm not defending Ferg on nothing that he is not
I'm gonna
giving
tell
y'all.
you why you are. I'm gonna
But
tell you why
but
you
but
are. I was listening.
but huh?
I was listening, and you are, and this is where a lot of men
No, you can't.
confuse.
You can't. You can't tell me what I am doing. I'm telling you, the defense I'm coming in is because the context I got is that we can question Ferg because he's not giving us what we want. We can now question: is he doing a good job at dealing with the kids? You can't tell me what my stance is when I'm telling you that's my stance. Anything else, I don't care. I don't get involved with he say, she say, my opinion versus your opinion. The only thing I'm saying is we cannot question the context I got from what I seen yesterday. The context I got is that maybe we can question how impactful he's being because of how he communicates with us. He's not giving us what we want. And that's all I'm saying. Being that I work with kids, a lot of times I can't give adults the answers that they want. They may not like my response, but I guarantee you when I'm with them kids, I'm making an impact in the conversations, and what's going on is a lot different than what people may see. So
I
that's
heard, I
it.
heard, I heard what you said. Now, can I talk? You
Yep.
said at least when I came in here, I heard you say, I might be filling in blanks for him, and I might be interpreting for him. Did you not say that?
That was to Freezy question asking me what did he say directly.
So was yes? I'm confused. Did you say it or you didn't say it?
I just but you need context to what I was speaking to. I was speaking to Freezy asking me for an example of what Ferg said directly. And then I reiterated that I'm interpreting where he's coming from based on I do the same things that Ferg does as far as working with kids. So I'm going to have a bias that even if he's not saying something, I'm going to fill in blanks based on my bias because I can imagine he's doing X, Y, and Z.
So that's not defending somebody?
That's defending what I think he's doing with kids, the whole basis of what I'm saying. And I'll leave it at that because I can see that you're not understanding that that's the only thing I'm saying. I say we should not question this man if he's really doing a good job with the kids. That's it. I don't care about nothing else.
Okay, so how would
I'm
we be
defending
able?
that.
Okay, I don't see him and his stance as two different things, but okay, let's roll with that. Um, how do okay, let's go with what you said. How do we know if he's doing a good job if according to you we can't even question him? Then what do we have to go off of?
You can do what you want, but I'm saying I don't think that's a good practice just because he's not able to give you whatever it is you want, then we question if he's actually doing a good job with kids. You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying from what I've seen how many people were attacking him, being able to relate, again, a bias, being able to relate is like, nah, he may not be able to give me the type of answers I want or be able to answer this directly or whatever the case may be. But being that I work,
why are you
being that I work
characterizing
with
it as an
kids,
attack?
being that I work with kids, I'm not gonna question if the man is able to do a good job with kids or not. That's it.
So that makes zero sense to me. If there's anybody we should question, it's the man we're leaving with our kids. Are you insane? I got a lot of questions for any adults around my kids. I don't understand that mentality you just said. I do not understand because this person works with kids, we should not question them. Yeah, that's how a lot of shit goes
I'm
bad.
I'm I'm I'm
No,
not I'm not saying that, but I'm done with the conversation. It's being missed what I'm saying.
I'm
It's
responding
not.
directly to your words. I
That's
don't know if
that's fine, and I'm
You
and what I'm saying is being missed, so that's why I'm saying I'm done with it.
it's
okay.
not. I think like even what you just said, you characterize what we're doing as an attack when really we're trying to correct his approach. But because we're trying to hold him accountable in real time, you're calling it an attack when you just said you believe in having a village.
That's what I don't
Well,
like, and that's what I was getting at with the defense freezy. It's like they are defending a grown man, but then you can't say that they're defending him. Okay, cool. But then with the thing I noticed that they all have in common, because Foolish Scholar was doing this yesterday on my show, the men who work with kids like he does, they're taking offense to everything we say. Like he just admitted, he has a bias. So whenever someone who can relate to whoever the individual at hand is, they feel the need to put up this defense when you don't need to. If you just listen to the words we're saying, nobody's wrong in questioning a man who works with children. So I'm gonna tell you why he's an issue for me personally, not like real, but like just simple. It's very simple. If you're working with kids, and I at least like to believe I have a better ability to understand things without them having to be explained to a T, right? To me, because of my intelligence level. But you said you work with kids. So when I'm asking you questions, I'm expecting that you're gonna be able to explain it very simple, like when you talk to kids, right? And when I see that you can't do that, that's confusing. Cause it's like, yo, don't you talk to kids? Intelligence level. But you so when I'm asking you questions, I'm expecting that
Go
you're
ahead,
gonna
Venus. I had to
Did
cut Kimberly's
Oh, I
mic.
thought I heard something.
That was Kimberly. I
did he
cut her mic
leave?
down.
No, I'm
And when I
still here.
see that you can't Well,
Oh,
yeah, that was simple as I could say it. Like if you say you teach kids, this is what he told us yesterday, but you can't explain very simply what it is you even do. Something's not making sense.
Well, let me
And you
say that.
come up with a scenario
Go ahead.
where we spotted a flaw. It was a different topic, but long story short, he was having a very hard time making men take responsibility for their own actions. So I was asking like, okay, how does that translate over into your coaching? I don't think anybody was wrong to question him. He's the one saying these kids come in here 200 pounds in D grade and they can't read, and I take them from 200 pounds to 160 and reading on and getting A's and all this grandiose stuff he claims he's doing. But then we ask him like, how does that work? What do you actually do? Things aren't making sense. So I don't understand men's need to defend and filling gaps for other grown men. Let them stand on their own sometimes. It's okay.
Well,
And my
here's the.
last thing is like, I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
one
Go ahead.
last thing.
No,
I
go
hate
ahead. Go
to
ahead.
do this. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna do it this one time, Freezy. I don't like when people go, but white people, but white people. But I'm gonna tell you something. Go around. I'm from New York. Go to Long Island. See what the 16-year-old football players speak like, how their coaches speak to them, how they move, and then compare that to something that's maybe in the hood. Is I ain't gonna lie to you, it's like night and day.
I would agree with that
So
too.
they're just intellectually somewhere else. That alone, and so why are our standards so low for? If you can't even articulate simple things, then maybe you ain't the person who need to be teaching the kids. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. They need to be speaking better. They need to be around people who speak better.
But I want to say, y'all, you done, sis? I want to
Yeah,
make sure.
sorry. It's going off.
So, if Coach Bird did feel attacked, you know, if that was the case, I can think I can speak for everybody. That was not the intention, but I do want to say this since there was an accusation thrown out there. How did we attack him? Could you point out the attack, Liberator Soul? I
I
want
give
to hear like how did he actually get attacked? Because that hasn't been communicated yet.
I'll give one more example and then
Yeah.
I'll stop.
You had gave an
So
example already.
so not an example. I'll try to give clarity and
Oh,
then I'll
okay.
stop. So it could just be choice of words, but I know I've said this word many
Yeah.
times, and I'll say this: attack can be replaced with questioning, because that's what I was talking to. Questioning if the man is actually doing what he says he's doing as far as working with kids and having an impact. Now, I'm talking about when I say questioning, I'm talking about doubting if the man is doing X, Y, and Z. Not you can't ask him questions, not questioning in that sense. And that's why I say if the foundation or context of what I'm saying is being missed, I already know the conversation is not going in the forward direction because it's being taken somewhere else, and that's not what I'm talking about. So that's why I say that I bow out of stuff if something is being missed. So when I say questioning, I'm talking about what's another word I can use? Doubting if he's really doing X, Y, and Z. That's what I mean by questioning. Not asking him this question, that question, this question. I'm talking about doubting that man's work. That's
Stay
it.
right there. Stay right there, Liberated. So your qualifier for him being attacked is the questioning and questioning his work and doubting his work and the questioning.
Questioning his work. Yes.
Okay, do you know who's been doing that the most? Do it throughout this back and forth.
Can you rephrase so I can understand?
Okay, I'm using I'm using what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Doubting the man's word, questioning the man's word, questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Who do you think has been doing that the most out of everybody?
But when though? That's why I'm asking because I'm speaking about yesterday.
I got
So
it.
I
I
need to
got you.
know. I
I
need to
got
know
you.
when you talking
Today,
about.
today, for example, we were
Today I
talking
don't.
about, and
Today I don't
I
know because
brought
I'm
this up.
speaking about yesterday. That's
I'm
the
giving you
thing.
the example. I'm
Yeah.
giving you the example.
Okay, we could
So
go
just
to
take the
yesterday
okay.
too, but go ahead, Jalen. Yesterday, today, we can do whatever. But go ahead,
When
But
Jalen.
me
what's
and
wrong with
Just
question?
Jay were
Wait, wait,
making
wait. But we're on the internet. What's wrong with questioning with somebody? I still don't see the problem. We don't know him. All we can do is talk to women, ask them questions. I don't see how that. I don't see what's wrong with that
Venus,
either.
did I give context by saying doubting his work?
And yeah, I understand. You keep clarifying, and it's not
Then
making.
that's it. That's it.
No,
I'm not
but look,
talking
it's not
about
making
asking
a
him
difference.
questions.
You gotta hear what I'm
I'm not talking
saying.
about asking. You're telling me to hear you, but you're not
I heard
hearing
your.
me.
I heard you. I did. You're not letting me finish this
If you
sentence.
understood where I was coming from, you wouldn't be asking the part
Can
about
I
can you ask
finish
him
my
questions.
sentence?
But can you understand that if you thoroughly
Why do you
understood what I
always try
was
to
coming from,
overtalk me? Is it a fear that you
Yeah,
won't be able to
one
prove the
one mic at
point?
a
See
time.
how
it's
Let
not a fear. It's not a
So
fear.
let me
It's just I get
speak. You've been
frustrated
at me
we got
already.
to
when
liberate
the
it. We got to
main
liberate it.
thing is being
She was in the
missed.
middle of a sentence. I just want everybody to
It's
be
like
heard.
they all do the same thing. So it doesn't matter how he rewords it. If I want to doubt what somebody does for a living, that's my right. Yes, I do doubt it. Okay. I'm asking questions. What's the problem?
Okay, go ahead. I think she's
Wait,
done. Go
because hold
ahead.
on, Freezy. Freezy.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
He went from I'm a sports coach, then I work in social work, then I'm a counselor. Then I did
Yeah.
yes, I do doubt it. So again, what's the problem? I do.
Go ahead, liberate it. She's asking you.
There's no point for me to engage.
what?
Okay.
Why
Yeah, they
did you
don't be
bring
wanting
this
to answer
up?
Freezy. Freezy, that's why they
I look.
overtalk me.
No,
That's
no,
why they
no, no,
overtalk
no.
me, Freezy. That's
That
why, because
the
they know they're not
y'all
gonna be able
see
to answer my questions
that's
or
what
make
I'm
any sense.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all looking at that as a got you moment when
No,
y'all
you're not
didn't
gonna be a
realize.
victim. You just try to
Hold
overtalk
on.
me, and this is what
When
and you now you
y'all
have nothing.
that's fine. But when y'all didn't realize that I said I do not engage if the critical part of what I'm saying is being missed. It's not a
I
got you moment.
addressed
I
it.
just don't do the back and
Freezy,
forth.
did I not address exactly the
You
critical part?
missed my point. That's the
Which
thing.
part?
It makes no sense for me to engage if you're missing the point. That's all I'm
That
saying.
male ego is the death of some of y'all. That
That's
male
fine.
ego
It
is
could be
not
male
gonna stop.
ego. It could be all that. But you're missing the point. That's all I'm
I
Well,
saying.
didn't.
this
Now I'll
this
I'm
leave it
not
what
gonna
alone.
be
this what I'm
gaslit.
saying.
No, I didn't. No, I
So
didn't.
here's the
I
thing.
don't
Just
like
for
the lying and the gaslighting. It's ridiculous. I
well,
addressed exactly what he said.
just for clarification, I don't think there's nothing wrong with questioning either. Even on Coach Ferg part, if you know Coach Ferg's if you know his what is it called, his track record, all he does in the chat is question, what do people do, where you why don't see you in these spaces, and where you at, and why I'm the only man that's his MO. So once again, what I'm saying is, if you're qualifying that as attacking
No,
Coach
let's
Ferg,
address
you know,
critically what he did, Freezy, because he said we're missing a critical point, which was it's not that you can't question him, but it's questioning what he does. Why can't we question what he does? Are we in his life to see him? So we asking him questions on what he does. And it sounds crazy when the profession keeps changing every 5 minutes.
so
Yes,
so
I doubt what he does. The
so
hell?
Coach Ferg just he just basically eliminated the attack, because he said, I don't care about people questioning me. So there you go. I mean, so I'm just
Man,
confused.
that attack shit is some weak ass shit that people like to do because they can't answer that. They can't answer questions. That's why. So it's now I'm a victim. You guys are attacking me. You're missing my point. Da 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 da. No, we understand your point. You just can't clarify what you're discussing, so you're defensive. That's what it is.
Well, here's the thing. We're on the internet. And I'm not saying I'm not saying Coach Ferg is a fraud. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people can get up on the internet and say anything and then attack you and say and tell you what you're not doing. Like they're not showing proof about what they're doing, but then get on the internet and then say what you're not doing. That's the problem that I have. Don't do that. Just do what you're doing. Don't get up on this red app and say, I'm doing all this and I'm doing all that and I'm doing all that. We don't know what you're doing. We just taking your word for it. But then out of the same mouth, you're actually assuming that nobody's doing what you're doing to the nature of what you're doing. You don't know what nobody else is doing. And to be fair, nobody really knows what you're doing. That's all we're saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So that's why I say the pissing contest is just unnecessary because nobody knows what nobody's really doing.
That's Coach Berg don't even care unless I miss something. He don't seem to be mad about being questioned. So why somebody else mad about him?
That's all I was saying. Like sometimes he comes off as he's saying he's the only one doing such and such. And it could come off as accusatory. And that can also come off as
he's not offended. He's not mad at our questions. He don't seem to be. He seemed like he liked the back and forth. He with it. He's not Coach Ferg in the chat popping junk now. He like, I don't care about people questioning my work. So I'm trying to understand why other people are mad about it.
Right. So I mean, and listen. I Liberated. I understand how you can identify with the work he does with the kids. I actually can too. I think where this conversation got lost, this conversation totally got lost. And Kimberly, you're next. I'm gonna get you in next, Kimberly. Where I think this conversation got lost is I don't think nobody was disparaging the sports stuff. I was just saying we've been doing this for years and it still hasn't addressed acutely the emotional issues and mental health issues that these kids are experiencing even more today. That's all I was saying. I just wanted to go on the record. Nobody was actually nobody was actually questioning what Coach Ferg does. Let me say it one more time for the people in the back.
I was.
Thank you for that clarity, Venus.
Okay, listen.
But I have a right to. That's the point he missing.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying
and
you
it's
don't.
not
I'm
an attack if I question.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just speaking to what Freezy said by saying nobody was doing X, Y, and Z. I'm just saying thank you for
speak to what I said about.
Let me clarify what I was saying. I don't know what Venus's purpose was with questioning him, but as far as me, I wasn't trying to discredit him. I was just saying the sports thing is not enough, whether he does it or not. I'm saying it's not enough. I said that on Venus's show last night. I said the same thing. It's like just from the history of these kids in these urban communities, the sports thing is just not enough when it comes to addressing the issues with these kids. That's all I was saying. Go ahead, Vina.
Okay, this is my last. I'm gonna drop. So, yeah, we are not gonna be gaslit. People like to change their words around to try to make a point when there is none. At the end of the day, we have a right to question whatever we want. He does not have to answer. He's not obligated to answer, but we have a right to question. If you want to lead with your profession, then you best expect that people will question you about it. at the end of the day, especially when you work with kids. And it is alarming when you can't simply state what it is you do, at least for me. I think Black people need to raise their standards. This, in my opinion, is part of why the kids are not performing as good as they can, because there are some adults who are impressed by very little. You can say a few words, a few quotes that make sense, and oh, I work with the kids, and now, oh, he's off limits. Let's not question him. That's the problem. That right there is the problem. No, I have questions. And if you can't articulate yourself, that's a problem too. Because then how are you articulating yourself to the kids? So I'm not going to be gaslit or made to feel like we're wrong for having questions about somebody who leads with the fact that he coaches people. But he can't simply explain to you how that is and what that is. 1 minute I'm a coach, then I'm a counselor, then I'm in social work, then your kids come in here fat and on the grade D, then I take them to an A and get them down. So this man wants to be all encompassing, claiming he does everything for the kids, but according to you, we can't question his profession. When something don't make sense, it don't make sense. I got questions. And if you this is what I don't like. If y'all these men, you guys are not helping one another, and you're not helping young boys when you coddle mediocrity. Stop doing that shit. If a grown man can explain himself and he's coaching your kids, you should question that shit. Why do y'all jump up and defend mediocrity? It's not help. Like Freezy said, that's not helping. Has that moved the needle for these young boys? No, it hasn't. Have you spoken to the average 16-year-old? Like, I don't understand this. And I'll drop. I mean,
You don't have to drop Venus. You can chill out. Sharon is up here too. Sharon, you want to come
I'm
up?
gonna, I'm gonna
I
come back,
gotta
but I'm
ask
listening.
permission. What'd you say, Venus?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I gotta come back, but I'm listening.
Okay, all right. I gotta ask permission first, Sharon. I don't just bring people up on this app. Right? Shout out to Sharon.
No Cap-tivity.
Kimberly, what's your thoughts, Kimberly, on what you've been hearing? And before you go, Kimberly, I just want to say this too. Also, Coach Ferg, I never said that you said that sports is the only way. I gotta clarify that too. That's another the same way you said you wasn't talking about nobody on the panel. I wasn't saying that you feel like sports is the only way. I was just making a generalized assessment. That's all I was doing. Man. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I hear you.
Okay, so let me start with my disclaimer. I'm speaking about last night as well. I do support what Liberated is saying. I don't know what was said in the chat tonight, and I don't. So I when I came in tonight, when I woke up from my nap, let's say that, um, I just started hearing the discussion about Coach Ferg. So I'm just only going on what I heard last night, not, and then in my opinion as well. But what I thought I heard Coach Ferg say is that he counsels, that's his paid position, and he volunteers sports.
Right.
So for the job he's being paid, when you actually get in there with those kids, it's not cookie cutter. You find out things are going on in their lives that, I mean, they may need extensive counseling, but you can only work with a kid within the capacity of your job. There's only so much you can do. And he said sometimes it takes 1-2 years to help these kids unlearn some of the behavior or their thoughts. And it sounds like a lot of the kids might have low self-esteem, especially if you're overweight. It could be an eating disorder based on other things. It's a manifestation of things that might be going on in your life. So before you can have a kid perform, the grades change from low to high, you got to get in there and establish a relationship with these kids. That takes time. And as you help build up their confidence in the counseling role, they have more and more confidence, and that along with being maybe, in sports, those two combine over a course of a year or two, the kids' performance in the grades, the self-esteem, all of that improves over time. What um, I was saying in Bible study is our older generation may not have the skill set to articulate and explain what they do. First of all, they probably haven't been questioned like this, being an older generation. Like, we didn't really question people. They not necessarily having to explain themselves. If his results are that kids are moving from D's and F's to C's, B's, A's, that is his works. That's the result of what he's doing. And so the talking on both sides is talk until you actually do something. And if he's getting results with these kids, I'm not talking about on the football field, I'm talking about having that relationship, a place where they can come and know that they have somebody who is talking them through, starting with where the kids are. And so if so let's say you counseling a kid this first year, you may need to go back and have a kid unlearn stuff from 6, 7 years prior to.
What, Kim? You talking about what he does at school? That's what you're referring to, right? What he
Right.
get?
I'm saying what I heard last night is that
Yeah,
he plays two roles.
right.
And I
Yeah.
think the everybody, a lot of people are focusing on
On
the
the
sports
sports,
part of it,
right,
but he says that part is voluntary. So
right.
he working with the kids in the school setting, helping them to build confidence and all that other stuff, that takes time. And so to be able, and I'm not saying like I probably could articulate, but to have a person articulate exactly what he or she does in terms of helping kids, if it's not cookie cutter, the approach to each kid may be different because you are starting
Hmm.
with where the kid is. I guess
Right.
is a little bit. And if I'm getting it wrong, somebody, I mean, I'm not opposed to somebody else telling me that I'm missing the point, but I'm just telling you what I heard. And if his results are that the kids' grades are improving,
Hmm.
you know, that's results. And I don't think he's saying they're improving because they're on the football,
Yeah.
they're out on the field. They're improving because of the time he spends with them in the school setting. And as far as um, you know, a lot of people are not showing up in the schools. Very few men, and let's go black men, are nowhere to be seen in the schools. So I would guess, and I don't know him.
Hmm.
I probably don't even need to see his resume, but I would guess to have a black man in the school, um, talking to kids. My guess is he's having an impact on kids. And I could be
Yeah.
wrong because some people, may not be all that they say they are, but I'm just saying, just the presence of um, black men in the school settings and another a teenage boy being able to go and sit and talk to him about whatever. It may not even be a prescription, it may not be something out of a lesson plan book, but then having that conversation with the coach, being able to see him on a regular basis, all of that has a positive impact on kids. Now that you're able to get that relationship going, now we're going to work on the physical part, whatever that may be, the discipline, being able to work, be a team player, all that has another impact. So people who are focusing on the student's mental, okay, so I would invite other black men to come into the profession and pick up those other components that the coach is not working. Like, we need more, like you said, more than sports, right? But that is one component. It doesn't have to be the main component, but it is what it is today. And so I don't think the coach can run around and be in all these other capacities that the Black community is lacking, I think there are other roles to be um, to be fulfilled. So if he's in there in a counseling role, he's in there in a coach role. We as a group see that something else is lacking, then we need to invite other people to come in and fill in. Like, yeah, we got the sports covered. Okay, so let's talk about all the other components that need to be filled. We need more counselors. We need
Right.
more therapists. We need we need so many other things for these kids, because in the education field,
Yep.
coaches, teachers, counselors, they are playing a multitude of roles. It's not just I'm the teacher or I'm the coach. You in there becoming caretaker, health aide, counselor. I mean, you're just in there fulfilling the different needs. I mean, you got kids going to school and they're hungry. I mean, bringing food to school to feed a kid might be enough to get a kid to start talking. But there is no lesson plan that provides food for the kid to eat. Sometimes you find out the kid is just look. There are kids that are raising their siblings. It's not communicated to the school. The parents are working 1, 2, 3 jobs. That kid's got to get up in the morning, 5, 6 o'clock, get all his younger siblings dressed, get everybody to school, and yeah, they may get to school late and then they miss a meal. So now they're at school and they're not performing in the classroom because they're tired, sleepy. The kid is having to take on an adult role. So when you're able to start talking to an adult and being able to confide, and that adult sees some of those things that are going on in your life, they may come in and work with you at that level. It may not be, all of
Right.
what we're saying. There's theory and there's
Yeah.
practice. And I think last night a lot of the conversation was around theory. And I think the coach is coming in on
Yeah.
the reality, as he said, or on the
Yeah.
practice level, where he's in there at the foundational part of where the kids are. He
Right.
may
Right.
never get them up to what we expect him to do theoretically, but you got to start
Right. Right.
somewhere,
Well,
and
I
you
get that, Kim,
start
man,
with where
and
the kids are.
I get that,
That's all
Kim.
I got to say.
No, shout out to you, and I appreciate that. I'm gonna get Sharon in too. I just want to say this. We kind of I focused on the volunteer part because what Coach Ferg does in the school, he gets paid for it. That's his job, right? And I'm not speaking down on. I'm just saying, to me, it's more significant when Black men lend their time in volunteer work. Coach Ferg pays his bills with what he does at school. That man pay his light bill and water bill with that stuff. But I'm not saying this any lesson. I'm just saying he gets paid for that. With the sport, the reason why I focused on the sports thing is because I know in these neighborhoods, a lot of these kids can't read. They can carry a football and bounce a basketball better than they can read.
Then we need to have people in the Black community come out and tutor the kids.
Kim. So I wasn't like, I can just speak for myself. The comments that I was making, it wasn't directed, because all of this got placed on Coach Ferg. None of this was about Coach Ferg. None of this was about, like, this is why it seems like he's getting attacked. My statement last night, it was not about Coach Ferg. I specifically said, shout out to Coach Ferg. But even Coach Ferg should be able to admit that these kids, their academic level, as far as especially on the literary side, is piss poor. And these coaches they don't give a damn about these kids reading. Let's just keep it 100 up here on this YouTube. These coaches don't care about these boys reading. They're not taking the time out. That's why I mentioned primetime Deion Sanders. He is an exemplary coach that actually is showing that he cares. But on a large scale, let's take it out of Coach Ferd. Let's take it out of prime time. These kids are performing on a very low level. And it's alarming. That's all I was saying. And the last thing I want to say, when I mentioned mental health, I've had conversation with Coach Ferd. And if I'm not mistaken, Coach Ferd has actually went on record saying he believes therapy should come in other ways, in like just, the kids, like friendships. And I don't think Coach Ferd really champions like professional help. Cause me and Coach Ferd had a conversation about that. I don't think he actually, he's I don't think he favors that type of mental health help. He just there's some guys that's old school, set in their ways, and they don't believe in like the professional mental health, that type of arena. Coach Ferguson is more of like he believes like in camaraderie and grassroots, and kids could, raise their self-esteem just by manly shit. And all I'm saying is, no, it's bigger than that. The emotions that these kids is experiencing, the mental illness that these kids have, mental illness. A lot of these kids are on controlled substances. Like, this is the drug generation. Do we understand what we're faced with?
No Cap-tivity.
Like, at least in my generation, the rappers was talking about selling the drugs. These kids are talking about using the damn drug. That's what I'm saying. So, I wasn't, shout out, well, let me say it one more time. Shout out to Coach for her. Shout out to you. I'm just saying that, as far as what he does in school, that's good, but he gets paid for that. That man pay his bills with that. Outside of school, we need more than sports. And that's just not about Coach Ferd. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying. Because I really am big on mental health. I'm big on that. And you know that too, Kim, because of our conversation we had in Bible study today. Shout out to my brother, Sharon.
No Cap-tivity.
Sharon.
Good day, everyone. Y'all can hear me well?
Yes, I hear you very well. Sharon, I don't know how long you've been listening, but shoot, what's your initial thoughts?
My initial thought for what I got from the conversation is that people that are claim to be experts should be able to explain their profession. And if we having a conversation about a set profession, whether it's coaching, being a barber, being an electrician, and when we start questioning how you are mentoring other young people to come up in that game, you should be able to answer direct questions. It's very similar to interviewing somebody for a job. You got to ask them very direct, and they should be able to answer it very directly and coherent, so I can understand if you are a right fit for the children and keep on pushing. Because when we are having a conversation with other men, we are other human beings that saying they do X, Y, and Z. We want to be able to push you forward and say, hey, look, y'all should go ahead and check out such and such, because the way how he articulate himself, he's going to be able to reach other human beings at a certain level, or even at a high level, because we need, like what you're saying, we need people that's going to be able to reach people at a higher level, not only talk it, but you got to be able to walk it, because that's how you actually get to the children. When they see you moving a certain way over time. So yes, it takes time, but it takes time of them seeing you communicate a certain way, the way how you command a room a certain kind of way. And this is all going to translate to the young man, and he's going to start inquiring, like, how do you do this? And you can start pointing him towards books. Hey, you need to read like this. You need to be reading at this level, how many pages you can read. And this way, he's not just building up his athletic ability, but he's also building up his social ability.
Facts. That's a fact.
And he got to be able to communicate those things. So that's what I was getting from the conversations, that a lot of men have an issue when we start questioning them about their ability to show and prove who you are.
Yeah.
Because we tired of the people talking now. It's over.
But you know what? But to be fair, last night, when we was all on Venus's channel, even with what Coach Ferd said he does in school, I actually asked him specifically, okay, you're in the school system, Coach Ferd. What specifically do you do? To this day, I didn't get a definitive answer. I'm telling you, I I didn't. It was like what Just Jay said. He teaches them to be great and have confidence. Okay, what do you actually? I'm saying like,
what do you do?
right. That's all I was asking. That's all I was asking. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that got turned into, I'm attacking. I hope I wasn't. Do you feel like that's an attack? Like if I'm asking.
No, so it shouldn't be an attack if you're a professional, because when you're a professional, especially when you get at higher ranks, you're going to get questioned even more. The higher you go up in whatever profession that you're in, you're going to get questioned more, especially if you turn into a mentor. If you're a mentor, all you do is get questioned. That's all that happens. Everybody want to ask you something. How do you do this? And then after you tell them how, why do you do it this way? And you cannot come up with an answer that say, hey, we've been doing this for 30 years and that's why we do it. That's not an answer.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between professionals and experts. An expert is going to say, this is why, and break it down in layman's term. And this is the reason why I got a thing called layman's term. And this is why you got to have project managers and also professionals, right? And the project manager, for example, he's the one that's in between, because the stakeholders, they don't want to hear about all that. And because you cannot, that's your professional. But an expert will be able to explain it to the person that's building the actual site, right? Yeah. And so they can understand what the professional is doing. Those are two different languages. And if you saying that you're a coach for these young men, you are supposed to be the professional that able to expertly explain to us how we're going to help with our skill sets and bring to other young men and young women as well, to mentor them past wherever they stand in real life. Because we got to be able to get these young people to understand that just because you're going through something doesn't mean that's who you are. That does not define you. That's just something that you are going through. But that's not you. Don't care if you start off poor and broke.
That's right. That's right. And shout out to Russ. Shout out to
No Cap-tivity.
And the reason why I'm speaking like that is because I'm attempting to have conversations with other men so they can understand what these young people actually need. They don't need you to just say, hey, when I was 25, I did all. They don't care. They want to know how they're going to implement what you are giving them in their life. How is it going to impact them? And if we're going to go on a sports perspective, what we got to be able to do is get these young men that we are attempting to mentor, is that what you do outside of your life is going to affect what you do on the court or on the football field.
Yeah,
the little hesitations that you make in real life, you want to start making those hesitations on the football field, and that could get you hurt. It could make you lose a game. It could impact if you get a scholarship or not. It could impact if Cam Newton wins the Super Bowl by diving on the football. He hesitated because he had a hesitation in his goddamn life somewhere that he never unpacked. And it came all the way to the biggest moment of his goddamn life. All of that is so the idea that just because you are a highly successful, disciplined human being to be athletic, you think that you're not supposed to be that same level in your real life is a mistake. And we got to get young men to understand decision making reflects everything in your life.
And also, if you're saying you get paid for what you do at school, as far as the counseling goes, what you've done in front of all of us is you've established yourself as a professional. Now, guess what? I'm asking you as a professional, how do you go about doing this? Like actually specifically going about, I got my best friend is he's a principal. I've asked him like every year, what is his strategic plan on raising these students their reading level? Because he said it's a big problem. And he actually gives me, like, sometimes I have to tell him, bro, man, you talking too long. Like, he'll give me like a specific, like the specific things that he do, and he lays it out, and he talks about the teachers and what he requires of them and the students, and he talks about the funding that he get. He calls out how much money, all of that stuff.
Right.
It's not vague.
Yeah.
All I was saying was, if people hear what you actually do, like people can actually take, like what Sharon said, people can actually grab from that and possibly implement that in their school. I'm pretty sure there are other people that works in the school system that watches our shows and stuff.
Absolutely.
So that's all we're saying. Like, each one teach one. Like, spread the knowledge. Don't just say vague stuff, and don't just say what other people are not doing and you're talking about what you're doing, but all you're saying is vague stuff.
Right.
I think that's
and
also
so
what Jalen was saying too. Go ahead,
And
Sharon.
and so that's another point, right? That you just said. You cannot say what other people ain't doing, right? And this is how that also translates in the professional world as well. If you somebody that's constantly attempting to go get raises and make more money and get more responsibility, your main thing to talk to the owner of that company is to tell them what you can do to improve and to justify why you are asking for a 10%, 20, 30% raise in the first place. So I cannot go to the owner and say, hey, listen, Freezy over there, he only doing 20 boxes a day and I'm doing 30 boxes a day or 25, and that's why I should get a raise. It don't work that way.
That's a fact. Jalen and Liberate, I want to get y'all in there after this super cap. Both of them. Shout out to PJ for his $10 super cap. He said, what if the pushback comes from personal experience and shit just not making sense? Many of us have kids in our lives or know people who work with them. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to PJ again for a $5 super cap. PJ said, if a ninja say he play basketball but can't explain what a pick and a roll is, it's natural to doubt he played basketball. Stop being obtuse. No Cap-tivity. That was actually good what you did.
That was a really good metaphor.
Yeah. Jalen, get in on the conversation, Jalen. What you think about since there's been more clarification and after what Sharon said as well? What do you think, Jalen? If you're talking, Jalen, we can't hear you. I think she's typing. She might be at work. Liberated. Did you get some more clarity on like what we meant, or do you kind of still have the same stance?
All right, so off top, I do have the same stance, but
I'm at the
My bad. I hit that by mistake, Liberated.
No, you good, bro. I still have the same stance from the basis of, like I said, the reason why I bowed out is because I think the point that I'm trying to point out was being missed. So that's why I still have the same stance. But let me say this. I either didn't put enough emphasis on or like kind of brushing over it to where let me give clarity. What Sharon just said, I know it's similar to what Venus saying. I know Freezer is similar to what you saying. I agree with y'all. All right. I agree that we it's natural to question things, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So that was never that wasn't what I was trying to give off. Now I've had a private conversation with this situation about Ferg, and I do understand that Ferg is very stubborn than a motherfucker. Y'all call it obtuse and so on and so forth. But that's why I was saying that, hey, I'm not defending him on X, Y, and Z. You get what I'm saying? I kept saying that I'm not defending him with that. So all I will say, to not go down the route of trying to keep reiterating what my point is, I understand what Sharon just said, and I don't disagree with that, because I'm the same way. I may doubt if you're not able to articulate or lay out what it is that you do, but that's why I was saying that's where my bias come in, saying that, hey, on the opposite side of that, just because you're not able to give me what I want, me knowing the field that he's in, and I know you can't just be in that field for that amount of time and speak to the self-discipline and so on and so forth. You can't be in that field for that amount of time and not actually be doing a good job. So Not to go into that, I'm only speaking to what Sharon just stated. I agree. I understand where y'all coming from. I was just coming from a defense standpoint of, hey, because he can't show his resume online, because he may not be able to articulate himself, we shouldn't doubt that he's able to do what he needs to do with kids. That's all I was saying. So I agree. I agree.
Wait,
Y'all got a
But
point,
can I
before
be?
but
before you go, Jalen, let me read Venus's chat. Shout out to Venus. So first of all, shout out to Venus for being a member on this channel for 6 months, man. Shout out to Venus for keeping her VIP pass for 6 months. She said, "Isn't communication a big part of coaching?"
No captivity.
Shout out to Venus. And communication, I think, to be honest with you, I think black men in general suffer poor when it comes to communication. I just think that. So go ahead, Jalen. I had to cut you off. And then Sharon.
Okay. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, cool. First off, Coach Fergie Ferg, is now also referring to what we have been doing in attack. Again, we, at least me, I was not attacking whether he did this stuff or not. I was saying I don't like when people who say that they are helping children use it as a trophy. Those children are not trophies. Their experiences are not trophies. Do not go around saying that you're helping these kids. They were downtrodden. They came from nothing circumstances, and I was there for them, and nobody else is there for them, and who else is gonna show up for them? Don't use them as fucking trophies. They're children. They're humans with their own experiences and should be treated as such. If you're doing so much good for those children, then give tools to other people to help children. That's my standpoint.
Jalen,
And
let me
that's
ask you something.
what.
When you hear a
Mhm.
guy say repeatedly, I do this, I do that, I do this, that are you saying that can kind of come off as
You're
using it?
idolizing yourself. That's
Okay.
the truth. You're idolizing yourself. You're putting yourself and your good deeds on a pedestal when really you should be uh, empowering everybody else to be able to do the type of work that you do. Maybe on a smaller scale. Maybe it's just with their children. Maybe it's just with, maybe I have nieces and nephews and I may not have the tools to connect with them. How do you connect with thousands and thousands of children every day? That should be the
So
approach. If your objective is to help children across the board, but it's not. It's the idolizing part of yourself that makes no sense to me. And then you're asking people questions who are asking you questions about what you do and trying to discredit their opinions about what the way society is going. To me, though, those all pinpoint in a logical direction of you just trying to have a big ass ego about what you do.
so just to make it clear for the audience, are you saying instead of saying I do this and I do that, it would it would be
Beneficial
it
and
would
more
be more
productive.
beneficial if he said, "Let me show you how to do this. This is how I do this. Let me show you how to do this." Instead of saying, "I do this and you don't do this too. You don't do what I do."
Correct. If the goal, if you say you about the children, it's the children first, and all these children need help, then help these parents connect with their children, or help people connect with their children if that's your mission. But if it's not, it don't seem like it. When all you do, from my impression of you tonight, is talk about how we aren't performing at the capacity you are, and if y'all ain't gonna show up for the children, I gotta show up for the children. Am I tripping, y'all? Like, Sharon,
Nah,
anybody?
he come off like that. He do come off like that a lot. Yeah.
And,
What do
I
you
didn't
think,
get to hear
Sharon?
I didn't get to hear Ferg. I just wanted to talk on that we just need more people that could walk the walk, right? It's way too many people just talking, and when we start questioning, we wind up realizing, hey, um, you ain't the person to be having this conversation. It's plenty of people that are professionals, been in a certain field for 10 years, but when you have a conversation with them against somebody that's really mentoring and really moving that certain industry forward, you could clearly hear the difference of who just been around and just can maintain a job versus somebody that is executing at a very high level. And the only way you can hold anybody accountable is having these kids back, right? Because the only way you're going to really get to a kid where they're going to let you in is that they know that you have their back. And when you tell them to do something, they know that it ain't going to be no slight and you're going to put it on you. You're going to say, hey, kid, this is running back so and so, and he's great because X, Y, and Z. And when he makes a mistake, you still have his back when he makes a mistake, and then therefore you are walking a certain type of way, and he's going to walk right behind you, attempting to emulate that same thing that he see on a day-to-day basis. And so, no, we
Sharon,
can question somebody that's been doing it for a very long time. That does not mean that they are proficient at what they do.
Sharon, can I ask a clarifying question, not to cut you off?
Mm-hmm.
You and you can keep going right after this. At the very beginning, and this because I'm a very literal person, you said we need people to walk. I'm paraphrasing. We need people to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. Are you being literal by that, or are you just saying like in general? Because I would say, well, our issue as far as the disconnect with communication is that Ferg is not able to talk, but he's walking. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I'm asking clarity on walk the walk.
Right. So, in my, you cannot be walking the walk if you cannot talk it. You cannot be able to get a job. You can't explain what you do. So that means if he was to go into a higher position, a bigger school where he can help more children out, and he's talking whoever the person is, because I don't know what coach actually said. So if he is talking the same way how he is explaining whatever the people heard him say today, he would not be able to communicate it to actually help more children because he cannot communicate. So therefore, you are not walking a walk because you supposed to be elevating as well. Because as you elevate, your children's going to elevate as well. The school is going to elevate. The team is going to elevate, and you should be going up to higher levels. So he's not walking the walk.
Go ahead, Liberated.
No, I just wanted I just wanted clarity on that part. He gave clarity because I would just if I keep talking on this topic anyway, I'm gonna just keep reiterating, where I stand. And I guess a better example would be, and this would probably go to Ferg's stubbornness as to, in my opinion, Ferg, if you take offense to that, my bad, but that's just my opinion. So what I would say is that yes, I can understand where y'all are coming from, but that bias is like, hey, say if a person is asking me something, and if I don't want to answer at all, or if I don't say it in the way that they like, I'm coming off as, hey, you can't tell me that I'm not doing X, Y, and Z as far as it pertains to kids. That's why I'm so invested in it because I do the same thing. So that's why I'm so invested in it. It's like, hey, you can judge me based on your outside appearance, but to try to discredit what I'm actually doing is like you don't have a ground to stand on because you don't actually know that's what I'm doing and how I'm
Yeah.
going about doing that just because I don't present a certain type of way. That's it.
But at the same time, if you um are reluctant to actually be specific about what you do because you feel like you don't have to, would you blame the people that was asking you if they felt like, okay, they're not really convinced? Would you blame them, taking that response to you?
And that's what I've been saying. I have no problem with, like I said, I guess it's semantics with how I'm using words or how we're using words. That's why I tried to clarify when I say questioning, that may have been a bad word to use because I don't have a problem with people questioning, hey, what do you do, so on and so forth. Any question that anybody may have. That's why I changed it to say, well, I don't think we should be discrediting what the work that the man does. Because it wasn't like, hey, y'all can't question him at all. Like I was not saying that at all. I was just saying from the context of what I got from the video is that because he could not articulate himself, because he could not answer the way that people wanted him to answer, Now we gonna say, oh, then you ain't really having an impact on the kids, so on and so forth. Again, paraphrasing. That's
Okay, so
the
I got a
mind frame
question,
that I'm
Liberated.
coming from. All right.
I got a question. So since we talking about coaching, if the coach goes to the quarterback and say, "Hey, I need you to run a sweep left," and then the
Mm-hmm.
kid does a sweep right,
Mm-hmm.
who are we gonna say is misunderstanding?
The quarterback.
All right. So therefore, that's what we are trying to get you to understand. He is saying one thing, but he is executing a whole different plan. You cannot be
But
somebody
that,
that says, I'm
my
very
bad.
specifically doing this. However, your communication is speaking opposite to what you are communicating.
And that's where I'm saying, like, I'm not pushing back on y'all asking questions at all, because I get that 1,000%. I'm just saying from my bias. Now, if I couldn't relate to Ferg in that sense, I
No,
probably
you
wouldn't
missed it.
have nothing.
No, so
Huh?
what you missed is this, Liberated, is that if he's the coach, right,
Mm-hmm.
and he cannot translate it properly, right, then somebody got to be able to say, hey, you are miscommunicating what you are trying to represent. So the quarterback, we will all be able to talk to the quarterback. Hey, listen, the coach said exactly this. He was very specific on where to sweep to. And so when coach cannot tell us where we are sweeping to, now it's not the quarterback's fault, it's the coach fault. Because now if we're going to translate to what the coach was actually explaining, right? Coach said, do a run play. And then when the kid, he just translated to left or right. He said, no, I wanted you to run right. And now the quarterback saying, well, coach, you didn't tell me which way to run. So now that's the translation of what I'm trying to get you to understand of how the coach is misinterpreting his information.
Okay. Well, to that, I would, and this is not to be disrespectful, I would say I don't think that's a good example to use in this context. And the reason why I say that is because if we use that example, we would have to see the kids he's directly impacting. We would have to see if they're running the wrong direction, as in they did the opposite of what he's saying. You get what I'm saying? That's why I would say I don't think that example is good to use
Okay,
with that
so now let
situation.
me I explain to you why it's good to use because he said he's going to do a run play, and we are asking how the kid's going to know to run left or right, meaning how you are pointing the direction of where the kids is running, and so this is
Mhm.
where we are finding the miscommunication in that coach. So that's what they are talking about. Coach is saying run a run play, and we say, hey, you want to run a run play, but what kind of run play you want the kids to run? That's the questioning.
So because he's not able to answer that question, does it then qualify that he's not doing a good job of directing kids? Because he's
Correct.
not able to answer that question. That's
Correct.
okay.
Because if we was a council of fathers and we are looking to hire a coach, the coach that cannot tell us what direction he want our kids to run in is not going to get the job. Do you agree
Um,
with that?
you want to respond to that, Liberate? You agree with that?
Um, I I'll respond just by saying that I understand where reiterating that I do understand where y'all are coming from. Even more so if we spread it out to other maybe other professions, other jobs, so on and so forth. Because I could probably agree 1,000% and not have any bias or pushback to it. I think it's just going to be hard for me to just fully be on y'all side because I do
No.
what Coach. Hold on, just real quick. Because I do what Coach Ferg does, and sometimes, as far as articulating, sometimes I may not articulate myself the best, or whatever the case may be, or sometimes I am very stubborn to where I may not answer a person's question at all, and then here it is, they're doubting my profession or what it is that I do based on me not, based on me being stubborn or whatever the case may be. I'm still gonna be in my head like, well, it don't hold water to what I actually do with the kids and so on and so forth. So that's what I'll respond with, not to keep dragging the conversation on because I'm gonna keep saying, yeah, I agree, but this, yeah, I agree, but that, yeah, I agree, but this. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. You got to have some kind to execution plan, and if you can't explain the execution plan for our children, and then therefore you're not being proficient at what you do. It's just as simple as that. Nobody's going to hire a coach that cannot explain what they are trying to accomplish.
But the
Before,
thing now, I will. My bad, Freeze. Go ahead.
I was gonna say before you go,
Check the cash out, bitch.
shout out to Next Level for his $5 a cash cap. Next Level said, hit the link, Coach Ferg. What you waiting on? Hit the link, Coach Ferg. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, man. I think it's fair if you just come up and, speak for yourself as well. Shout out to Next Level, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Venus.
And Ferg ain't came up yet. He ain't coming up.
Okay, I'm back. First of all, Sharon, I really love what you said because you seem to get it. It is a very simple claim. If you call yourself a professional in any regard, at the very least, you should be able to clearly state what you do. That is bottom line. There's no way around it for me. I do understand that everybody is not in the same place in terms of communication, right? I have some improvement to do just like everybody else. However, if you are in a welding position or a plumbing position or a building or certain professions that don't require so much communication, no one would care. But when you run around calling yourself a coach, which is predominantly um, involving being able to communicate, that's like number one for any coach, then I think it is fair to expect that you, out of all people, should know how to communicate because that is, according to you, your job that you've been doing for years. So I really don't understand any pushback or people's inability to check their bias and just see a thing for what it is. Instead of putting yourself in his shoes, you're not him, he's not you. And if you find yourself in the same position, the conversation really should be motivating you to work on your communication skills, if anything. That's what should be happening. Because, like you said, you don't like people just because I don't answer. Then, yeah, if you don't answer, they don't have anything left but their imagination. So you're kind of putting them in their imagination when they ask you for clarity and you just, I want to be stubborn and refuse to give it, which is cool. That's your right. But then you can't be mad at people for taking away from that their own assumptions because they gave you the opportunity for clarity. You didn't give it. So it's like we want to be stubborn. We don't want to answer questions. And at the same time, we want people to walk away thinking we're experts. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I'm a licensed esthetician. Ask me about my profession. I could talk to you all day long. All right. Uh, Sharon, I know, is in project management and construction. Ask him about that. He could talk to you all day long. It's not that difficult. If you're in a profession and we can't ask you basic questions, I'm sorry, it is problematic. It is what it is.
Yeah, but
Especially when you're dealing with children. You should have, by this time, have been an expert at being able to communicate very plainly because you say you talk to children all day.
yeah, but not only
So
that.
I don't like why. I'm sorry. This is my last thing, Freezy.
Yeah.
I think the standards in the black community are very low. And people don't like what I'm saying, but I'm not saying nothing wrong. If you get, maybe because I've been in corporate, Sharon's been in corporate, it's two different levels. And maybe that's why we misunderstanding each other. When you get around people who operating on high levels and making a lot of money, there's a certain requirement. Like you, at the very least, you're gonna need to be able to explain yourself. And we should not be making it okay if we have people in charge of our children who can't. No, that should not be okay. Because you're the example that the kids are coming to, right? You're the coach. So you're like they're like a model figure for them on how to be in certain regards. And it's hard for you to answer basic questions. How are you helping my son? Because he didn't leave it just on sports. If he did, that's one thing, but he didn't. He said he helps with self-development. He said he helps with taking them from grade D to grade A. He took credit for a whole bunch of stuff, but he can't simply articulate what he does. Something's not making sense.
Yeah.
That's a bar right there.
And I want to say that if also you're kind of setting yourself for this line of questioning, if you have if you have a habit of typing, I don't see y'all in these spaces that I'm in. Y'all ain't doing what I'm doing. Like Ferg is infamous
Said that
with
shit
typing
all
these type of
night.
comments. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Like if you're
That's what
known for
started this
typing
whole
making
thing.
these type of comments, you're setting yourself up to be questioned. Well, okay, so since you're accusing other people of not being in the spaces that you're in, for what do you do? Nobody make Ferg say these things in the chat. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Nobody makes him say these things, man. And he know what I'm saying. He know what I'm saying. Go ahead, Jalen.
No, like he said that shit all night. I get a lot of y'all weren't here because y'all was asleep. But he was saying that shit all night. All fucking night. Like, what do we do? What? How did? Who's? Oh, I don't see y'all over in the spaces I'm at. Where are these people that be helping people? Cause I be in these spaces alone. I be helping
Right.
thousands and thousands of
He
children.
been saying this all
Like,
night.
bro, of
That's
course I'm gonna
crazy.
think you a fucking egotistical, idolizing, self grandiosing asshole at some point. And to say that I'm attacking you because of it, no, that's how you come off.
Hold on, Jalen, watch this.
Why is questioning somebody called an attack all the time? Like people
I
gotta
don't know.
stop being sensitive.
Look,
Nobody was attacking him.
let me just pull up a slew of comments. This
Look
is
at
in this
this shit.
black men and women don't give a damn about the kids. They never show up for the kids. Look at their emotion. Everybody be lying.
Pretty
Everybody
cool.
be lying to the kids.
I could just keep going. Like this guy got a slew of comments in the chat. And it's the accusatory. Most of the accusatory is on his side. You know what I'm saying? It's on his side. So when people constantly see this, they're gonna say, "Well, damn, for what do you do then?" Because you saying
But
people
then
don't
gonna
do.
say, but then Sharon, but then gonna say he wasn't referring to anybody up here, nigga. It's like
You got
I can't read now. I can't read. You said look at their emotions. There. I know what that word means. I took English. I was in college for 3 years. I didn't get the degree, but goddamn, don't play with my fucking brain like that. I know what you meant. And it wasn't a fucking joke. You meant it. Whether you typed it or whatever the fuck, you meant it.
When will brothers 21 to 41 show up for the younger bros? I never see them in those spaces in real life. I'm usually by myself in those spaces. I'm
wait,
usually by
Freezy.
myself. Like,
Wait, Freezy, that's the problem. Oh, I understand it now. When you are in a competitive, right? Like when you're around peers, you're gonna have to perform. The reason he's been able to skate through all this time is because ain't no competition around him. Ain't no better examples around him. So he can show up and do the bare minimum because
Right.
unfortunately I agree with him. There aren't a lot of men in Chicago specifically, I think where he said he is, who
yeah.
are showing up to work with these kids, to his defense. I believe him when he says that. But that's also why there might be some a little bit of lack on the professionalism part because the standards aren't very high, I would assume, for those positions when they have a hard enough time just getting anybody to come.
That's a great point. No
Oh,
competition.
hold on. Before I read MJ's comment, that was a great question. Freezer. Freezer said, Freezer, where is this space? Wait, that was another thing I was confused about when he said, I never see y'all in these spaces that I'm. What spaces you talking? Cause it's so ambiguous when he say these, like, what space, what spaces, what are you talking about? You know?
It's nothing
And then
specific. It's
and
nothing specific.
Sharon,
This
Sharon,
is
you
back
know what the
to
funny
with a
shit is?
specific.
The
Yeah.
funny shit, when we was talking about sexual discipline for both genders, all of a sudden this nigga comes up with a scientific, philosophical motherfucking answer talking about, oh, well, if we did that, society would disappear. Cause niggas ain't jumping from bitch to bitch. They wear condoms.
Yeah, he said that too. That was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
Uh,
it came to sex, he's all articulate as hell. Unfortunately.
yeah, Vin.
Super chat.
Shout out to MJ. Conversation with MJ for the 25 ball. Thank you, sis. She said, wow, what a great team up. Both of my brothers on a panel. Salute. Woke up to some good.
No captivity.
Shout out to my sister MJ. Make sure y'all subscribe to MJ channel. She over there getting they ass apprehended. Also,
Super chat.
also shout out to C Rich for the $5 super cap. He says, Shalom Freezy. I see you got Sharon up early today. What's good?
No captivity.
Yeah, and I appreciate Sharon, man, for blessing us on the panel, man. So actually we getting ready to wrap it up, y'all, because I ain't gonna keep y'all all night, and we kind of going on the 8 hour mark. Well, 8 hour and 30-minute mark. Let me get y'all final thoughts. I'm gonna start with Liberated. Liberated, what's your final thoughts on just everything we've been discussing so far?
I wish I would have tapped in a little bit earlier instead of falling asleep. That way, I could have spoke to the entirety of the show. So I just keep it in general and just say, bro, keep doing what you're doing. Like I always tell you, I respect what you're doing and how you conduct your panel. So keep doing what you're doing, bro. My hat go out to you. I know what you stand for, and I got much respect for you. Shout out to everybody that's on the panel, that was on the panel in the chat, so on and so forth. So appreciate you letting me come up, bro.
Man, I appreciate you. Shout out to Liberated. So
no captivity.
Appreciate you, bro. Let me get Jalen. What's your final thought, Jalen?
These kids need help regardless. Outside of these idealizing, people out here. Kids need help from their parents. Kids need help from their family. Kids need help from people in their life that they love. The people that we love, and especially when we were children, affect us the most. So when they don't take care of us correctly, or they don't instill things in us the right way, or love us correctly, we get very affected by those things. And I think we do a disservice by keeping all of the quote unquote gems to help us figure out how to raise these children to ourselves. You know, stop being a hoe. That's for men, because we always talk about the women. Stop being a hoe. Don't make excuses for your hoe behavior and your lustful, promiscuous spirit. Don't use the Bible for that, the Quran, the motherfucking Torah, whatever the fuck you read, and you demonize it and weaponize it against women. Just stop. If you want to be a hoe, go be a hoe. You ain't got to put God in the middle of that. Yeah, that's it.
Amen.
Shout out to Jalen.
No captivity.
Don't be your hoe. Don't be your hoe. And I was just playing. Venus, what's your final thoughts, Venus?
My final thoughts are: I wish you would go live earlier sometimes. Cause look, we'll have Sharon, we'll have, I'll be asleep, so I'm mad at you for that. But the thing is, Black people need to stop being sensitive and raise their standards. Okay. I know a lot of you don't like what I have to say, but if you took your feelings out of it, you would know it's actually for the betterment of yourself. Okay. If somebody is questioning you, that should not always be deemed as an attack. Because if you're having an issue answering the questions, that might be that's actually helpful for you to see areas in which you struggle and where you can improve. Because shouldn't we always be looking to improve in whatever we do? I'm just saying. Especially Coach Fur, who told me yesterday he teaches self improvement. So this might have been an exercise in, hey, here's a weak spot for me. Maybe I should improve. I don't know why the men are, first of all, you guys aren't even operating on a high enough level to have this grandiose attitude that nobody can question me. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't even make sense. I think people who don't like questions are people who don't like questions are people who don't have answers. That's who doesn't like questions. Because once you start questioning them, like yesterday, it will expose how much they don't know. That's why they don't like questions. I don't mind questions. about my profession because I can answer them. So y'all need to get out of y'all feelings and understand this may be an area where I'm weak, and that's okay because everybody has areas where they're weak. Instead of being prideful and being in your ego and being stuck and not growing, accept the fact that, hey, this is an area of weakness. I might need to improve here. There's nothing wrong. I don't know. Y'all got to get out of that mindset of, can't nobody question me. Yeah, that's why you haven't grown mentally in the past 20 years because nobody can question you. And I asked Coach Ferg, I said, hey, what have you been doing to stay relevant in your current field? You know what his answer was?
What's that?
The same thing everybody else has been doing. What kind of answer is that?
Damn.
That's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy.
So to prove my point, people don't like questions when they don't have answers. So self-improvement, words of the day. And I'm out.
Shout out to my sister Venus.
No Cap-tivity.
Make sure y'all subscribe to Venus's channel. Y'all already know she came out of retirement and she's taking names. I got my brother Sharon on the panel. I think this is the first time me and Sharon actually been on the panel, just us.
Yeah.
A lot of the ladies are loving it in the chat. What do you think about that, Sharon? What do you think about the ladies?
I think people are expressing that it's time for the people that's walking the walk and the people that they esteem as solid individuals with communication need to band together. So they actually we have a proper army to combat against all the negative energy that's out there.
You know what it is with me, Sharon? I go live real late. Like I go live, I do graveyard shifts, Sharon, and then when I get off of here, I try to go to sleep, and then I have business outside of this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but no, I said I need to transition into. I'm trying to like. I don't think nobody's ever seen me in the daytime, Sharon. Nobody.
They will love you.
Like I'm always nighttime. I'm nighttime. You ever notice that?
That's why I try to catch you, because I'm up like 4 a.m. It's interesting, like what Venus saying, like, so we have to do things to improve ourselves. So I try to get up early where it's nice and quiet. I could just sit down, drink some water, and I could read and improve my mental thinking and everything. And so I could be able to be an effective communicator, because that is the key to moving through life. And then I'm walking a certain way, so when other young people see me, whether it's a man or woman, they could see that and they could and they'll see me over time holding that standard. And then now the question is different from, they don't come to me ask me about football anymore. Did you see the game? They don't ask me no nonsense like that. You know what I'm saying? They know that we can have a real conversation. What's going on? Hey, I was thinking about getting married. What's your thoughts on it? And then we can have a deep conversation and find out what their fears are and find out why you have fear in the first place. You shouldn't have no fear, because even if something happens with whatever the situation is, you should use that as a lesson. It's not a loss. It's something from you to learn from. But you continue to make that same mistake because you never learn from it. You know what I'm saying? So when you start walking, this is why it's a point that we need to find more brothers and sisters that's walking the walk, because then they can give you your experience and express why they went through that situation and how they got through it, and how that experience did not define them as a human being. It's just something that happened to you.
That's awesome, bro. Now give your final thoughts. Now that's what you just said. You was cooking. I didn't want to stop you because I didn't ask you your final thoughts. But yo, please.
My final thought, I want to talk to the last bit that the ladies was talking about, is about like that being a man ain't about how many women you can pull. It's about how many lives you can uplift, right? And so this whole lustful ideology that we see happening in our community is very loud, and discipline is quiet. But we know one thing about it is that one builds empires and the other one burns it down. And for all the men that is listening, I just want them to remember that your strength ain't in your urges. It's in your ability to master them.
Damn.
No Cap-tivity.
And I would tell all y'all to make sure y'all subscribe to Sharon's channel, but damn near 100% of y'all already subscribed. But if you haven't subscribed to Sharon's channel, please subscribe to his channel and make sure you hit that notification bell. Sharon, you going live a little in a little bit?
I don't. I wasn't planning. I don't know if I come up with an idea of a show. I don't know.
So if Sharon does go live, make sure y'all look for his live stream. All right. But shout out to our brother Sharon, the Wildest Wake Up Show. That is the name of his channel, man. Appreciate you, Sharon. Love, man. Love. Real talk, man. Shout out to my brother Sharon.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get it. Listen, this has been an excellent show. Shout out to the super chats that's been coming in as well.
Super chat.
Boricua. Did I say that right? Boricua. Precioso. AKA Miss Jalen. Thank you for your $20 super cap. She gets the big light for that. She gave a super sticker. It's a pear character sliding on the floor on his knees, saying goal.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, Miss Jalen. Thank you. Love you.
Super chat.
Shout out to my sister, the voice of Venus, coming through with another $10 super cap. Let's give her Venus a big light on that. Shout out to Venus. She said, sign my petition to get Freezy and Sharon to do shows together at change.org.
No Cap-tivity.
No, I'm going to holler at Sharon, man. I'm going to holler at Sharon. I actually, I was supposed to been holler at Sharon and got into his inbox because I came in his chat. I think it was like last week, a week and a half ago or something like that. But yeah. Actually, Sharon, he's on the right side of things. I could pretty much say that. Shout out to my brother Sharon. Shout out to everybody that joined us tonight's show. It actually turned out to be a great show. If you just coming in, I encourage you guys to watch the replay. And also, I just want to leave y'all with this. We should be able, as a people, right, to talk with one another. A lot of times they say we can sing together, but we can't talk together as black folk. We should be able to talk. And if you are expressing yourself in a way to where you're saying you're doing this and you're doing that, if your brothers and sisters are saying, hey, well, what exactly do you do? How do you do it? Maybe I can pass this on to somebody in my community. I don't think we should take these type of things as a text. I think we should take these line of questioning as wanting information and wanting to learn from you. We can't learn if there isn't definitive steps being given, right? If it's just ambiguous, shout out to Just Jay. If it's just be great and, I teach them to be great and have confidence, that's good. It's good to be great. It's good to have confidence, but the black community needs a hard reset. And that's going to cause for intricate detail when it comes to sorting out these issues. Now, I'm very concerned about the mental health aspect. That's just, me. I actually said in Bible study today, I'm going to start a mental health group in our Discord, and you have to be specially invited. And, if you want to join our mental health group, message me in the Discord and say, Freezy, I want to be a part of that mental health group. I'm screening everybody. You just can't join because, mental health is a very, very sensitive thing. So that's my thing, and I'm actually creating a plan for it. So when somebody asks Freezy, how are you doing this? How did you get this off the ground? I'm going to tell you exactly what I did because maybe you could do it too, because that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose of it all, I'm not just going to say, well, I just got up off my ass and, I put 1 foot forward. I'm not going to say that. Okay. So that's all it is, man. And we could talk as brothers. We could talk as brothers and sisters. And we could also afford to be hard critics. I don't think there's a crime in that. And hopefully the majority of the people that's watching in the chat and in the clouds agree with your boy, Freezy. Listen, it's time for the benediction. I really love y'all. This was a great show. Once again, shout out to everybody that hit the panel. Shout out to Just Jay. Shout out to Scam Likely, right? Shout out to Sharon from the Wildest Wake Up Show. Shout out to Antoine, he hit the panel as well. Shout out to Next Level, my brother Next Level hit the panel. Shout out to everybody else that hit the link. My sister Jalen, Kimberly Johnson, the Voice of Venus, Liberated Soul. Yeah, I can't believe that I'm remembering all these names. Like, I self-diagnosed myself with ADHD. I diagnosed myself with that. So I'm just saying, like, how I'm remembering all. I'm very impressed with myself right now. Like, you know, I'm on that Coach Ferg shit right now. Y'all can't tell me nothing. I'm just saying. And did I miss somebody else? Somebody else joined the panel too, I think, earlier. I think that was it. Yeah. But let's see. It's time for the benediction, y'all. It's time for the benediction. Let's get a good one too. Let's get a good word in. Where we gonna go? Cause I really want the word to bless y'all right now. I want y'all to be blessed with this one right here. Let me see. Oh, yeah, let me see. Many have purified. Addressing. But just as one. Okay, but should write to them to abstain from the thing. Okay, this is a good one. Oh, this is a good one. This is a good one right here. And it's simple. Here it is. This is 1 John 2nd chapter 10th verse. 1 John 2nd chapter 10th verse. And it says, whoever loves his brother or sister abides in the light. Do y'all know what that means? Abides in the light. Where there's light, there's knowledge. If you love your brother and sister, you're going to pass on the knowledge. Whoever loves his brother or sister abides in the light. Right? Showing you how to do things the right way and also exemplifying it. Whoever loves his brother or sister abides in the light, and in him or her there is no cause for stumbling. So the reason why it's very important to, lay out specifically how you do what you do, especially if you're helping the youth. So, because if it would actually be, if it's helpful and enlightening enough to keep somebody else in another community to where you can pass it on to keep them from stumbling, this specific information is needed. Whoever loves his brother or sister abides in the light, and in him or her there is no cause for stumbling. That is what we're trying to prevent, stumbling. We are trying to prevent stumbling. I love y'all, man. And I just want to iterate. Love you too, Coach Fur. We love you, Coach Fur. You already know. But you know, I mean, like I said earlier, you know, when you're saying stuff like you don't see anybody, you don't do this in these spaces. Well, what spaces are you in, and what exactly do you do? I don't think that's unfair, and I don't think there's no love loss, right? I don't think there's no love loss. Shout out to everybody that supported the show tonight. Let me see. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, wait. I think Venus is, let me see. Hold on. I think Venus is the, Antoine was the sponsor. Okay, now Venus, she missed it by $5. I thought she had more than one super chat. Let me see. Am I looking at that wrong? Did Venus have more than one super chat? Okay, she had one super chat and one. Okay, one cash cow. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I got it right. Shout out to my sister Venus. For her $15 cash cap. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Shout out to Next Level. Shout out to Next Level for his $10 cash cap. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Also, shout out to my brother Tommy B for his $5 cash cap. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Tommy. And shout out to Tommy for coming to Bible study today, too, earlier. It was, you know, that was real nice. It's real nice. Shout out to our brother Daniel for his $5 cash cow. I didn't want to show his whole name. Right, but shout out to Daniel. I think this it? Let me see. Shout out to Daniel for his $5 cash cap. I appreciate you. Also, shout out to our brother Purrs the BS for his $10 super cap. J Dub for his $5.08 super cap. Stan Joseph for a $2 super cap, another $2 super cap, another $2 super cap. Shout out to Antoine for his $2 super cap and his $5 super cap. Tezzy K for a $2 super cap. Thank you, Tezzy K. You know what I just realized, Antoine? You got more than $30 up there. You got $37. My bad, Antoine. It's actually a total of $37. Shout out to Brandon Nesbitt for his $2 super cap. PJ Austin for his $5 super cap. Shout out to my brother PJ. My bro PJ. Nesbitt again came back with $2 super cap. Dr. Frizzle Frost for a $3 super cap. Unhand Management Fro. My brother PJ came back again for his $10 super cap. PJ came back again with a $5 super cap. Shout out to PJ. That's $20 and all. Shout out to PJ. PJ gets the big light. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to PJ, man. Get the big light. Shout out to C Rich for his $5 super cap. And shout out to Boricua Precioso for her $20 super cap. Shout out to you, sis. No Cap-tivity. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to Venus again for her $10 super cap, which made a total of $25 on Venus. Thank you, Venus. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Venus. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to my sister Venus. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to my sister MJ. Conversations with MJ for her $25 super cap. Thank you, sis. No Cap-tivity. Thank you. No Cap-tivity. Let's get it. Shout out to my sister MJ. Shout out to all the sisters that showed up and showed out tonight. And last but not least, man, shout out to our brother Antoine. Antoine got weak on us, y'all. He got weak, but I didn't have him on the stream sleep like that. You know, shout out to Antoine for his $37 sponsorship. $37 sponsorship. Antoine is the official sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to Antoine, man. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Jet say he was knocked out. Yeah, he was knocked out, sis. He was knocked out. Living Humbly say, is that a Florida Marlins hat? Yes, it is, Living. You know I got to represent sometime. Got to represent the FLA. He said, I've been wondering this whole time, laugh out loud. It's nice. Shout out to you, bro.
No
appreciate
Cap-tivity.
that. I appreciate that. Liberated Soul say, bro was counting them sheep. Yeah. He damn sure was. And he was getting that good sleep in too. That's one of them good ones. He was getting that good sleep in, but that's the type of sleep you need. Y'all, we about to get up out of here. Shout out to 105 people that actually hit the like button. Shout out to the 4 people that hit the dislike button. I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to everybody that joined the No Cap campaign and shared the live stream tonight. I appreciate the No Cap campaign. I wish all of y'all $11 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate all y'all. I'm debating about going live tomorrow. Nevertheless, shout out to everybody that's been maintaining their VIP passes. Once again, shout out to my sister Venus. Once again, let me see. Shout out to Venus. Where is it at? Where's Venus at? Let me bring it up. Yeah. Shout out to Venus again for celebrating 6 months of membership. Thank you, Venus. I appreciate you. And I appreciate everybody that's been maintaining their VIP passes. Every Wednesday, we have VIP Wednesday. Faithfully, we have VIP Wednesday every Wednesday. And those live streams are uniquely different, I can assure you. And also, shout out to everybody that's has joined our Discord. Venus, she put the Discord link in the chat a little earlier. So if you haven't joined our Discord, join our Discord. The Discord is called No Cap-tivity with Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
And you will see the No Cap Crew logo as the avatar on our Discord. You'll see this logo. So you'll know you're in the right place. Join our Discord. We're approaching 200 members if we haven't hit over 200 members already. And I'm telling you something, we got a lot of big plans for the Discord. We working this Discord. And once again, shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show, Antoine, with a total of $37. Let's celebrate our brother like none other. Thank you, Antoine. We appreciate you. Let's get it. Shout out to our brother Antoine for his $37 sponsorship.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey. Shout out to Miss Jalen. Miss Jalen beat me to it. Yeah, we about to get up out of here. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. And hold on. Y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here. Love y'all.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.